involve a dragon in some way.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to we talk about Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem has a TCG, right?
I don't know about it. I don't know, dude. I want MTG to do Fire Emblem so badly.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I don't think Nintendo would be down to clown for that co-op. Like, they probably don't see the market appeal, but
they might. If I think the success of the Final Fantasy one might have opened some other people up to it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I'm glad that, like,
a lot of money.
Semi-unrelated, but a little related, because it's about, like, Square's licensing deal. Like, just this month, Square Enix finally consented to add a couple of their classic characters to Astrobot, the game which is the huge celebration of the PlayStation brand. The game came out, I want to say, like, September, October last year, won Game of the Year, the Game Awards, and everything, right? Big success for the game. Cloud and Sephiroth weren't in the game until this free update this month, in July. There were no Square characters in the game until, like, 3 to 6 months ago, and the first crossover character Square Enix did was Gex, the gecko. So, like, I don't know whether that was, like, a licensing fee thing, or, like, they were, like, concerned about the branding, but they finally did do it, so now Cloud, Sephiroth, and 2B are in Astrobot, and I need to play those
Square
levels.
has always been a little bit more weird about Final Fantasy in particular.
Yeah, and I know some people are like, well, it's no Kingdom Hearts characters, and I'm like, that's not happening. That has to go through the mouse, the House of Mouse.
That has to go through the mouse. Look, the mouse will work with you, but they have to be the ones to come to the table. You do not talk to the mouse talks to you.
I do have a Fire Emblem. Thank you for posting it. But once again, chat, hello. I have bamboozled you all. This is secretly about Yu-Gi-Oh! You fool.
Yes. You
absolute rube. The secret boss is that it's about Yu-Gi-Oh! Because we do have some Yu-Gi-Oh! News I want to talk about, which is very interesting. So this is twofold. One of these is very, very new. But over this weekend was NAWCQ, Nats, the World Championship qualifiers for North America. So, probably the biggest event in the North American circuit. And it was very interesting. I have posted on stream the top 64, which is a super diverse meta, actually. You had 18 Mitsurugi, which is a world premiere archetype, by the way. That's a TCG exclusive. 13 people playing Riziel Mitsurugi, 6 people, on Fiendsmith Mitsurugi. One person who I believe made it to at least top 16 on Ogdoadic Mitsu.
God, I sometimes love Yu-Gi-Oh! Players.
There were 18 Malice representations in Top Cut, 17 using the new Attic Nister stuff, 1 running Mitsurugi Malice. Malice did make it to the finals, but did not close once again. There were 4 people playing Orcust, 3 playing Orcust Mitsurugi, 1 person playing Orcust Fiendsmith. They won. Spoilers for the final cut, but Orcust actually won a tournament in the year 2025. Actually, no, they got to... Yeah, they did win it all. But in top 4, there was a Gem Knight player. In this top cut, in this top 64, there were 3 Gem Knight players. Gem Knight's real, chat. You also had all the other extras. 1 person, I think, made it as far as top 16, but bounced out with new Lunalight. There were 2 Primite Blue Eyes, a couple of Atlantean Mermail, a couple of Memento decks, 1 champion on Evil Twin Fiendsmith, 1 on Punk Fiendsmith. There was a Goblin Biker Fiendsmith, and 1 Azamina White Forest.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it's not the full Lunalight release. It's still, like, halfway, right?
No, I believe the Liger Dancer and Gold and Silver came out, so they got like 3 or 4 new cards, so it's a full new suite. Oh, the other big winner you can see in the slice, which surprised a lot of people, was there were 7 straight up Vanquish Soul decks. Just Vanquish Soul is finally good.
Problem later.
Yes. So if you don't know, we've talked about this a little before, but Justice Hunters, which hasn't come out in the TCG, which is why we haven't done an episode on those archetypes, but Justice Hunters includes a new rank 5 engine deck called K9. It's an Xyz deck. That plays very well with a couple of rank 5 stuff, including Holy Sue in Vanquish Soul. So that is a top deck in the, like a tier 1 deck in the meta in the OCG. Vanquish Soul is already good without the K9 stuff, we've found out.
Yep.
Like, we're just... Vanquish Soul, like, it's not, like, top cut worthy, but it's here. It's good. So this was a very, very surprising, you know...
I'm surprised there's not more Lunalight then.
It just kind of seems like the main thing is their deck is... Their deck is pretty good. The main problem, I think, is it just makes... The joke. 2 towers. It makes 2 towers monsters who are unaffected and then hopes to punch for big game. But there are ways around that. You know, you got to remember, you're playing best of 3, so if you, like, set up correctly, you can bounce them out or lock them out of the game. They still have to summon quite a lot of monsters, so Mulch armies are running rampant in this format. I think the Lunalight deck also still loses to Droll. There's a lot of discussion going on around Droll and Lockbird right now. Because a lot of decks lose to Droll.
Don't ban it. It doesn't.
So here's the thing. I'll say this. I don't like Droll and Lockbird. It is reciprocal, but that only matters if you're going first somehow or something, or like you're playing on your opponent's turn. The reciprocal thing doesn't matter a whole lot. That's not actually a balancer these days. I dislike Droll because it is effectively a lingering floodgate. It means you cannot add cards to hand, which, like a lot of other lingering floodgates, just, like, fucks with your ability to use cards, you know? It's not like their effects are negated. It's straight up, you're not allowed to add cards, so you can't activate effects that would do it. I would personally be a lot happier if there was, like, a Mulch Army equivalent to Droll, something like a hand trap that's appropriate, where if your opponent, like, adds a card from deck to hand or graveyard to hand, you draw a card, you know? That seems much more balanced out. Droll is one of those cards that, like, people typically say is format dependent, so we'll see, like, if it phases back out. Like I said, I think Droll is a card that will probably get shot eventually, just because the nature of the game will just
I'll say
move on to something else.
I think the problem with Droll is that it's not just a hand trap. So when Droll gets banned is going to be when there is another deck similar to Trickstar that can be like, no, I Droll you for your hand.
Oh yeah, I know. That's the classic. And that's the thing, right? Konami, like, hit Trickstar Reincarnation and the cards that enabled that under Droll rather than the other way around, because it's like, oh, I set up the thing. Oh, you drew outside of your draw phase. Activate Droll and Lockbird. Flip Trickstar Reincarnation. Your hand is banished. You die. And, like, I think there's something to be said for hand ripping in general. Is just, like, again, we've talked about this a lot actually doing the Magic collab for, like, the last, month and a half. Hand rip in Yu-Gi-Oh!, especially in current day Yu-Gi-Oh!, is atrocious to go under. Like, it used to be kind of counterbalanced because we were in a format where, like, there was a phase in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where the graveyard was truly a second hand and every single deck used it that way. We've left that phase. We've moved into a different phase because I think of, like, such graveyard-heavy decks like Tearlaments and the Ishizu Shufflers and shit. Like, now there are decks that play out of, like, everything activates when banished, like Malice. There are decks like Ryziel, which don't give a shit about anything, They just exist as 9 5-card starters. X Ryziel will have to be banned. It just will have to be banned at some point. When Konami decides they can stop selling it. No, it's like limit 1, I think, already. But there's a joke that Jaxel of the Curry Bandit makes.
Literally doing nothing in the OCG.
Well, I think that's because they put all the names to 1. I think the TCG will probably just take X out back and shoot him. Jaxel from the Curry Bandits, who makes very excellent videos about everything you need to know about new set releases. Very, very brilliant stuff. But he refers to his joke is X, the everything app. But also, it works. Like, X Ryziel is the one that does everything. It sucks. But yeah, it's very interesting to see this format. It's pretty diverse. And it's great to see a, like, TCG exclusive deck be so forefront with Mitsurugi. There's been a long drought where
good.
Yeah, reptiles are great now, but there's just like a phase where like for so long TCG exclusive decks were bad, and they tried like 3 times to make reptiles good, and it wasn't until they made a reptile ritual deck that worked. I mean, recently though, like in the past like 4 or 5 years, there was like several phases of trying to do reptile support, and it just didn't work. Like genuinely, people are wondering if King of the Feral Imps has to go. Like, the ability for any 2 4s, which is the easiest thing in the universe to make out of the extra, to just search any reptile.
Is there any other rank 4 that does something like that?
Rank 4? Kind of. There is the Infernal Flame Banshee, which is Pyro.
You're getting access to machines.
But he's a rank 3, I think, isn't he?
No, you're going to
He's at 5? Okay.
You're gone.
Isn't he?
No, X is a 4, yeah. So, like, but I think he requires machines, so he's type locked.
King
of the Feral Imps is truly generic, so... I believe Infernal Flame Banshee, one of the 2 Infernal Flames, is a generic 4 who searches any Pyro. The problem is that Pyros are not good. The thing people are doing with Infernal Flame Banshee is they're searching Nemesis Flag so they can add Protoss.
I hear you.
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear. But I want to say the breaking Yu-Gi-Oh news.
Happened?
Ooh, Shred's having a weird one. We heard you okay.
Yep.
But the other thing is, like I said, this is kind of like breaking. So apparently, that Konami of America is still looking to kill Time Wizard. It's been circulating apparently that a couple of local level stores were basically, I guess, threatened with losing their OTS status if they didn't switch from Time Wizard to Time Travel. And the announcement that they are doing that is super unpopular, and so like stuff has been going around. I don't know how this is going to result because, like I said, it was super, super unpopular that they announced the change for Nats for the NAWCQ, and they did switch it back, and they, like, booked a full Ultimate Time Wizard event, even though community members had already made a community member version of the Time Wizard event when they canceled it the first time that was fully booked. So, like, Time Wizard is super popular. So I don't know if Konami will reverse it again. Go for it.
I am always, and I do apologize for shitting on. No, I don't. What am I talking about? I'm always amazed at how Konami seems to be more involved and less involved than Wizards of the Coast, like, in the worst way possible.
Like, they're very involved in the Japanese.
It's amazing. They're very involved in the ways you don't want them to be.
Like, well, also acting like they're very involved in the OCG. I don't think they are, though. Like, the OCG doesn't bother with... I don't know if the OCG has these alt formats rattling around. Like, they have a higher production value in the OCG because they, like, do live streaming, but that's about it. Like, I don't know if Konami, like, calls up local GameStops in Tokyo and, like, tells them, you can't run Time Wizard anymore. But that apparently happened in America.
Pretty much all Wizards does for alternate formats is they go, hey, we're going to set a ban list. You can run official tournaments with different rules if you want, but, like, please don't. Smiley face.
And that's
no
the thing,
does,
right?
it's a pain in the ass.
Konami doesn't even do that part. We've talked about this before, but the reason why, like, Time Wizard is the only good alternate format they posted is because that's the only one that inherently has its own ban list because it conforms to the Forbidden and Limited list at the time. Deckmaster is a useless format because it has no Forbidden and Limited list. And it needs it.
What's the fucking what's the one that I broke that format in a day with?
Probably Last Warrior from Another Planet.
Yeah, that's it. Last Warrior from Another Planet.
Yeah, that was the thought that I think, like, everybody had, which is just like, oh, your Deckmaster counts as having their effects active at all times from your Deckmaster zone. So Floodgates. And I think that Last Warrior is the one that's, like, the most annoying. Just neither player can special summon, period. Is just like, yeah, that sucks. Common Charity was, like, a good idea, but also, like, again, the way Yu-Gi-Oh players work, they labbed it out in like 6 weeks, and it's like, oh yes, Lunalight is the best deck because they've got everything in common basically that matters, and it's like, okay, cool.
That
Also,
is the thing.
No, go ahead, finish.
From what I've learned about like playing alternate formats in Magic, some of them do take a lot of work. Like, you'd be surprised. I'm pretty sure, I could be lying. It could be Modern. I'm not sure, but I think Pauper is the format in Magic that has the largest ban list.
It would make sense because that would be the one where like
It changed every set.
Well, not only that, but also your general pool is going to be like, because you don't have that higher rarity cards, you're going to have a lot less possible answers to weird shit. So if you print a bunch of really annoying common cards and the out is like a card that's only ever been printed in rare, well, shit, you're out of luck.
And generally, it's not quite as bad as like Yu-Gi-Oh because they have a very defined format as to there's a discussion in Magic right now about power creep, but the cards that are power creeping are not the rares and mythic rares, they're the uncommons. Like, this is the first time in a long time that there have been multiple like uncommon bannings, and it's because usually mythic rares and rares are much nicher. All the cards like Ash Blossom, the equivalents of like Ash Blossom, Called by the Grave, those kinds of things in Yu-Gi-Oh, those are all commons and uncommons. They print the bread and butter, like this goes in every staple. The staple cards are commons and uncommons. It's the mythics that are like Sephiroth or like what's a good example of an VV. We'll get to them.
Yeah.
But I don't know that. I don't want to shit on Yu-Gi-Oh because I think Konami is trying more than they used to, but like.
Yeah, so I've re-looked up their website. So their official Yu-Gi-Oh card English has a list of the 5 formats they technically are. Time Wizard is, your OTS to say what Time Wizard had visited, and you play with the cards, Forbidden Limited List, and game rules from the era determined by the OTS hosting the event. And it sounds like Konami of America is trying to switch that to Time Travel, which doesn't even have an entry on their website right now, which is you play with current card text, rulings, and game rules, but the card pool and Forbidden and Limited list of the old era. I've heard some people talk weird about this. Like, I saw MBT post a tweet that was like, I can't imagine how they expect people to keep up with this because the Forbidden and Limited list is the same as a event on Master Duel that ended six months ago, and it's like, no, that's not what time travel means, MBT. There won't be a Forbidden and Limited list other than the published one, but I also get that it's bad. Heart of the Underdog is their probably most work required, where basically that's off meta day. Your OTS picks a list of decks, deck types, and themes you're just not allowed to play, which probably requires the most work from the store. Common Charity is, cards that can only playable that are in common printings. Deckmaster is the Deckmaster format, which just is awful. And then Rivalry of the Warlords is Konami allegedly circulated pre-made deck lists to OTS, and Rivalry of the Warlords is you pick up a recent pre-made deck to try out, which is not like a bad idea. It's just that's the other one that requires a lot of effort. Like, Time Wizard is, I want to say, like, the least amount of effort for the OTSs to put in. I don't know why.
I just have to correct myself on something.
Go for it.
I do forget. Legacy is the highest ban list. I forgot there's an entire mechanic that's banned. So Legacy has the highest ban list.
But yeah, like I said,
okay. So Omega, Battle City, right?
Yeah, Ante. I got it.
That's an official mechanic in Magic.
Yeah. I used to be. I know it used to be a rule. So they've just anything that has Ante in it is just not allowed. Okay.
Yes, because
I think I've heard that before.
That would be bad, especially with how expensive Vintage is.
But yeah, no,
it's a cell phone.
I know that
an own goal, if you will.
That there's been rumblings that like Yu-Gi-Oh is not moving as much product as it used to. The most recent set to come out, Age of Overlord, like is already selling below MSRP most places, which is like not good for your OTS if the boxes are going like less than the value of the product. Obviously, below MSRP is not at cost, you know, and I don't know what the margins are for that. But there is concern that I think like immediately after the NAWCQ was turning around, because actually it turns out that the cards that were in Age of Overlord were like actually like really important. Like that was that, and the fucking Gem Knights in the Battle of Legends set, everybody was like lol lame. Where like I said, a Gem Knight player made it to top 4. So like it turns out that despite what Yu-Gi-Oh players thought, the last couple of sets actually had more value in them. The fucking collector's rare for Hungry Burger is going up in price because there's some new Nouvelle shit in the latest set.
That's awesome.
So like it seemed like there was a little dip, but the market seemed to be healing itself. But I can only wonder like is like what is Konami's play here? A lot of people have suspected the idea is they're trying to make it more like Master Duel because Master Duel is super accessible and super played. It does do really good numbers on like Steam and all the consoles and shit. I don't think it'll do good on your phones anymore because they upped their minimum requirements. But it sounds like they're planning on maybe some bigger structural updates. Never mind that also, and like also people complain about the Master Duel format all the time because usually the Master Duel ladder format sucks ass. It's a Tier 0 Malice format right now. There's literally no better deck to be playing than Malice, and they made it all URs. That's not decided, by the way, by Konami of America. I don't think they have input on like the process of what cards get picked where, as evidenced by the fact that TCG exclusives are always like a fucking year behind. But there's definitely an economic push there. Go for it.
I want to send Konami the Heisenberg meme because Magic did this exact thing about trying to make Magic more like Arena, and it backfired horribly. And arguably caused like severe damage to Magic that basically only the Fortnite-ification of Magic has fixed.
But yeah, like I don't know what they're aiming like.
Shoutouts to Brawl product that's
obviously
rotting in a landfill somewhere.
Obviously, like the goal for Konami is to make money, and like they want you to buy cards and they want you to do stuff. I don't really see how changing to time travel encourages you to spend new cards. I guess if time travel was unified between Master Duel and Paper, that means that people could more easily be in both ecosystems.
So, oh
and
my God,
I do bet that retro formats in Master Duel get a lot of play.
I can give you the most answer possible, because I've heard this from a couple people. The goal is not to get people over to change over to Time Master, or whatever they're calling it.
Time travel.
Time travel. The goal is to split the format in a way that it chokes the life out of the format.
Well,
because
yeah,
they don't want people playing Time Wizard. They want people buying modern products.
I mean, that is also a thought. Is they want to kill retro. It's a little. It's very weird because like it is very clear that. Well, yeah, but everybody hates those products. Well, hates is probably too strong a word, but the audience has not received and I believe has not bought as much of their Konami's attempt to cash in on the retro craze as possible. So it could be, like Dallas said, a very cynical thing of like, oh, retro pack product, like, didn't do anything. Nobody liked how we made this product. Well, fuck them then. If they're not going to buy product, then fuck them. We don't want to support them.
On the one hand, I don't think I want to not believe that because that's so self-wound inflicting that it would take a really dumb company to do that.
Well, and especially because it's not even like
then I remember the entire Konami games and Kojima Metal Gear Solid situation. I'm like, maybe
Oh, people in those
I-
board sectors got booted out though, so like they got rid of
I
all
mean,
those
yeah,
people.
they've like overhauled their corporate, and that's a different division that handles their card games. And like I said, this seems to be just a Konami of America plan because after the hubbub at Nats at the NAWCQ, TCG EU went, hey, we have no plans to change how Time Wizard is handled. So like I don't know like if we're like splitting the format again to like, you know, the Americas versus the EU versus Japan type formats, you know, I don't know what they're doing, but it's just a weird one. And it's like, I do think that I feel like at times retro Yu-Gi-Oh players feel a little too entitled. Like some of the arguments about them changing Time Wizard were just like a little too entitled because, like I said, the point is they want you to buy product. If Edison format's like 15 years old, if you have all your cards and you don't ever need to buy sealed product, because officially Konami does not sell singles, you know, they let their like OTSs and stuff handle that aspect, then you're not a customer, therefore you are not being catered to. It's that simple. To be treated like a customer, you have to be a customer, you know?
This is why they should embrace the Hasbro model of make money by printing 5 billion different rarities of
I think that
Time
conflicts with like
Wizard
Japanese card standards, but I'm not sure.
Well, actually, no. In the OCG, cards are all printed with a shitload of rarities.
Yeah,
That's what people complain. That's what people
does
complain about. That's what people complain about the TCG. That like the TCG only prints cards at like secret rare, whereas the OCG is like almost everything is at minimum a super rare, and then it can climb to like a couple of different rarities.
No, yeah. Spoiler: Magic 100% nicked Konami of Japan's business model.
And it's like I don't know exactly why the TCG
they may have
gets
gone
that
more
way.
overboard than Magic.
Yeah, maybe not more
Konami of
overboard.
Japan
The
recently.
OCG, they've been doing it a little
Omega-
less. The OCG has a lot of weird rarities in their back pocket.
There are 12 rarities or 12 printings of a card in the new Final Fantasy set.
Okay, that's fair. That's a little like core
probably get
sets
to that,
in the OCG are not like that. But yeah, no. To wrap up on the TCG thing, it's like I'm not sure exactly what their angle is, and it's like they've tried to make product like that, like the QCR Bonanza and stuff. It's just like I don't know. It kind of feels like the execs at Konami of America, like designing these TCG products, are not completely in tune with what the general fan base, or at least the loudest part of the fan base, wants. And obviously I get that, like, they want to create... Yu-Gi-Oh! Very famously has a bad onboarding problem. It's very hard to get people into the game these days, and every single time they try to release a product for beginners, the pre-existing audience hates it. I don't actually think the... This is a completely different conversation I really don't want to get back to because it's like a drama I've talked about like a couple years old. A while ago, they released a 2-player starter kit. I think it's like a couple years ago. Everybody in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Space already hated it because it was pre-constructed, pre-scripted decks that involved a decent splash of modern mechanics. They were not functional out-of-the-box decks, which is what I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Players who are already playing the game wanted, was like functional starter decks with cheap staples. And that is a product that Konami should look at, but that's not a 2-person starter set.
Yeah, like
I think they could have improved the set a little, but that's not what the product was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I remember, and this is my grandpa statement. How I learned to play Magic, legitimately, was on a floppy disk DVD 2-player starter deck tutorial from 8th edition, where I was summoning fucking giant octopus and Visidrix. These are useless cards. They were never good in anything ever.
And that's how, like, that's kind of how the 2-person starter for Yu-Gi-Oh! They released worked, but it did actually have, like, some new modern cards. Like, it introduced, like, one half was, like, synchro summoning, one half was, like, Xyz and stuff. But like I said, the problem for players was that this basically had 0 overlap if you weren't a literal newbie beginner. And so everybody who already played Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't interested in it. I don't know how much it accomplished. It
have their product. What?
I don't know like how much it accomplished. I genuinely think Konami was probably planning on that. They did not want people who already play Yu-Gi-Oh to buy this product up, because that's what happens when Structure Decks reprint cheap staples. Is competitive players buy them up for cheap staples, and drive up the MSRP. Like that doesn't help Yu-Gi-Oh solve its price problem.
That is a big problem that is Yu-Gi-Oh unique, I would say.
And it's like, I think that's why Konami has kind of like back and forth with like releasing structured decks. They used to be a lot better about it. They released some good structured decks lately, but they still sometimes don't bring them over from the OCG. It's a weird one. And like I said, so Yu-Gi-Oh has this classic like onboarding problem that I feel like Master Duel was supposed to help with, but now like Konami of America has this big like time wizard over their shoulder that like a shitload of people play. And it's not even, again, to be a little cynical myself and to be a little harsh, it's not even like Time Wizard as a concept is what people play. People play fucking Edison. So if you don't like Edison, which is fair, like Edison is a very competitive format, it's a very balanced format, but also none of the Edison decks are good now. Like none of the archetypes they represent are playable, not even Blackwing. So it's like, it doesn't translate necessarily to new product. So like, I do kind of think like Time Wizard is their breakout success with alternate formats, so that's probably they shouldn't kill it. But it also like it's one of those things that like I don't know. I feel like Konami is like genuinely they're taking too many shots in the dark. They should probably just do like what Master Duel does and start like, because Master Duel like after almost every event has a fucking survey. They should probably like poll paper players more and like try and get their feedback on stuff. But I guess we'll see what happens. Like I said,
or Omega, hear me out. Yu-Gi-Oh versus Beyond.
I mean, that's a thing people that was like I feel like our previous controversy before any WCQ was a couple of people were like looking at the Final Fantasy set and were like, "Hey, Yu-Gi-Oh should do Universes Beyond too. We should do just straight up crossovers." And a lot of people are like, "No, I don't want the Fortnite-ification of Yu-Gi-Oh." And it's interesting.
Unfortunately, Omega. Hold on, let me post a GIF.
It's very interesting though, having done this and like thought about other Universes Beyond set. People are very cynical about Universes Beyond that don't even play Magic, and I know there are some Magic diehards who feel bad about it, and I can't say that their argument is wrong to like be like, oh well, we're getting way less.
I just think if we just kill Fortnite, the world will be a better place.
Well, that's because the game.
That's not even really
that's because the gameplay. That's because the gameplay I don't think is very good. But it's also just not my. I hate all FPSs. So by that nature, we should kill all FPSs.
I don't actually like. Fortnite is not the great giant boogeyman people thought it was. I just think that like it's too. They're gonna run into a problem. Fortnite's gonna have to Fortniteify themselves because they're gonna run into a problem in a couple of years where they've reached like maximum market saturation and there's no good way to hook people in. Literally, I looked at Fortnite when they did the Cyberpunk stuff because I was like, that sounds funny as fuck. I want to play as Johnny Silverhand. Oh, what's that? You can't reasonably make free currency playing right now to get him anytime soon? Fuck you. I'm out. I needed to start playing 2 years ago? Nah. And like they're gonna need to reach a point where everybody who hasn't ever played Fortnite needs to have been playing it 2 years ago to get started. And they're gonna do the thing that every live service game does, where they're gonna either have to figure out a way to like milk more out of whales or implode, and then inevitably
all
implode
they do,
anyway.
all they do is milk children.
The only problem I've ever actually had with Fortnite,
also that's children don't buy Johnny Silverhand skins, Axe.
Yeah, no.
I do agree that Fortnite has a marketing to children, but Fortnite's advantage is that it's got something for everybody.
First of all, I work with children. Generally, children do not play Fortnite.
Okay,
they cannot play an FPS. Well, no, it's high schoolers. It's teenagers. They don't want to admit it, but it's teenagers.
That's fair,
kids play Roblox.
I'm used to years back where it was like 12-year-olds like bullying each other for not having the money to buy skins.
I mean, I believe that was true, but also that is not Fortnite's fault. Those children are classists. They're fucking sleeper agents for big government.
They are the bourgeoisie. They are the mini bourgeoisie.
As a joke, I can't even say we should put them against the wall and have them shot. That's a little too harsh.
No,
but
no,
that's.
we can't say that about children.
But
No.
like I
Said
said,
that about people. Can't say
those
that about
kids were
children.
not at.
Okay.
We need to reorient everybody's perspective. Those
Okay,
kids
listen.
were not cool.
They need what those kids need to do is they need to be shoved into a dead zone and be forced
Into
to play
the
board games.
bourgeoisie locker.
They need to be forced to be playing board games and learn.
Oh my
appreciate
god!
game
Yeah,
design.
no, actually, yes, no. That's our solution. We should gather up all the bourgeoisie children and make them play Squid Games, but it's just Monopoly. Everybody needs to play 10,000 hours of Monopoly to understand how capitalism is fucked.
They need to play Eldritch Tour and other games that actually have design that actually requires teamwork and effort.
I genuinely don't think the average person can handle 10,000 hours of Monopoly. I think they will go insane.
It's fair, yes.
I think I'm alive now.
Yeah.
We can hear you
Hey,
again.
Chris.
Can you hear us, Beck? You good?
Yep.
All right, sick. I've pulled up Genova on screen for a while, but we were phasing in and out of several conversations there.
It's so good. It's so good.
These arts are both really good. I think we said this last time, but this is Genova, Ancient
One of my
Calamity.
favorite
She's
alt-arts.
yeah, the alt arts. I mean, also I want to say this. Shout out to the artist for like the normal art and the alt art are basically the same shot. They're the same like sequence. It's Genova in the tank, but the alt artist. Who is Japanese, but is adding like extra brush effects and also using the extended art to really get everything out of this. Yes, Kado Arai. And actually, let me know if these are, yeah, they're above the line.
You can see the name. And the base
It's a
one's
little
Ignatus
off-
Moody, which is like also a pretty good art, but I just think the alt art is like fucking
I like
amazing.
that they didn't try and make her sexy. That's
No,
something
Genova's
I
weird.
appreciate.
Like, yeah, Genova's weird. I don't think they've.
I mean, the problem with that is like she has like a pretty face, like in both versions. It's
Well,
just
no,
the
but
rest
that's
of her is, like,
fine.
the rest of her is fucking
I
gross.
just want them to portray how like fucking like close encounters of the third kind she is.
It's like she's made of fucking space coral and shit. It's
Yeah,
just that
no,
her
like,
face and her
it's-
hair
it's a
look
whole-
fine.
whole
Her face
thing.
and hair are pretty. She has like ethereal beauty, like face and hair.
Also, I
but the
talked
rest
about
of her
this,
is, like,
I think, a little in the
eldritch
pre-stream,
nonsense.
but the thing about Genova is also hey, guys, guess what? Genova is the thing. That's probably not her real face. That's probably some Cetra woman's face that she took over.
Oh.
The coral bits and you know the random organs on the outside. That's Genova, and like the Genova,
Maybe those are her eyes. I would believe those are Genova's eyes.
the glowing eyes. Yeah.
Yeah.
The way the Genova boss fights in 7 and Rebirth has beautiful modeling work, making the Genova enemy bosses like HD for across the games. Those
See,
were
you
like
say
always super fucked up and monstrous.
You say Genova's like it. I much more compare her to it than the thing, because she just has the same vibes of like.
Well,
They
Genova
have a
is
human
supposed to be
shape,
like
kind
psychic or
of.
something.
Well, yeah, she's corrupting those around her. Like the thing, as scary as the thing is, the thing just murdered people. It just
Well, it
killed them
also
with-
like infected
It's
people
similar
and,
things.
and replaced them. Like, and that's the thing. Like, that's we don't know the exact mechanics, but they talk about like Genova's cells and stuff like that. I do believe that while Genova has like psychic wooge, she is mostly supposed to be biological. Like, she is kind of like a collective entity. And I talked before about how like I'm curious to see if the third remake game does anything different than this, but Genova herself kind of has very little character because I don't think as a concept Genova has a lot of ego, whereas like Sephiroth's whole thing is that he has a very strong ego. He has a very strong sense of self.
Genova just wants to consume.
Let's see. I think I said her color
your
because I
job.
didn't. She's black green.
She is,
She's a legendary creature, Alien.
She has Golgari.
1/5. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to Genova's power on up to one other target creature, and also that creature becomes a mutant. Whenever a mutant you control dies, you draw cards equal to its power. Oh, sorry, dies during your turn.
Yes. So this is a really funny ability, because similar to Kefka, which we'll get to, I find it appropriate for these two specifically. These are abilities that can kill yourself. You can kill yourself if you're not too careful. You could essentially go mad with power and draw yourself out, because that is not a May. you will draw.
Yeah.
So I find it very funny that the two arguably most like mad with power villains in the series can both kill yourself with. Because Kefka could also do this.
Where you just like accidentally draw. And I
You
do
accidentally draw
saying
your
this
deck.
is mandatory, I think that definitely thematically works. It's very interesting to think about that similarity, but thematically that works with Genova because like that is kind of like Shinra's actual real downfall is not they sucked up all the life juice out of the planet and eventually the people rose up against their oppression. That's part of it. That's helpful. But the real thing that kills them is that they fuck around with this alien thing and like put its juice in all their super soldiers until one day their superest soldier decides he's gonna enact a plot to, you know, suck up all the planet juice and become God. And it's like, yeah, no, that's your fault. Like, this is all... Everything that happens in the plot is a result of Hojo doing something incredibly unethical. And somebody had to sign off on it. Like Hojo goes to meetings. He actually shows up at the board meetings.
It's the same thing with Kefka. Not to spoil too much of the plot, because you should go play 6. It's very good.
I mean, it's also over like a 20-year-old game.
Yeah, but still, it's and Final Fantasy, because of these streams, is becoming very relevant recently, and I think 6 is a good enough game that I would encourage people to play it.
Take a crack at it for yourself.
Spoiler, one of the big reasons Kefka loses, because yes, spoiler, the game does not end with the villain winning. One of the big reasons he loses is because of his own arrogance. He very easily could have won, and the game makes it very clear he could have won, but he's an arrogant dickbag, and he dies because of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very clear that Kefka.
Whereas
really
I feel like Genova is more like Genova doesn't like overpower you and kill you, though she can do that. You mostly just you let Genova spread. Well, now she's in charge. You stupid idiot.
Yeah, that's why I consider it much more. That's why it reminds me much more of It or other things, because like there's a lot of characters in It. In the book, the book's more so than the movie because they couldn't go too far with the movies because there's a lot of really hate. Well, they did some stuff in the books. They showed a little bit of it in the newest movie, not so much in the miniseries because
it's also true. Yes, the book is a lot darker.
There's a lot of hate.
Well, actually, this is a good question.
There's a lot. Because it's like the 60s or the 70s, right?
But it's also explicitly stated that Pennywise is taking advantage of the hate.
Yeah.
Well, no, it doesn't cause the hatred, but the hatred like lets him in. It's like, oh, so you really want to hurt people, do you? Well, I can piggyback on your mind then and inject you with my mind spider juice. It's a very weird book.
Yes,
Stephen King was on a lot of cocaine.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
My favorite book ever, but it's like, man,
it is very dark and also and fucked up, but also that's at least understandable because I'm pretty sure this was the phase where Stephen King was coked out of his mind.
Yeah, it's not the worst. I believe, if I remember correctly, the worst of the drugs, ironically, is in a very grounded book. It's Cujo, because he legitimately does not remember writing any of it.
Yeah, Cujo was just. I think I recall that story. Cujo was just. He was just. Just blacked
this
out.
This book was done. I don't know how it happened. Fucking.
I write like 5 pages of words every day and just kind of.
It was one of those things. Stephen King has a lot of really good autobiographies that I've read.
Yes.
That was one of the biggest reasons he quit drugs, was because he was like, I legitimately cannot remember writing this book. I was losing myself completely. Which, fair.
Josh was cool. I think I
like
Josh Poetic Scalus.
I like the art.
Well, I want to say a little bit about Genova. I think Genova is a very good card. She's not a standard card, really, because unfortunately that Aristocrats deck just isn't manifesting, really.
Mm-hmm.
She might become relevant in the future years, but she's kind of a bit too value-oriented, very greedy card.
She's
great in Commander.
I wouldn't be surprised if like with both mutant and alien effect. Like, I don't think we're fully on the previews with the next set, but if the sci-fi set doesn't have some more weird aliens and mutants, which maybe could have some synergy, we'll see.
They definitely have. I don't know if they have had official aliens yet, actually, because I think it's because everything's an alien. They're doing them more by like the species they resemble. Like the jellyfish aliens get jellyfish. The insect aliens get insect, because like everything would technically be an alien.
That's fair, but then still there's maybe some room. We'll screw that out.
For robots, though. But anyway, regardless,
there's a shrimp who fries rice.
Yes, no, he's hilarious. You make your fried rice. I really need the punctuation on that sentence to know how threatened I feel by that sentence. Anyway, but yeah, no, I think she's good in Commander. She's pretty much in the middle of a pack in terms of commanders for the set, which makes sense because as cool as she is, there are a lot of Golgari Aristocrats commanders. I've built like half of them. But now we can get a card I am building as a commander. Yes.
Joshua, Phoenix is dominant. Human Noble Wizard. Red-white, all of that very correct. He's a 3/4. He says when Joshua enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. So pretty simple cycle effect.
Yeah.
And then
no.
You can spend some mana.
Put his backside
to
up
exile
too.
him and do that. And yes, let's show a Phoenix.
Because I would argue, and this is my personal opinion, I think he is the best of the 4 dominants in terms of just interesting abilities.
So, Saga enters, do it, and then it's that. 1 and 2, Rising Flames. Phoenix deals 2 damage to each opponent. This inherently, again, we've been doing this so long that I'm like, inherently that is ability that's better in Commander where you have more opponents. And then final ability, 3 ability is Flames of Rebirth. Return any number of target creature cards with a total value of mana of 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Exile the Phoenix, then return it to your battlefield face up, so it flips back to Joshua. Also, it is a 4/4 Saga Phoenix with flying and lifelink, which is pretty good.
So obviously this synergizes with him because he is filling with his ability. You're filling your own graveyard.
Yep.
He's just kind of like. Well, to be fair, Zed, there's not that many aliens in the game. Most of them are from the Doctor Who set. But Joshua, he synergizes with himself. He fills his graveyard with his enter ability. Generally, I prefer building these dominants around their front side, just because it's easier to, guarantee you'll have the front side.
Well, yeah, especially in Commander, because you'll start that way.
So, to me, he reads as a Blink Commander, which is not that common in Boros, which I enjoy immensely. Boros is red-white, by the way. Sorry. I forget people don't inherently know this.
I figured it
I've
out.
played Magic too long, man. But yeah, no, I really like him. He's not a super pushed card like Sephiroth is, but I just think he's neat. He's good. He makes me want to play 16, and if it was a cheaper game, I probably would have bought it.
Gotta wait for the right sale then.
Yeah, probably in a year or 2. I bought 15 for context because it's it was on sale for $10.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll reach that point with maybe not $10 in only a couple of years because it was
he goes great in Mardu, but I do think he is interesting enough to make his own commander. Because you can assert that entrance ability, and it's just 2 card searches. You can funnel. I do think he can stand on his own as a commander. Honestly, better than his brother can, which is.
I should clarify. I should also say I forgot to bring it up, and I don't think we've explicitly mentioned it. But Flames of Rebirth says that you exile Phoenix, then return it face up. Joshua's ability triggers every time he enters. So when you do a full Phoenix cycle,
like one fun thing to do, because red is kind of the color for this, is you can make temporary copies, and yeah, he is a legendary, but the enter ability will still trigger. So you'll have the copy enter, have his draw 2, discard 2 trigger, and then sacrifice the copy. But no, he's just fun, different. The other thing is he's very different than a lot of color commanders in his color. Like Boros is very much the artifact equipment, like army of dudes kind of style, where Joshua honestly feels kind of blue. So I kind of like him because of that.
Honestly, without getting into it too much, because you've already said you're playing and playing, and I want more people to play 16. It is actually like a really good game. Once you get over, I feel like kind of like the video game internet bullshit of like, it's not turn-based. The action is very, very good.
Yeah, because turn-based games don't sell in 2025. Sorry, they just don't.
I mean, they do though. Actually, Clair Obscur was a big winner there, and there've been a couple of other ones, but they don't sell for no reason. You also have to have a really good game shell built around it, and I think that
also Clair Obscur is only technically a turn-based game.
It's a fast-paced game.
Yeah, yes, it's true. It is a game with a more traditional turn-based starting format, but I've talked about this. It is a much more proactive game to keep you interested.
It's the same thing with Baldur's Gate. Like, it's like, yes, those are technically turn-based game shells, but
it's a little different.
Baldur's Gate's more a CRPG, but yeah.
But I mean, and we'll there are several truly turn-based games that come out that are of more middling niche support. So we'll see. A lot of people. Genuinely, I think the reason why Square's games sell less lately is they got a little too much money from Sony, and they got a little too into the exclusivity tank, and that's just the budget of AAA games is just so much that that's not a good way to make back your money this side of the exclusivity agreement. As evidenced by like all the bullshit that Xbox is going through and trimming almost all of their studios these days, is they just don't
Sony
make
has finally figured it out of like, yeah, no, we need to stop doing this.
Yeah, they still have exclusivity, but it's usually like much shorter windows, and straight up they are allowing like these contracts to expire. Fucking Helldivers 2, which is technically a first party game, it's a PlayStation Studios game, is coming to Xbox in like August. So like,
Bloodborne on PC soon?
Maybe, like I said, I think that'll.
I bet.
Actually, you're not.
I do find it fun.
You I don't know how much you actually listen to Let's Talk FGO all the way through, Dallas, these days. This is a conversation Lucky and I have a lot, but you might not have heard. I think Bloodborne just hasn't had a sequel or a port or a remaster, just because Sony is actually usually pretty hands-off with their devs, and so they would want FromSoft's input on it, and I think FromSoft is very busy with lots of projects these days, because they're quite decently sized.
I just also think that some of the code's just gone, or they're deleting the code and it's not recoverable.
I mean, they may have, FromSoft may have lost the source code. That does happen sometimes, but it was a pretty recent game, and like,
because I just thought about,
if they lost the code, they should
destroying the code.
Even if they have the code, they should theoretically have the assets still, like the models and stuff.
Yeah, you can still.
Well, and also the game still, they still have the PS4 is not as complex as the PS5, so you still have the base game. You could, by now it's been enough years, they could have handed the PS4 like packaged version of the game and had somebody like rip that apart and rebuild the code base from the ground up. And I don't think they've done that because they're out there. Axis mentioned Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, Square has said that they lost the source code for Final Fantasy Tactics. That was the 90s though, and like,
I think
game companies were not as focused on preservation as they are now.
Would that have been lost in the same fire they lost Kingdom Hearts 1 in?
Maybe. It may have been, straight up destroyed with their backups. Nowadays, with like the way clouds and shit works, is you can very easily have like a nebulous backup in a cloud service. You can have a hard copy and, all that other stuff. But it 20, 30 years ago, it was not as complex. But yeah, no. Sorry, I got off on the fuse about 16. No, go ahead.
Regardless, I also find it intent. One last thing about Joshua, and then we can.
Well, yeah, I was going to circle back to that, actually. I was going to let Kristoff finish what he was going to say about backing up.
Okay, so for backups, again, we're more prepared nowadays. If there's multiple levels of redundancy, hell, they even put a lot of database stuff on an ancient digital tape because that stores well.
Yeah, high-def magnetic tapes store for a really long time, and you can store a lot of shit that way.
It takes forever to get them back, like from there, but they don't die as long as there's no disaster. So you could just put them in various places.
But to cycle back to the thematics, I think it's interesting, but makes a lot of sense. To talk about, like, Dallas, you described earlier Joshua as a blue card, but he's red and white. I really do think that fits his role in the story.
He's white-red.
Without getting into too much, Final Fantasy 16 is a game that takes place over several points. Joshua is Clive's younger brother. He's Phoenix's dominant, so he's next in line for the throne. Some stuff happens. They, like, split apart and stuff. When Joshua re-enters the story, he is a mysterious hooded benefactor to Clive who is unraveling the mysteries of the universe. Clive doesn't know this for a long time. I don't think the audience is supposed to not know this because it's super fucking obvious it's Joshua. But, like, that kind of, from what I understand about how Blue works, that kind of makes sense because he is actually more of a, like, behind-the-scenes, intellectual, unraveling secrets kind of guy. It just so happens that his power base, the icon Phoenix, is the power of fire and rebirth and stuff. So him being, like, red-white, like, fits his power source very well.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, his card fits very much like a red thing. It's also very cute. I do think that he synergizes extremely well with Clive.
Yeah, the brothers have some serious
power.
power.
I would put Clive in the deck.
What was Clive pure? Was mono red? I think
Clive is mono red. Yeah.
So hypothetically, I don't know if the combo is good, but hypothetically, you could run a deck where Joshua is your commander, and you could play both Clive and Dion. I think Dion was mono white.
Dion doesn't fit really much, but Clive. To look up EDH Rec. I don't always do this because I am a deck building nerd, so I like doing my own stuff. But he is in 58% of Joshua decks.
That's great to see the synergy. And it's also funny to me. I think you said 4 dominance. That's because there's supposed to be 8 icons, and I'm like, man, they really could have gone a lot more ham on this. I probably had a lot more cool
There's
decks.
more in this. There's more in the. We'll talk about them actually, because there's one of the things I wanted to bring up in the Through the Ages stuff. There's more in there.
Do they have the side flipping stuff?
No.
No, but they have a very cute ability though. That they all
because
share.
I've seen the alt art, the Through the Ages reprint for Benedicta, Garuda's dominant.
I pulled Barnabas.
But let us move on to another fun one. Judge Magister Gabranth. The Jays are pretty stacked, chat.
Darth Vader. I mean,
yeah, basically.
Gabranth.
I mean, Gabranth plays the Darth Vader role.
Vader.
He's a lot more morally complex than Vader usually is. Say what you will.
Vader's kind of morally complex. At least
Vader becomes morally complex in the last 30 minutes of his screen time.
That's true.
Anakin Skywalker's plot arc is a character who starts super good. He's the Force Jesus, the second coming of Christ. He's great.
For no fucking reason.
Don't worry, Dallas. They fix that in Clone Wars. They put him through a war arc, which makes him more morally complex and kind of gray. And then he does a really, really deep dive into dark. And for 20 years straight, he is the baddest motherfucker in the world. And then he realizes that, oh, shit, I didn't have to be this evil. My fucking son was alive the whole time. I could have been doing so much more with my time. And then he throws his old boss down a well.
Yeah, and then it doesn't kill him because J.J. Abrams is a hack.
Well, they cloned him, so he did die, but he came back. But JJ is a hack because that's literally stolen from Dark Empire.
So much. I'm sorry. Rise of Skywalker is my second least favorite Star Wars film.
That's fair. I've said this before.
By Attack of the Clones. Only Attack of the Clones.
I had a good time watching Rise of Skywalker, but I was able to do the fandom thing where I just fucking zoned out, and I was just yeah, the cinematography and the action is cool. This movie is fucking stupid, but I don't care because we're past that point.
I didn't start hating Rise of Skywalker as much as I did until I walked out of the theater and went, wait, this is stupid.
Yeah, it's not a good
Oh,
movie.
none of this
it's,
makes sense.
It's just a thing of like they should have just committed.
But anyway,
the we don't need to relitigate Star Wars, but the sequel trilogy was super mismanaged, and I think Disney has realized that, and they're stuck with it. Anyway, Gabranth. He is white-black, works perfectly. He is a human advisor knight. He's just 2 mana white-black. He's a 2/2. He has menace, so he can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures, and then whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, you put a 1/1 counter on Gabranth.
So would this go in the Aristocrats deck?
No, this wouldn't. I really hate this too because I really like Gabranth as a character.
I had a question actually.
This card is bad, and I'll show you why it's bad.
What
remember
card
that
are
we talked about last week about like it's not quite as bad as that one.
I mean, it's a 2/2 for 2.
Like, because in limited, this card is good. But hold on, let me.
Okay,
Omega,
so-
when does he
sometimes.
say? When does he say his flavor text line? In the game?
Probably in the final dungeon of the game, but maybe at the top of the Pharaohs.
He's saying this to Ash, right?
It's Asher Vaughn. He's trying to get somebody to use magic nukes.
So while this isn't the same effect, this card existing
might be at the top
really
of the Pharaohs of
hurts,
Ritterana.
his stock. Bartolomeo de Presidio.
From the
Image.
Assassin's Creed set?
No, from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. This is the Vampire Conquistador.
Yeah, that's right. Because all the conquistadors turn into vampires, or are they already vampires?
So
Okay,
let's
so
see.
this
He's a
one-
Vampire
this one-
Knight. He is white-black, same cost for a
He's
2/1.
got one left, but isn't a menace? But I guess.
But
it is,
this
like,
lets you actively
do it on command.
sacrifice another creature to
Yeah,
put a
no,
1/1 counter on him.
That's the thing. Because Gabranth is very passive, he is just kind of like he is decent, but there's so many cards with this effect that
Like,
no,
I need something
I
else.
more understand the context behind why Gramp is the way he is because it makes more sense of being he gets stronger the more of his army you fucking kill.
No, that's true,
no.
but he is such a. Good.
No, but you go, Dallas. You were explaining it.
He's such a mundane effect, unfortunately. Like he's an uncommon, and this is one of those uncommons that really shows that it's an uncommon. It's just such a mundane effect. Like it just is not worth being.
It makes
a legendary.
sense. The problem is that, like you said, him being a legendary is like they did a decent job of a context here, making him menace. Like he is kind of a big deal in the backstory, and like is a serious combatant. You do get to fight him a couple of times in the game, and he does the old getaway trick. And being creature or artifact can be stronger. It gives him synergy with more cards, but the idea is that. So to explain it a little more, talking about that, Axe said like it's not about the army. The Final Fantasy XII does not really engage with the fact that you have to kill a shitload of Imperial guys to do anything.
Or these robots.
They don't use robots.
Oh, they use people.
They have some machines, like some like
Yeah, they have mech armor, but
airships?
there are people in there.
But yeah, they're piloted by humans. Like there are vehicles. The artifact thing has more to do with like I said, we saw already Fate of the Suncrist way earlier. I'm pretty sure he says this line at the top of the Pharaohs. Gabranth basically exists to give Vayne Solidor a cutout man. He does the evil twin switch so he can kill the King of Dalmasca and completely fuck up the peace treaty because Vayne wants to take over Dalmasca so he can continue he wants to seize their ancient relics, which are the magic nukes. So, like, Gabranth's ploy here, like when he says the flavor text, is he's trying to encourage the player characters to wield, the Sword of Kings and stop him by carving off a piece of the Suncrist and making a new Nethicite, because part of the bad guy's plan is they want to enforce a conflict where these weapons of mass destruction are used.
And in your opinion, what would have been a better effect for Gabranth?
I mean, it's the problem. I think this effect is fine for Gabranth. The problem is that
he just needs to be a commander or even useful in a commander deck. He just needs some more oomph. Like
honestly,
give him lifelink, maybe give him
honestly, if they just
something,
made him even if they dropped the menace, if they just made it so that he even if it's only a creature, not an artifact, if he just had the proactive ability of that vampire guy at a 2/2, that would probably be fine. And would make sense because Gabranth does do some proactive things. This is just, I'm reading this card and I'm thinking, this is just a little too passive. It works as part of an engine that does this thing of, like, removing creatures or artifacts, but he's not enough to be a centerpiece, and I don't know why in general formats you would, like, grab more.
One of those in the set should have had goad as a keyword. They should have had done goad.
I agree entirely.
Because I feel like some villains that just like provoke.
There's no goad, I believe, in the
not in the main set. I think you're right. I think it's only Eye of Nidhogg.
Yeah, it's in Commander. There's some stuff that I really like about Gabranth. I love the art. His alt art is great too. Wait, did you bring up his alt art? Or does
he doesn't have alt art. He doesn't have
alt art.
I'm
thinking of someone else. Hold on.
Probably.
You are, because it's names, Dallas. They're names.
Well, yeah, but also Axe, guess what? The alt arts have a different set number than the normal art.
He does not. He has a full art.
Oh, he has a full art, right? Okay, never mind.
I like.
But yeah,
he has a very unique play style in Dissidia that's kind of funky.
Yeah, I love him in Dissidia.
You can see it right here. His weapon is really weird because he's got, like... This makes it look like he has a gun in there, and I don't remember. He might have a gun in there, but that's not the point. The main point is he's got two swords that sometimes he sticks together like a staff. And also, they have, like, scales on them.
He is a Dark Souls boss.
Well, and he, I think, has probably one of the, like, most simplistic but coolest judge armors. None of the other judges made an appearance in this game, but most of their helmets are much stupider than Gabranth's.
Yes.
I don't remember. I think is it
like.
I
think Gabranth looks the most Garlean, technically.
Yeah, probably the most influence. Also looks the most like Garland from FF1 as well, with the horns.
Just Garland, yeah.
But like, there's one guy that like I think it's like Judge Drace has a fairly realistic helmet because it's like super high, but also it comes with like a super high collar, metal collar behind the helmet, and it just looks so weird. The only other judge who looks relatively normal is the one woman judge who unfortunately dies. She's the one who has a conscience. And so decides that she can't stand by Vayne, and so Gabranth kills her because he is the ultimate yes man.
No, he is his. I would say he is morally a villain. I would argue he is unequivocally a villain.
Giving him white as just like a grunt. I think making him white-black works because Gabranth thinks he's doing good. Like, he thinks that he's gonna make a better world by backing Vayne, and then kind of the moral of the story of, like... Also, Gabranth is the bodyguard for Vayne's younger brother, Larsa, who is, like, actually a good guy. Like, he's a kid, but he's, like, actually, like, got noblesse oblige and shit, and is like, well, actually, we should be working with everybody to make our world better.
The dumbest.
But, like, Gabranth is trying to build a better future, but he's too in bed with Vayne, which also Vayne is technically trying to do a better future, but he's trying to do a better future through, like I said, weapons of mass destruction. He's going to blow up everybody, including the gods, until he gets his way.
Yeah, no, Vayne is like, he's not the most evil Final Fantasy villain, but that's because some of the Final Fantasy villains are just, like, literally the worst people.
I do believe we literally did have this conversation last week, where, like, the villains of 12 are, like, not that bad because they just want to, they want to do a little casual genocide and wage a little total war until the world is a better place. Yeah. But this is the Kefka.
Palazzo.
Specifically, this is Kefka Court Mage, and then he flips into Big Kefka. Also, by the way, very interesting. It makes sense, though, because Sephiroth is the guy that flips, but we've talked about this before. Applies to both Jenova and Gabranth, where, like, a lot of the Final Fantasy bosses that are modeled in in MTG have a flip side because that's like an iconic Final Fantasy thing that the boss transforms.
Yeah. Although technically Kefka never transforms. In a way you would associate with him.
Yeah, he just became the god of ruin.
Well, it's like one boss fight is human Kefka, and a different boss fight is this Kefka. His sexy Kefka.
He doesn't actually
It's more of
transform.
It's more just Kefka gave himself wings and then like took his shirt off.
No, he's also bigger and buffer and stuff.
Yeah, he is very bigger.
You've played this raid, you know. Yeah. So regular Kefka, and I'll grab the.
I'm assuming the raid made him smaller than he normally is.
Yeah, I think the normal version.
The size everyone involved.
The normal version, he's like Dark Souls tall, and then in the Savage version, they actually do the thing where like we crawl up the pillar of the triad and like we turn into big ass Kefka.
We do the fucking alligator. We do the fucking divine comedy climb.
Can you put the mono art on though? Because
yeah,
it's
that on last.
So
yeah. But anyway, Kefka, court mage. He is 2 blue, black, red, Gurxis.
You'll probably
which is perfect for him.
For a second, chat, because we're gonna be. I got to collage 4 images.
When Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Then you will draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. For reference, card type is artifact, instant, sorcery, enchantment, creature, land. Pretty sure I listed all the card types. I might have missed some obscure one. And then you can pay 8 mana. Each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka. Only activate this as a sorcery. And he transforms into Kefka, Ruler of Ruin. Flying. Whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. So. This card is absurd, I should say. In both Limited and Commander. And I have a feeling this is one of those cards that is going to be good in Standard eventually when it slows down. Because this is essentially enter, discard 2, discard 1, draw 2 in a 60 card format. With potentially enter, discard 1, draw 4 in Commander. In Commander, this card is insane. I'll just preface that. In Commander, this card is absolutely ridiculous. Probably the strongest commander in the set, other than maybe Vivi, I would say. Just a nuts card. I honestly think his backside is kind of a trap.
I mean, I'm looking at him. I can see that it's a good concept, but definitely like I don't know. I feel like you do that like at the end when you have 8 free mana to pay, and then you're just like, hey, I'm flying now. I'm gonna kill you. You don't have a lot of life left.
Yeah, but Zed, if you build around Kefka, you can't. It's not the same way you build around Vivi. If you build around Vivi, that card is insane. Like I built around Kefka in a very specific way. Same with Vivi. I would build around in a very specific way. But no, this card has amazing art done by Yoshitaka Amano. It's still like $30.
Yeah, with the Amano art's pretty good. But also, no, definitely. I feel like for comparison to like why I think, and most of us agree that Gabranth was kind of a like mid card. Kefka has very good sense of like proactive ability because it's not only when he enters, it's also when he attacks. You do the each discards you draw, so he does the cycling effect that you're looking forward, and you know, presumably you're drawing back up, you know, unless your opponent discards the exact same thing as you, and obviously in Commander you draw more, and it works when he is, as we said, entering or attacking. I think honestly the main thing is just that unlike a lot of, or rather unlike say Joshua, Kefka and like a lot of the other final bosses don't really change back when you flip them. So there's no way to get back to the side that God draws advantage. It's just
I think the problem with Kefka, it with his backside at least, is just it's a lot of investment to get to that. Even in Commander, where you have lots of mana, like there are other things you could be doing that are better. But his front side is so strong, it does not matter.
The back to the side I would like for maybe also 5 mana, but for a different reason.
The backside is like really fun to do once in a while. I did almost kill myself with it in pre-release because I drew 18 cards. So yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
But no, he's a fun card. But no, it's just a strong ass ability. Yeah, no, I could see him being good in standard if it slows down, genuinely. Because just enter, draw, discard 1, draw 2, potentially again next turn if it survives.
Well, and we've talked about this. Hand ripping isn't as bad in Magic, but it is still they have to discard a card, so like depending on the game state, that can be very annoying, especially because it's like every single time, you can you can do it multiple turns basically because it's also on attack.
No, he's very strong, and he is one of my picks, similar to Tifa, of like cards that will be good in standard eventually.
And I do agree with
I'm investing in Kefka coin as well.
Some people in chat saying,
although I think that one's gonna give me a virus. Yeah. Honestly, Kefka is kind of his own thing. Oh, let's talk about another wizardy boy.
Let's go to the other wizard commander.
Yes.
The one that's much more traditionally a tribal commander. Uja.
But moving down from one game to the next for another big boy, and then the flip side is Trance Kuja, Fate Defied. Kuja very interestingly gets super glammed up when flipping.
That's what he
dude, have you seen his flip alt art?
Not yet.
Sick.
Oh, no, I got it. Yeah, no. There's a joke. There's a reason the fucking meme from Final Fantasy IX is basically stupid, sexy Kuja.
Well, also I think it's very funny because like Kuja's always had this character design. It's just that like because 9 is very stylized in the 3D models, being a late PS1 game. I don't know if many people realized this about Kuja until later, like crossover games and stuff.
No, if you read any dialogue with him, he is very camp. Like, I don't think you can misconstrue the like weird pseudo flirting dialogue he has.
He is a mutant wizard.
There's also just his like signature music, really. It's like very.
There's that. I think that intro scene in the rain when he's just walking by everyone that always sticks with people.
Yeah.
So Kuja's form, 2 of any, and then black red, which I believe black red was billed as Black Mage aggro in the like draft themes. So there you go. Think about that one, chat. He's a human mutant wizard. At the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This token deals 1 damage to your opponent. If you control 4 or more wizards, you transform Kuja, and Kuja goes from being a 3/4 for 4 to a 4/6 with the ability Flame Star. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or a player, it deals double damage instead.
Yep. He is very good for his stuff. It's kind of funny. I'm very much more down on him than some people are in Commander, because the problem is wizards don't generally like attacking. You like doing weird shit as wizards. Wizards as a tribe I can best describe as being a Rube Goldberg deck.
But obviously,
they put a lot
I want to
of
say
creatures on the board and make them do stuff.
For this context, there are quite a few cards, probably not enough to carry an entire commander deck, but there's a decent skeleton of a deck, which is just black wizard tokens or other effects, which are, when you cast a non-creature spell, they deal 1 damage.
Yeah.
Like,
people,
that I think
he's
is what
decent.
Kuja is supposed to be
He's
for.
decent enough, but the problem
I think the thing is just, like, using him as a commander is just, like, do you have 99 other wizard cards that do this thing?
And there are some.
And you might be able
like
to
I
make
said,
it work.
it's
I bet people are gonna try.
It's not a bad card. Unfortunately, the card that he synergizes the most with is not a wizard. If Gutter Snipe was a wizard, he would be a lot better of a card, but Gutter Snipe isn't a wizard, it's a shaman. Gutter Snipe reads, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, deal 2 damage to each opponent. But sadly, shaman, not a wizard. Like I said, there are ways to build him. He's a very popular commander. I just kind of found him lacking personally.
Well, yeah, that's we'll see.
I'm also a veteran deck builder in terms
the
of commander,
so well, I guess we'll see how people feel.
It
know,
takes
a
a
few
little
months down
more
the
to
line,
get
but
my
it's the
brain
kind of,
like.
It's the kind of thing that like instantly I read this and I go, yes, this is the
Like you said,
wizard commander.
Yes, like you said, this is a very basic effect.
Yeah, I kind of put him in the same category as Cloud, Commander Cloud, of like, yeah, this does not spark joy. This is just kind of boring. Rakdos Burn, I've seen it a million times. Like,
but obviously,
something
speaking
interesting.
about, by the way, a set that's really good at sucking in new people and introducing them to concept. If you've never played Magic the Gathering before, but you really like Kuja, which, look at this art, some people really like Kuja.
Dude, no, this art has me.
This works
simping.
as a great way to like be like, oh, it's a pretty basic effect, but you can pick this up and instantly be like, oh, I understand what I want to do with a Kuja deck.
Also, in limited, your black-red deck lives and dies by Kuja.
I would expect
that
so.
Important of a card. Like, the win rates for black-red with Kuja and without Kuja are like 6% different, which is huge.
That is
for limited
notable
win
in
rates.
in statisticals, yeah.
Like, it's like if you get Kuja, the deck is great. If you don't get Kuja, the deck is mid as hell. So basically, if you open him in their first pack for drafting, try it.
No, yeah, I think that would be it. It's like this is a card that if you open early, you're like, okay, so this is my thing now. I'm building black red. Yeah. We're doing black red.
Unfortunately, I did open him last week. I unfortunately opened him like pack 3, so I couldn't. But I also I got dumpstered last week, but I made a shit ton of money. Like I got my ass kicked, but I made $80.
Good pulls in the marketplace of ideas.
I got a shiny chocobo.
Ooh, nice. All right, so
not like
I'm
one of
going
the
to pull up.
Not one of the insane printings. It was only worth like $80.
I'm gonna pull up Lightning here, Army of One.
The insane printing ones are only in the collector's packs.
Collector boosters, yeah. No, this was from a play pack.
I do believe that Army of One is like either a subtitle they gave her in Dissidia or like the name of one of her leitmotifs. It's an epithet they give her recurringly.
I think it's from 13 because she is. I think they called her a one-woman army in 13, but yeah, Army of One sounds better, so I think they might have switched it to that.
Oh, that's a little cut off. Let's scooch these down the line and then.
I really like the second old art more. Maybe that's just me. The Koi Nishino one. I really like that pose. Honestly, though, all the arts are kind of good.
All right, but I have pulled up Lightning. We're now going to mute for a second and step away, but I will leave these boys to talk about it.
Yeah.
So
Lightning, Army of One. One colorless, one red, one white. She has Boros. First strike, trample, lifelink. Stagger. Whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player, until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or a permanent that player controls, it deals double damage instead.
Puts a mark on a character, I guess.
God, this card is dumb.
This
Feels
is
like it would be.
very expensive.
Yeah, no, it's one of the better cards in Standard right now for Final Fantasy.
It's weird that
I
they
could
made
see
some
this-
of the more least liked characters like some of the strongest.
Lightning is very liked in Japan, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, again, 13 is a very divisive game. You either like it or you'd hate it. Very few people are in
Yeah.
between.
Yeah. And also, Lightning is not the reason people hated 13.
Yeah.
Like, I remember the reasons cited, and she is always like, oh, Lightning was fine. Even for people that hate 14.
13.
Or
It
13.
depends. I've heard people who don't like a few people who don't like Lightning. I like being hurt. It goes in that category of maybe tried a bit too hard for some people. When I hear them talk about it, I kind of
She's
feel like
no more than Cloud.
that's yes, I agreed. But like when I hear people say that, I'm like, you sound like a 90s mom thinking that Pokemon's satanic.
Yeah,
do
so
think,
I mean,
she
I want to
is
say this. I came
basically
back, but I had ears on at all times. So I think it says a lot about Final Fantasy 13 that it was pretty like contentious. I should double check like what its Metacritic was like how it was like reviewed at the time. I think it was a little more mixed, but also Final Fantasy games are weird sometimes in the press.
But it was also in the era where reviews were starting to be on more accessible online, and a lot of people would who saw a positive review would criticize the reviewer as being a sellout.
Yeah, it has
Yeah,
a
it's true.
6.3 user and a 883 critic, so
That's pretty good, but I mean, it was their first like HD one, and like I talked about this before. 12 got a lot of flack both from audience and critics for being a departure because we are literally doomed to this cycle forever. It has happened for every Final Fantasy game forever. So like 13 was billed as a big return to form. It was their first HD game, etc. Literally, they billed Lightning as, oh well, we tried to design kind of like a female equivalent of Cloud Strife character, and so that was like in the mid 2000s, mid aughts when 13 was coming out and when press was starting, Cloud stonks were very high. Chat. That was the Advent Children, Kingdom Hearts
which is
era.
funny because I personally think Lightning and Cloud are almost identical characters. Personally.
Even to the ego death.
Like, they have a lot of similarity. Like, they're very clearly trying to milk the Cloud trend with Lightning. That is not, in my opinion, up for debate.
I think, and there's little to debate about. They said it. What I'm gonna say, I think, is that like I think Lightning is more about the public perception of Cloud. I think she's got some of Cloud's depth to her, but as a character, I feel like she was presented, from what I remember of 13 anyway, as being a little closer to the actual like mature and cool. Whereas like, again, you play the remake games and you're like, Cloud is really projecting that he's mature and cool. He's still like 20 years old.
She gives Jotaro more than anything.
That definitely works. Yes,
he's just projecting though. Is
I mean, Jotaro projects his cool so hard that he stops his own heart, though. Like, Jotaro may be projecting, but he is...
most, like, I'm sorry. Like, yes, he is a nerd, technically, but that does not stop him from being the most try-hard cool guy ever.
Like, that is the thing, is, like Jotaro is trying hard.
But Jotaro's not trying hard to be cool.
No, he is.
He just is. That's what
I do think Jotaro has some try-hard behaviors. The thing is that, like, Jotaro is the rare case where, like, you might feel like he's trying a little too hard. God knows there were many incidents in Stardust Crusaders with him trying to come up with one-liners.
Trying too hard to do everything.
Like, there was definitely some scenes where he was trying way too hard to come up with one-liners that didn't work, but that was the joke. But, like, the thing is that Jotaro actually pays it off. He actually is that cool. He is that much of a stone-cold motherfucker that he stops his own heart to dupe Dio and shit like that. Like, he has the actual, like, cachet to back it up.
He's a marine biology nerd, but that doesn't mean he's like he's not like.
We also
like,
almost never see that on screen.
I'll say this: I've been reading One Piece recently,
Can we not go there?
No, I'm gonna say this. Please do not cut me off.
I have to leave in 30 minutes.
Well, do you have a card you want to get to after Lightning, or like, is there a reason why we're stopping down this discussion? Like, because I wanted to say earlier, I want to finish a thought because everybody gets in my way when I want to finish my thoughts. So we talking earlier, I was gonna say I believe there's a reason that despite all the confliction and strife around Final Fantasy 13, there's a reason why Lightning stayed the lead character, and we build one of the games as Lightning Returns. Like, she was enough of a character to keep carrying their further attempts to work with that series and that game and that universe. So like it as Dallas said while I was away, Lightning is usually not the part of Final Fantasy 13 that people object to, and if they are objecting to her, they're probably rejecting the entire premise of 13. Like, 13 is just not the game for them.
Or they hate women. Don't forget they're also
that is also an unfortunate. There is also that is an unfortunate.
There's also the
qualifier,
subset of people who don't like Cloud,
Because
so that would
remember,
help them.
do remember, Final Fantasy 13 released in a peak Gamergate era.
True, but so we talked about this. I think she's got she's a 3/2 with some very good keywords.
She's insane
for her cost, like very aggressively costed. And I do believe, God, it's been so long since I played 13. I think it's on sale on Steam now if you really want to grab the PC port, though I've heard it's
if
buggy.
You're talking about across all formats, I think she's technically better than Kefka, because she is seeing play in Standard now. She's not waiting.
That's pretty good.
But
I do believe this. I
think
think 13 was one of the first games that FF Team did that has a stagger-like mechanic.
Yeah.
Like, you can switch stances and stagger people.
Because she's just like direct damage, small, fast, hit you in the face, aggro. Like,
well, like I said, she's like
win,
super
win.
aggressively costed, and
she's so
like
aggro.
the other red-white card, like if you're drafting her, obviously you want to pick her because she's a good card, but like the other red-white stuff in this set is like, artifact support, buffing, getting little guys and stuff like that. So like, setting it up with like other cards is not going to be bad. Like,
if you equip her with even like a skull clamp or something that's like gives her +1, she's ridiculous. Or sorry, skull clamp with +2, -1. So like just equipping her a little bit, like just because she has first strike, trample, and lifelink, it's such a strong.
Yeah,
she's so strong, like genuinely one of the stronger cards.
This, I feel like, is a case where kind of similar to some of the other stuff we've talked about, where, like, obviously I think they want to, there is some draft chaff, there is some filler cards. Generally, they want iconic cards to be good, but I think we've talked about this where, like, it kind of feels like some of the cases where, like, the Cloud Strife Commander, Kuja, some of the other Commander cards, and some of the other, like, super accessible stuff are, like, very basic. This was just, like... what does Lightning do? I don't know. She kills stuff real good. Okay, there we go.
I would say this is also very basic. But it's very strong.
It's basic, but in a very aggressive manner.
Color.
Yes.
Yeah.
This
Boros is
like
the
very,
aggro. That's what I was saying. Like, Joshua's a little bit weird for red-white. This is red-white at what it does.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is that, like, you could, if you're building Joshua's your commander, you should probably throw Lightning in there as well, because like if you did go to Phoenix, for instance, and you got Stagger, that would pop 4 damage at the start of turn.
The thing, well, I guess if you build around Phoenix side, probably, but I'm building Joshua more around Joshua's side.
So that's fair. If you're doing is purely
repeated entering, like flicker effects, stuff like that.
Yeah. But no, like this reads as a very, very strong
Lightning
card.
is very strong. Also, I don't want to pay $13 or $17, however expensive. She's expensive.
That also is probably true, yes. Because again, you said that she's already started seeing success in.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't mean anything. There are plenty of mythics that are like $3. Shout out to Adamantoise or Absolute Virtue. But she is one of the more expensive cards.
He is a good mythic.
Reasons, mostly. Yes. But she's a good mythic in Standard more than anything.
And let's keep on keeping on.
Speaking of good, wait, is this another good method? Oh no, this is
No.
my boy, my homie.
I like this one.
Lock
I've not played 6
Cole.
and I like this one.
Whoa!
great.
Luck Cole from 6. He's three mana,
Yeah,
colorless,
rogue with the
Blue
heart
black.
of gold.
rogue.
He's a
2/3,
actually
death touch and lifelink.
he'd prefer you call him a treasure hunter.
And
I'm
whenever
not, no, I didn't. He's fine with being called rogue. It's you can't call him a thief. Never call him a thief.
and then whenever Lock deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, discard a card. So
Yes.
obviously this again is another one that seems very aggressively costed for its stuff. Obviously his power is a little lower, but I already see like the way this is supposed to work. The idea is because he has death touch, your opponent is supposed to feel bad about throwing blockers at him because they will die, which gives him
But
more
then because he
opportunities
has
to do his chip
lifelink-
damage with
Yeah,
lifelink,
because
and
he
then
has
you get to draw
lifelink,
one.
It's a
discard.
choice.
Yep.
Yeah, like once again, this is not the flashiest card. He's very basic. I would not build him as a commander. He's very generic.
I
There are other
put him
cards
as
that do more.
I'd put him in a Demir deck because he's just a solid Demir.
Oh yeah, no, he goes in like a Golbez, for example, like a deck that wants you to put stuff in your graveyard. He's great in those decks.
I
'Cause
stood
it's
up
like-
and took a lap for a second. I was going to
'cause
say
this
that
thing.
about this being a commander specifically, this doesn't feel like a good card to make a commander because there's no benefit to having access to him at all times. It's more that just he's a good card, but you don't need him. He's just part of your engine. He is part
He's
of
a
your
meat and
system for getting
potatoes
stuff
card.
set up.
I like the setup of him is that because when he deals combat damage, basically means when you don't block him, you cycle a card. Essentially,
Yeah.
you do classic blue-black cycling.
Yep.
It's just if you do, but if you do that, then he gets lifelink. But also if you don't, like, I mean, it's just otherwise, it's like if you're also playing blue,
he's a-
probably your opponent, you're gonna have probably a way to get rid of all the things that will kill him in a, if you block not through unless they like pile
He is
unless they
not
do,
a-
like multiple blockers
yeah.
at once.
Like I'm not planning on putting him in or building him as a commander, but he will probably go in quite a few commander decks.
Solid.
I
Uh,
believe Locke is also the one that, when you max him out, can one-shot Kefka.
there are a couple people who can one-shot Kefka.
I mean,
but
Kefka's
yeah.
actually not that hard if you actually optimize characters.
I mean, he can be.
Fair,
Specifically because
I just compare it to like the Kaiser Dragon,
Well,
shit like that.
Kefka I would compare to Ganon from Tears of the Kingdom. Because you can go to Kefka way too early.
That's fair.
Generally, the
wanna fight you,
final
Jeff.
bosses of Final Fantasy games are usually not the sticking point, especially with long traditions of super bosses in later games. Like strictly speaking, beating Safer Sephiroth is way easier than beating
I would
Emerald or Ruby
actually say
weapon normally.
Kefka, in my personal opinion, I would say Kefka is one of the harder final bosses in Final Fantasy. And I do agree with what Omega just said, though, because most Final Fantasy final bosses are not very hard.
They're not.
But
They're not usually meant to be hard. They're meant to be a challenge if you're just crunching story.
Yeah.
But you have the ability to grind in most Final Fantasy games, so they're not. a huge
with
deal.
one exception, I would say, which is ironically we already talked about him, the Lord Master of Hell, because Final Fantasy is a game. You'll have that boss fight's a dick.
Let's talk about
That's the
Big
boss fight
Noctis.
without the blood weapon, right?
Yeah. Noctis, the last of the three
actually,
boys.
Dallas, Zed's question: are there any commanders that turn Death Touch to poison counters?
No, that's a mono green commander that does that.
It feels like a green black.
It is Finn the Fangbearer.
So,
Hey, yeah.
Noctis, Prince of
Right?
Lucius,
Yeah.
Knight, Prince of Light. 4 mana for he's white, blue, black. Dallas, let me know how in standard do you commonly play tricolors?
Okay,
Like I
so
think
to
you
use
can.
terminology, you can generally what people do is what's referred to as a splash, where you play two colors primarily, and then you play a few cards of that last color, usually splashing for either a tricolor card that's very good, or a certain like card from another color that you can't not play. Generally, there are a lot of decks that do that. Tricolor is playable because there are tricolor sets. The last set before Final Fantasy was a tricolor set.
Okay.
So
I
it's
feel
not
like the way I've
undoable.
usually read the Final Fantasy cards so far is if you're a tricolor, you feel a little more like you're aiming for a commander because it is a little more mana intense. You got to do a little more thinky with your deck
Noctis
building.
is weird in that way because I would almost say he's like perfectly in between, where
So
they
he's a
like
4/3
want
with
him to be
lifelink,
good
and
in
he
standard,
says
but also maybe, or sorry,
you
they want him to
make
be good in commander, but maybe
Yeah.
standard.
so you may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their other
Yeah.
costs. I assume this is why he has black as one of his tricolor there for a graveyard setup.
Yes.
If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters with a finality counter on it, which I believe we've talked about previously. Finality counter is if this card leaves, it is exiled.
No. Yes. You can do some pretty nifty setups with this. I built Ranton Takaton, which, if you don't know, is the assassin from Assassin's Creed 3, who kind of had a similar deck where the goal is to mill your deck and bring artifact equipment back from the graveyard, who hit your
Pretty
opponent
good
in
old art.
face with. Yeah, I think he's pretty good for commander. Artifacts are at a weird place in standard, where artifacts are usually very slow. So this is not a great meta for them personally right now. So he is another card that is like, I would say less so than Kefka and Tifa. It's like maybe later. Right now is not your time, but you're in standard for 2 years, so maybe someday.
True. But yeah, it's an interesting one where like
I
this
like him
obviously like
personally,
saying
but-
about a commander is like, yeah, I don't have a lot to say about 15. I think his normal art, not his alt art, illustrates, even if you've not played 15, what he's supposed to be doing that gives him this ability to copy artifacts. Look at all those ghost swords and axes he's summoning.
The bone of my wrong show.
I mean, if Nomura hasn't seen Fate or maybe read the original Fate Stay Night as a visual novel, I would be a little shocked because that was early 2000s, you know.
If Noctis was in Fate, he'd have access to Gilgamesh's treasury.
Yeah, I think that tracks for what we're going for here. By the way, that's never gonna happen because that would require.
No, that could happen because Omega, I have looked this up. There are no likenesses attached to. There would be one servant that they couldn't do, but he's such a new servant that it wouldn't matter anyway, because technically the Challenger shuttle is copyrighted.
Voyager module.
Or Voyager,
Well,
sorry.
also they would use epithets. No. But I'm saying it wouldn't happen because that would probably require some unheard of level of connectivity between like Aniplex of America to get back to Type Moon. Because I'm pretty sure because I know Nasu has played D&D and other tabletop RPGs. And Magic is decently well known in Japan. I'm pretty sure Nasu and the other Type Moon writers know what Magic the Gathering is and probably have played it. I'm just thinking of like how the brand deal would work.
I would say this. I think maybe not for FGO, obviously, because that's a bit different. But I think Fate. I personally have Fate high up on my list of possible crossovers.
I mean, I think
the
the problem would be what set would you do? Would you do the original,
probably the original
visual novel?
Probably the original 3 visual novel. Well, no, they've got anime adaptations. So the 3, like Heaven's Feel.
Well, and
It's
Fate's
either the original
Remastered is on
or
Steam now, so
it's either the original or it's going to be Grand Order.
Yeah, those are the 2 I could see.
Grand Order would
Grand
give you a
Order would
shitload of
obviously-
characters, but the problem would be
Honestly,
having
Grand Order
non-servant
is
characters.
almost too many. The Grand Order is almost probably too many characters, which is why I think Fate Stay Night is more likely.
Yeah, I just think that
Yeah.
the original Fate Stay Night is kind of a small-scale story for like an entire Magic set. It could be a little weird. You could have some
Maybe
noble
one commander
phantasms be
deck?
artifacts, and
yeah,
obviously
sorry.
you could have
When I say I think they're going to do Universes Beyond, I'm more thinking of the similar to the 40K Doctor Who Fallout, like they do 4 commander decks, and that's it. No main sets. Like,
That,
don't
I think,
see
would
them
work
doing
a lot
full
better,
Final
because that would
Fantasy
be
crossover.
the way you would do that is you would pick 4 masters to be the commanders. So you'd have Shiro, Rin,
it'd be
Sakura.
Shiro, Rin, Sakura, and
Kirei.
Kirei. Or you could just do Gilgamesh. Just fuck it.
No, I think
characters
Kide
and
would be the
Gilgamesh.
Kide would be the guaranteed villain deck, because that you would just adjust the color combo, so that deck would include both Gilgamesh and Ku and Lancer.
Sakura would need to be a card that transforms.
You could probably put like Fate Zero characters in, honestly.
I also,
I think you'd
kind
put a couple, like
listen,
Shiro's
if you
deck
put
would probably have
Gilgamesh-
supporting characters like Issei and Taiga, etc.
I also think that if they do Gilgamesh, they should have an Enkidu card.
Well, it wouldn't make sense though if you're doing just Fate Stay Night. Because
I mean, fair, but Enkidu would be a cool partner for Gilgamesh.
Yeah,
Well,
for the
I
Grand Order
could
set.
see them maybe doing Grand Order if they kept it to like. If they
First
did
ever
it
singularity.
literally
Only
right now,
main
if
story
they did
characters.
it literally right now, like in the next year, and kept it to like, like the animes that are out, like Camelot, Babylonia,
other Part 1 characters, because they had cameos in the anime
like
as well.
4 different Part 1 singularities. I just
Fair,
don't
because
see
it's
them doing a
because-
full set.
I don't
Because
want
I-
to see.
God, I would think President Earth, President Earth
That would
Olga
that
be
would
a funny
that
commander.
that would be a case of, I mean, that would be funny. That would also break so many people. Like, this is why I think doing the original Fate Stay Night, especially now that the visual novel is officially released in English, that would be a lot easier to be like, to come up with a Shiro type deck, you know, with Saber as
It would
like
be
your
an
big
equipment
think
deck.
piece.
Spoiler.
Yeah,
And then like you have characters like Taiga, like Issei, like the other like classmates that Shiro hangs out with to offer support.
oh
um,
God,
Sakura is
Shiro,
blue, black,
Shiro,
green-
Shiro would be you pay life to play an equipment card from hand.
Sakura is blue, black, green. You cannot convince me otherwise.
And then
No, that works very well.
Pain deck.
And
Oh,
then
he's
Archer would be in the
transformer
Rin deck, but it would have the like a better version of Shiro's
Also,
effect.
Omega. I'm because I don't know if you've noticed this. Magic don't give a fuck about spoilers.
Actually,
Well,
when
no,
I say
that's fair.
Sakura is a
token,
com-
Wicked Summon.
When I say
Archer's gonna be a
Sakura is a
token.
commander,
That's why
I
it's
mean a very specific Sakura.
Oh,
Well, I think Axe is correct that Sakura should flip. She should start
She
normal
turned
and then
yes,
become
she
Dark
turned
Sakura, when you
And
have
she-
too
she
much
should-
mana.
She should have Death Touch and Lifelink.
But because that's also the thing about Sakura is like that would mean you could include as sub characters Zoken, Shinji. Obviously, you have Medusa, but you could also do Saber
I would
Ultra shit
so
like
build
that.
it.
Okay, so
I
the
would
Sakura deck
s-
needs to do a thing where you put a bunch of -1 Miasma counters and +1 on yourselves, aka you put worms in people.
I guess the only
no,
other
you
the only other question is just
you
like
could-
that. I guess you would put it in Kire, but it's like there's the only problem with only 4 decks is that means we have to leave out Medusa and her boss, which would be is a shame because that guy being a fucking Tifa equivalent,
No,
like a
I
fucking
think he
double
would-
strike monk
Medusa
man.
would be
I
like
think-
green-blue, and you put her
I
in the Sakura
think-
deck.
I think Shinji and Medusa would be in the Sakura deck.
Well, no, I said Medea and her master. Like
Oh, Medea
Oh,
and her master.
yeah,
no, that would be
Medea
in
and
the. I think that
that
would
would
be
be
in
in
the
the
deck.
They'd be like Kira
Okay,
deck.
you want a
And you
hot take? I think that could go in the Rin deck because Rin doesn't
that
really
could
have
work
any other.
because that's
Rin,
like
Rin-
that
actually,
works.
I was-
Rin has a
Archer
conflict
feels-
with those guys.
Archer feels like to me it's like red, blue, white. Ring could be red, blue. Honestly,
No, Archer can't
Archer
be
would-
white.
Archer would be in the.
No,
like I said
Archer
earlier,
could
would
be
in the Rin
white.
decks.
Archer could be white because he is a counter guardian. He works for Cosmic Order.
He may
No,
currently
Archer
hate
should
the
be
idea of
red.
hero, but he's still a
Hear me
hero.
Archer should be red, blue, green. Because
Green.
the counterforce should be represented by green because it is the planet's energy.
no, you're
the
thinking of
counterforce
Gaia,
is a-
not Alaya.
Gaia.
Oh, sorry,
yeah,
I'm
it's
bad.
different.
Yeah. No.
Fate
Counterforce
Lord.
It's a
doesn't
fair
count people
fair
die.
question mark, but no, the Alaya as like the big white we must maintain human order works. I definitely think that like Archer should actually be red, and so should Shiro because like that
Oh, yeah, no,
there's so much
red-
self-destruction in
Listen,
Fate.
like,
There's so much just like
Shiro is
I
red,
will
white,
turn my
it's just
body
he-
into swords to punch you
What I'm saying
more.
is like, listen, Shiro should put like -1 counters on himself to like play equipments out of your deck, or you pay a fuck ton of life to play equipment cards or create equipment cards.
Regardless, We should probably
anyway.
get on to.
Yeah. It's a cool
Omega.
concept. I would think it's cool if they do it, but also I feel like I wouldn't be shocked if it happened, but
Or you
also I
play-
do feel like it's a little far away just because that would require some
Actually, wait, no,
ocean hookups.
Like, sure, we'll just have like this effect actually.
I mean, they have been
like,
doing a lot
yeah.
more Japanese collabs recently.
And obviously, Chad, I understand that Square and Final Fantasy is also a Japanese property, but they have a huge business presence in the West, kind of a thing.
Well, there's
whereas
also the,
Type Moon really does not.
I think someone would have to convince Sony that they want to talk to Aniplex.
Yeah, I think Aniplex still
Now
handles all their
for
like,
Omega.
licensing and stuff. Yes.
Now for the other Omega, for the robot Omega.
The
The other
Omega weapon.
robot Omega.
From 14, killer art. Heartless Evolution. 5 colorless.
Stormblood character that
blue,
you give the Japanese background.
Green. Looking great. He is a legendary artifact creature, robot. No larboard or starboard, chat, but he is an 8/8, and its effect is Wave Cannon. When Omega enters, each opponent tap up to one. For each opponent, tap up to one target non-land permanent that opponent controls, and then put X stun on those permanent, and gain X life, where X is the number of non-basic lands you control. So he is a big old, I don't quite want to say floodgate, but he's a big old control type boy. You hit him on the field, you tap a
He's
bunch
green,
of
blue.
non-land permanents, and then
He's
put stun
okay.
counters on him.
I mean,
He's very okay.
isn't green blue about like proliferating counters anyway?
Not really. I mean, he
No,
can
that's
be,
Simic.
but
Just Civic then.
And it's non-basic
not
lands.
big
He's like
creatures.
he's like goes in the
He's
Wandering Minstrel
definitely
deck.
in the
Look at the town deck.
99 of a deck. He is not a commander.
No,
That's
He's
Absolutely
just a big
not,
dumb
no.
nothing.
He's also a 7. He's also cost 7. And he's making
That doesn't mean anything. I used to have a commander that cost 11.
I played the Ur
Did you make
Dragon.
it so cheaper, or you cheated it out?
No, I paid the mana.
I
Your
think
game
I want
actually
to say
got
this.
for
You
11?
can't in Commander, yes. If
I've
what Dallas
never-
has told
mine
me,
never-
and he
mine
actually
never get
plays.
past turn 8.
I mean,
was
I think
using one before turn 8.
you build the deck so that
okay.
you get to that state. But I think having huge cost commanders is not from what we talked about is not necessarily a detriment. It's just that when you play that commander, the game needs to end rapidly because it's a pain in the ass to get that commander back after you do the thing where he goes back to the commander zone and you have to pay more mana to get him out again. So like it's one of those things. But this effect I don't think does enough to be a commander. It's just a big guy. It's a cool concept, honestly. I mean, I don't know exactly what keywords they could have done for him, but it does kind of feel like he should, for being a big old 8/8 boy, he should have some
trample.
keywords.
I feel like he should have, but I think that's more of a balance thing than anything because he is an uncommon. So having an 8/8 trample uncommon for 7 would be a little strong.
Fucking sick ass art though. Like, it's great.
No, I love the alt art. The normal art's fine, but
Yeah.
the alt art is absolutely fucking beautiful.
No, very in tune with Stormblood, which is what this one's from.
Yeah, I would assume it is Stormblood because it is the Japanese one.
Yeah. Like I said, Wave Cannon, I'm pretty sure is his big attack in the boss form. I do kind of regret that they couldn't figure out some way to do Larboard Starboard.
Now, time for Renoa.
Yeah, let's go back to 8. Renoa, Heart of the Lily.
Renoa. Yes, Renoa. Renoa.
Also, I want to say,
Heart
sorry,
of the Lily.
it's very funny that this means we've had 2 major heroines back to back, both of whom are brunette, who have Heart in their last name. Tifa Lockhart, Renoa Heartilly. They're very different characters, but it's just funny that
I will say the
we really like Heart, huh?
Throw this in there.
that's fair. I just think I think
Dog
what I
token.
know of 8,
Yeah.
and I need to actually experience 8. I really want there to be a remake of it and stuff, but
8 probably
I
needs
think-
a remake because
I know in 8. I know in 8 that like the romance between Squall and Renault was like a more of a major fucking plot point than the romances is at 7.
It's the Amano
No,
cover
it is.
art.
It is the plot
It's
point.
I know it's like.
Honestly, I kind of feel like the way 8 works is like those guys finished 7 and they were like, all right, we did a video game that had literally everything in it. But you know, some of those concepts we could focus more on. What if we focused more on concepts like, you know, romance and stuff? Because like that's obviously that's part of the mechanics of 7. You know, you've got the dress sequence and you've got the fucking gold saucer date, but it's not resolved as cleanly. To get a little aside about 8 is probably a game that requires a remake. I don't know if it needs like a full like remake trilogy style remake, but that is a game that has some fundamentally weird parts of its game mechanics where like enemies level scale, so leveling can like actively fuck you over, whereas junctioning with your low levels gives you access to really broken endgame abilities. And it's just like one of those things that's like, it's neat, it's very abusable, but also it's very weird from what I understand of the gameplay.
Yeah, I love 8, but it is very different.
So Renoa is
going,
5 mana. Oh, well,
see-
I salute you.
see
We'll talk to you later.
I'm happy I got to Renault at least.
Yeah. We're at she's white, green. I have no idea about her character in 8, so I can only assume that's correct. She is a human rebel warlock. When she enters, create Angelo, who is a legendary green-white dog token. And then Angelo Cannon, whenever her Renoa attacks, another target creature you control gets +1 until the end of turn for each creature you control. So that's usually +2 if you just have Renoa and create Angelo. You can have her attack, and then Angelo gets a +2 total. But presumably more because she's fucking 5 mana, so hopefully you have some other creatures around.
Yeah.
Green and white are can be go-wides, right?
That is, in my opinion, obviously this is open to interpretation, that is green-white's nom de plume is making a bunch of little fucking dudes. It is kind of their thing. I don't think she's very good.
Yeah, it's another one of those cards that like seem it. I like it. It has an effect. It does stuff. This instantly we talked before. Like, what's a good commander? This doesn't feel like a commander because Renoa only has synergy with basically herself, and then generically, if you have extra creatures, that's it.
I think the biggest problem with Renoa as a commander is honestly one line of text could fix her from being like, in my opinion, not very usable as a commander to being an okay commander for an uncommon.
If she can buff herself.
The fact that it says whenever Renoa Hartley attacks. If it just said whenever you attack, she'd be so much better as a commander.
Yeah, that part really bugs me, but like, oh, she can't buff Squall.
Well, she can, but you have to attack with her at the same time.
You have to attack with both of them. Yeah.
Yeah, like, but it doesn't standardize because Squall gets stuff when he attacks alone.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Squall later. That ability in itself is kind of a problem.
I read Renoa, and instantly my thought is, okay, so you summon her, she creates Angelo. The whole point of Angelo Cannon is you send Renoa to attack, and she's a 4/4 for 5. But also you send in your dog at the same time. The dog is at least 3. So the idea is that you're always attacking with 2 guys, so that your opponent has to like pick blockers more carefully. But I don't think it actually does a lot.
I don't think she's bad. I just think she's.
I mean, I feel like her mana curve's not bad. Like she's effectively 2 creatures. She's 5 power for 5 mana effectively, with some extras.
I would prefer if she was weaker with a lower mana cost. Maybe a 2/2 for just
problem.
3.
There's a lot of problems preventing her from being good as a commander. I just think it's like. It's a shame, but
there's some funny stuff about dog decks. But let's talk about another guy who summons a dog who is more aggressively costed. 2 other cards. Let's talk about a different guy with a dog who I think is a little more aggressively costed. So Rufus Shinra is 3 mana. He's white-black. Once again, we've talked about this. Shinra absolutely works as white-black. He is a human noble, because I guess we don't have what's the phrase?
Businessman, venture capitalist.
Not that works also, but the joke I'm thinking of is we don't have Nepo baby as a creature type yet. Very
true. Not yet. Maybe if they do
Noble works for that. But Rufus is a 2/4, and he says whenever Rufus attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, you create a Darkstar token, which is a legendary 2/2 white-black dog creature.
Man, I wish this card was better. This card sucks.
It's not great,
And
but
honestly,
it's funny.
it's the same issue as Renoa. It's
I feel like
when
it'd
he
be
attacks
better
trigger.
Well, he is a 2/4, so like it's definitely like I kind of get what they're
He
going
also-
for, but also it's not great. He also got a
Yeah.
Darkstar. I feel like my main problem is just that the dog tokens don't do anything, which is like, yes, Rufus has a whole boss fight in the remake. In the original game, it's super easy to just blow up Darkstar in one turn.
Yes.
In the remake, being more action oriented, that's like his whole gimmick is like the first half of his boss fight is he summons Darkstar and does fucking combo setup moves. You can get juggled by his dog, and then he gets you with the shotgun. This art, by the way, is just his remake key art. No, Rufus is a crazy boss fight in the remake. He fucking uses his like weird shotguns to fucking wave dash around the battlefield.
So the purpose they made him for is obviously you're supposed to sacrifice the dog. Like he's an aristocrat style commander. He's not very good at it.
The problem I think with this is, and with the same with Renoa, is these tokens are neat, but they don't do anything on their own. They're just another body, and like, I don't know, you could probably play something, like you could play not obviously in the same colors, but you could play the wizard strat and create wizard tokens that also do something.
Yeah.
These guys just kind of exist. Darkstar can't even like tank for Rufus Shinra. Like, if Rufus said that you could like, if Rufus would be destroyed, you can sacrifice a Darkstar instead. I don't know like what that would do to his mana cost, but like that would be more flavorful and give you more point to summoning the token. But unless there's some kind of dog tribal strat out here,
There is, but unfortunately, Renault is in the right colors for it. He is not.
yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure Rufus's colors don't match up with that.
Yeah, dog tribal is generally white, blue, blue, fucking fuck, white, red, green.
Well, the thing also, Zed, Noble works as a good Nepo baby tag, but also, especially in fiction, you can have the very classic trope of the ruined patrician. You can have people who are nobles, but who have absolutely no fucking money and have inherited nothing, basically.
Yeah. You could have poor nobles.
There are quite a few impoverished patricians in Final Fantasy. For instance, we talked a lot about 12 today. Princess Ashe is a perfect example. She is a princess, should be coronated as a queen, but she's been deposed and her country is occupied by an enemy military. So like she's officially dead. So like her being a noble doesn't really do much for her.
I was about to say, there's also another problem in that they think she's
Well,
dead.
that's why like this is a big trope in a lot of fiction, but I think 12 actually does it well. A lot of people point out that like for some reason in fiction it's really common for like women characters, even powerful women, to be princesses and not queens, because that's just like the way fiction is, which is weird. Ashe has a very good reason to not be counted as queen because her dad was murdered and she was declared dead officially, so she never was coronated. She never legally took power as queen.
No, I do think a lot of that is Japan centric as well. The amount of princesses in anime and manga is ridiculous.
And honestly, that's not entirely Japan's fault. I think that has a lot to do with localization. In Japan, you can use the like honorific or the noun hime, which
That's true.
translates to princess to mean a lot of things. Like it can just mean, rich upper class girl, basically, in lingo. But
I would also say there's
Also-
another factor. There's another factor here, in my opinion. This is just something I've noticed. Japan has an obsession with dead moms, the same way that the West has an obsession with dead dads.
the dead anime mom haircut meme is known for a reason. I'll pull up Rydia. What were you going to say, Chris Starlight?
Also, I've noticed this, but even when there's a pair, I don't think I've seen many Japan-centric things where there is a queen. Like, there's usually the emperor or some other noble. Oh, but there's no queen itself.
There are
Or
queens
West
in
Queen's
there.
concept.
There are queens, but usually they're already dead.
Yeah, I'd say, literally thinking about it, like, there's so much in the politics of Final Fantasy XII. there's no question of female rulers. Whoever the Arcadian Emperor's wife is, if she's super dead, Ash's mom is never mentioned. You know, like
I'm thinking in the historic context of Japan, like
well, it's true. There are a
Emperor's
couple of
daughter is
female...
still princess, but there is no queen. It's just the emperor's
I'll
consort.
say this: it's because
I mean, you can have an
Japan
official
in the
empress,
West.
but yeah, she's a little different. It's a lot of title.
This is a little political, but I think it's fine. It's Japan and the West are sexist in very different ways. This also manifests in the way that Japan handles LGBTQ stuff. If you notice, Japan is much more okay with guy love than the West is, but they look much more down on women.
I think it's women love women tropes in Japan are different, because I feel like Yuri is really exploding these days in Japan, but like the subculture tropes are different.
These days things are different. I'm saying historically, men being with men was seen as more okay because it is men showing their dominance and power. Whereas
well, and that's when I want to talk about like
it,
history stuff. You wouldn't know this because you're not a big Rome guy, but like that was a Roman thing as well, and in the Greeks as well. Like male homosexuality was okay so long as you topped, because it was like a social dynamic thing.
This comes all the way, but like it's sexism in both cases. It's just expressed in a different.
I also want to say that I feel like
in the West it's like this is okay because it's for male titillation, whereas
I also want to say in the West, I feel like trope wise, like there's more of a pool of history, like kind of like what Rashad said. If you're doing something European based and you're like, oh, who's a cool, powerful queen who's on her own? There are multiple periods of British history, for instance, which have it. Elizabeth is a huge example in like a late medieval, early Renaissance type period, literally the Elizabethan era. Queen Victoria is the steampunk one. Like that's a fairly modern period that lasted very long, and also in modern history, straight up, it's easy to forget, because people who are probably alive today are so used to her, but Queen Elizabeth II, in living memory, was in charge of England for a very long time. So, like, I think the, like, Anglosphere writing is like, yes, queens, that can be a thing. We like princesses, but we can have queens if we need them. Sometimes they're evil, but, we can work with this.
Yeah.
In Japan, just, like, there's legends about, like, Himiko and a couple of other female rulers, but it's very different.
Like I said, this isn't like I'm not taking this out on Japan. I think it's, I don't think it's, like, Japan is not uniquely more sexist than the West, in most ways. There's a little bit of sexual harassment problem that's different. But regardless,
Japan at least is self-aware about that one and, like, makes efforts. They acknowledge it, they try, but it's one of those things where, like, sometimes ingrained culture is harder to change.
Yeah, it's rough, but regardless, my point is, it's just interesting that sexism manifested in two very different ways in different developed cultures, and reached the same kind of conclusion.
So Rydia.
Anyway, Rydia from 4. I don't really know a lot about her.
Red green. She's the summoner in 4. That's what I know, for sure. Not just because of her subtitle. That is also I knew that already. She is a human shaman. As I said before, she's just red-green. She's a 1/2. Yeah. She has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you can discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So she cycles on landfall. And then also she has Summon X, which also taps her. You return a saga card with a mana value of X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It gains haste. You can only activate as a sorcery. So she literally summons.
I believe Rydia is the child that goes in the hyperbolic time chamber and comes back 10 years older.
I do believe that is also, yes, in 4. That's her trope, is she starts as, like, the tag-along kid, and then she gets super juiced up on the mist.
And that's the mist dragon behind her, right?
I believe so, yeah. The classic boy.
And this card's okay.
I mean, as far as, like, saga
saga
technology
deck
goes, yeah, this seems all right,
It's definitely better than the last couple we've looked at. Sorry, Rufus. No, not sorry. You're a dick.
No, don't be sorry to Rufus. Don't be sorry to Rufus. Rufus deserves what he gets. He's a fucking. Rufus is a very dynamic character, and I hate Rufus's guts less than President Shinra. Rufus is also a bad man.
Rufus is almost okay in Advent Children. Almost.
In terms of morality scaling, I think
Rufus is young enough that he can change his ways.
I hate the Shinra executives more than I hate Genova, personally.
But you should. Genova is fucking, like, she's a mindless alien virus thing. Yeah. At best, like, she has a hive mind.
I hate Hojo and Sephiroth the most, because, I mean, you should.
We've talked about this before. Hojo is a really fucked up villain. He does a lot of personally fucked up shit to almost all of the main cast.
Yeah.
And also is responsible for a lot of the bullshit.
The thing about the Shinra executives is they choose to be this way. They think they're entitled
to it. Yes, no. You get to watch them in the boardroom. They suck ass. President Shinra sucks. Scarlet literally builds war machines to kill more people. Heidegger is literally a fascist. He runs public security, so he literally runs the corporate cops and also runs the soldier program and the regular Shinra guards. Palmer isn't that bad. He's a clear Nepo baby hire. Like, he just wants to go to space.
With everything going on. So
yes.
I'm sorry. I know this isn't a popular opinion, but there is something to be said about watching absolutely monstrous actions taking place and going, meh.
Reeve is the literal only Shinra executive with a conscience, and I heard this phrase the greatest way in an LP of Final Fantasy. Reeve is the diversity hire for Shinra. He's the token good guy, where he actually gives a shit about his job in urban planning and is like, no, I wanted to build public transit systems, damn you. I wanted to take people from the inner city to jobs on buses. Why are you blowing up the plate? You're gonna make me do so much more work.
What was Vincent's partner name? Because that guy was the head of the Turks before
Sung? Oh, I don't
Sung
remember.
took over.
He probably was too good at his job and got killed. I don't remember his name.
And then I remember from lore that guy, his daughter was experimented on by Hojo.
Yeah, it sucks. But no, Reeve is literally the token good guy, and even then, Reeve does some fucked up shit. But also, Reeve at least is sorry for everything he does, and once the game is over, he founds the WRO, the World Regenesis organization, to literally start fixing shit. Anyway, Rydia is a good summoner card. I think she is a pretty good one. For just the effect. I don't know if she's strong enough to stand on her own as a commander.
No. She's decent in landfall decks too, as well, though, just for the cycling. Yeah. It's not the greatest effect. There are better landfall
we looked at
decks,
we looked at all the green. We looked at all the green sagas. I think some of those had some stuff to go on with some stuff.
Oh yeah, no. Like I said, she is I think of the uncommon, she's on the top end of them as a support piece. Obviously, there are very few uncommons I think can make their own deck. I think it's literally just the Emperor and who else is uncommon that I think could be their own good deck.
There we go. Verdot.
Emperor probably. Black Waltz can probably make his own deck. Garnet probably can. Oh, and one we haven't talked
Zed
about.
saying in chat, she goes in the Terra Saga deck. Yeah, I think that's the point. Yeah. Is Rydia goes in your other saga decks.
Even in a non-saga deck, trust me, it doesn't seem great, but I played her in limited the other day, and just having her on turn 2 and getting that cycling every turn to get these stupid mana flooding lands out of my hand.
And I do want to say, the thing is that red green was billed as landfall aggro, and we saw in the red and the green segments that some of those strategies didn't seem as cool as they sounded on paper. This gives that deck in limited draft a better strat of just she clears shit out of your hand.
Yeah, and then also I really like her with something especially Fenrir. It's okay, if you have the mana to it, you can play Fenrir and then do it again. But also, you don't feel as bad. If you want to cycle it, Fenrir's not a bad discard because you can bring it back later.
Yeah,
your cheap.
This card I
cheap
really do
good.
as a. Yeah, like, obviously she's not as good as some of the other stuff we'll talk about, but like, she's an uncommon, and for a cheap uncommon, you could do a lot worse. Like, I'm always here for budget cards, and this feels like a good budget card. No, she is my approved. I don't think she'll ever be good in standard, but if a landfall deck takes off in standard, maybe.
So Sarah
she's
Farron.
not currently. Wait, is she? Hold on, I just want to check. Is she currently
Uncommon.
being played in the Saga deck? Because there is a Saga deck in standard right now.
While Dallas looks that up, Sarah Farron, Lightning's younger sister,
Sarah.
dating Snow, which unfortunately, Sarah, I will have to say means that you have bad taste.
Well, don't worry. She doesn't date him for long because sad.
Well,
yeah.
at the end of 13.3, they almost fix it. And first bad at 13.3 is Snow's not that bad in there.
Well,
No,
I would
Snow
hope
is
that Snow gets a
mainly
chance to like
awful
do
in
some character
13.1.
development.
No, honestly, Snow is mainly awful in 13.1.
I almost feel like that they wanted to do more 13 games just so they could keep writing the characters and work on them a little because like
I have Omega. I have a theory about Snow personally.
Go for it.
And it's like a lot of characters who like have this weird character beat that doesn't go anywhere. I think Snow was originally penned to be a twist villain, but they just didn't pull the trigger.
I think that could work with a lot of what people wanted 13.2 to go.
Because 13 is literally everyone's an asshole. The movie. Like, you spend your entire time believing in these other people are like righteous and justice, and it turns out no, everyone's kind of just in it for themselves. So
Well,
with
that's
me keeping
and we
with
should say
theme,
that I think it's very obvious because to spoil a little, you look at the flavor text on Sarah. So the way the thing works is in 13 there are these things which are vaguely godlike called the falsi. They mark people as lussi to like have them. And first of all, that means that the government hates you because you're a rebel. But also, as noticed in Crystallized Sarah's flavor text there, your reward for doing your job is you get turned into a rock. Now, I do believe that they can undo crystallification later, but at the start of the plot, there's no explanation for that. So basically, the way it's presented is that, like, your job as a lassie is you have to fight the whole fucking world, and then you get turned into a rock for your troubles. It sucks.
You're given a job, you don't know what the job is. If you fail the job, you get turned into a monster, and if you succeed, you get turned into a crystal.
So
you
basically,
are under the government's after you because they can't control this, and they don't know if it's going to come down on them.
So yeah, it's basically like a whole thing of like everyone in 13 is really self-interested because they all have an active ticking clock over their head that sucks.
To quote MST3K, welcome to No Morals Theater.
And then, slight spoilers, Sarah's focus was literally bringing the party together.
Yes.
Yeah, Sarah gets crystallized and not monsterized because the whole point is that they wanted to give everybody she is literally the women being stuffed in a refrigerator.
Yeah, no, this is one of the best examples of well, actually, no, Omega, is it a women in refrigerators moment? Because while she does not give her own agency, it's for a female character. So it's not technically for a male character.
Well, it's not just
Snow's invested.
It also hooks Snow though. Like Snow and Lightning are both hooked in by Sarah. It just kind of causes this whole catalyst situation. It's not a perfect example of the literal women in refrigerators tropes, but it's a bad writing move, and I feel like even the writers understood it was a bad writing move because I'm pretty sure in the sequel games Sarah is a playable character.
He's one of
spoiler. Spoiler. And this is often the case, but women in refrigerators is not. The woman in the refrigerator is not a perfect example of the woman in refrigerators trope.
Well, no, yeah, it's a think piece, but yeah. So Sarah is 3 mana. She's a white green. She's a 2/2 human citizen. The first legendary creature you cast each turn costs 2 colorless less. At the beginning of combat, if you control 2 or more legendary creatures, you may transform Sarah. Which, of course, like, again, the fluff on this is perfect. She makes it easier for you to summon the heroes. If you control 2 heroes, she can flip. And if she becomes a legendary artifact, she says that the first legendary creature still costs 2 less, and legendary creatures you control get +2/+2. Honestly, I don't know much about, like, the perspective, like, white-green decks, this doesn't seem bad for its cost.
No.
Like she's kind of an efficiency piece, but you know,
it's very bad. It's very bad and limited. Trust me, I tried to make it work the other day.
No, fair.
It did not go well.
It seems like a card where you'd have to pray you draw enough legendary creatures.
Even with 13 legendary creatures, it just doesn't. It doesn't. Regardless, I think she's pretty good as a support piece in legendary focus decks. Like there is a deck type called legendary matters. Like she's very good in those kinds of decks, and the most famous legendary matter. Legendary Matters commander is green white. It is Captain Sisay.
Okay, so that's good then, because like she herself is a legendary creature,
or
so
just
like
put her in a 5-color Legendary Matter deck as well.
She has a home, you know, like that's
no.
good. And
like
again,
said,
she doesn't seem like a breakout. She's not a commander on her own, but if you were playing this sort of legendary creatures deck, it works as a piece.
But the fact that she gives every legendary +2/+2 is kind of nice. This is Captain Sisay.
Yeah, that's a creature who is legendary, and she's just tap, add a legendary.
Put it in your hand.
So yeah, no, makes sense. All right.
Yeah. No. The only problem with Captain Sisay is that she was friends with Urza, so she has shit taste.
All right, let us go back to an old style. It's Shantoto, Tactician Magician. So Shantoto is from 11. She is usually the character used to represent 11 in other crossover properties like Dissidia. This is literally the shot from the Dissidia trailer that she's in. Like I've seen the videos. It's her hitting the pose she hits in Dissidia, so they know what they're doing. She's a 3-mana red-blue dwarf wizard, because she is also a black mage. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantoto gets X plus X plus 0 until the end of the turn, where X is the number of mana you spent. Also, if you spent 4 or more, draw a card.
Lalafels and similar races, which she is a part of, I can't remember what they're called, are all
Taru.
Taru, that's right.
Yeah, the Lalafels are just Taru-Tarus, but again, I mean, not exactly, because they don't have as big as elf ears and they don't have like the weird button noses, but functionally they fulfill the MMO role as the small race, who are usually magic casters. But yeah, so no, this goes in that red-blue strategy where you're casting big spells.
Yeah, no, she's pretty decent. She's great in limited. She's fucking great in limited.
Yeah, where you might be throwing around some spells that are a little spicier than you thought.
No, well, it's just that 4 mana cutoff is just so good. Like genuinely, she's one of the strongest cards in limited. Like she makes the blue-red deck very strong, and it's great to have a strong card be an uncommon. So you might actually see her.
Yeah.
No. As a commander, I ain't seeing.
There are better options.
She's a support piece.
No, yeah, I feel like you play her in the red-blue you want to spend 4 mana deck with a different commander. Yeah.
Yeah, the Emperor.
The Emperor.
Like there is a card that is a commander in that deck. She's not it. You play her in that deck, but that's not where she's not the commander of it.
It's like, yes, she draws, but she just doesn't have enough advantage to fully like helm a deck.
No, I'm sorry. Chat saying this is about Sarah, but saying she retroactively becomes yes. Sarah is a rare case where I think the writers realized that they did a classic writing blunder and they let her out of the refrigerator later.
Oh, that's not that uncommon in comic books, but in most media, yes.
Yeah, the reason why the essay about women in refrigerators got written was the whole point was that this was a very common occurrence in comics that bled into other pop culture, where a female character will exist only to be killed or otherwise fucked up to motivate and fuck with a male character, and then never brought up again.
It was coined when a superhero
Hal Jordan.
Another superhero. No, Kyle Rayner, other Green Lantern.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it's Kyle Rayner's girlfriend was killed because this was after Hal Jordan went insane and murdered all the Green Lanterns. So
Being a Green Lantern seems like a
Congress.
rough job on a cosmic scale because
Well,
the whole
it
point
isn't,
of being Green Lanterns is you're supposed to have a core behind you, but also sometimes we don't like that.
I will make the argument. I personally think Kyle Rayner may be an exception. Most of the Green Lanterns are kind of like the least moral members of the Justice League. Like, they're up there with Hawk Girl for me, of like, you guys are kind of dicks because they're space cops. They have space cop mentalities.
At least in the cartoon Justice League.
John something or
John Stewart.
Yeah, John Stewart.
He's pretty.
John
decent.
Stewart's pretty
But he
good,
is a
but
little,
that's because
in the
I'll say
comics,
it. He's the Black Green Lantern, so that means that him being a cop is also he understands why people don't like cops.
Well, there is a thing, like, also in the comics of John Stewart, they do lean much more on his military service, so he's a little harsher than he is in the Justice League animated. But he's definitely better than Hal, and
I feel like
better than fucking Gardner.
Stewart in the Justice League, like Green Lantern's role in the Justice League cartoon is a phenomenal piece of work. It is a brilliant piece of media. You should watch it. If you haven't, it's great to this day. Every member of the Justice League has like kind of a personality scale role, and like Green Lantern is the guy who's like he's a little more disciplined and like has a little bit more of that, like you said, military structured mindset than like a Superman. Supes is a great character, but he's still a farm boy at heart. So like Stewart can kind of like take a role where he can be a little bit more of a hardliner like a Batman. Or even he can be as harsh as like Hawk Girl, who is just gonna fucking kill guys. She don't give a shit.
Hawk Girl and Hawkman have at times just been villains.
Yeah. Well, and that spoilers, I guess, for Justice League, but that is a point. Like Shaira, like she's a double agent. She's a plant, and then does betray the whole Justice League for the Hawk people to invade. But then she realizes, man, this shit's not as cool as it used to be. Also, my husband sucks. He's bad.
Spoiler, I believe that was one of the Hawkmen.
Yeah, I believe it is one of the Hawkmen. They used his name, and he sucks.
He is that much of a dick in the comics, if not more.
But no, I also do like the Justice League because like they do the appropriate level of like giving Batman shit. You need to give Batman a little bit of shit, chat. Like Batman is a character who's been much misused by comics writers over the years, but inherently you have to give Batman a little bit of shit.
By movie writers. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people love the Nolan Batman films. They piss me the hell off.
The Nolan Batman movies, well, two of them are very good. Dark Knight Rises, we understand, was kind of like the limit.
Charitable. And spoiler, I don't like The Dark Knight.
That's fair. I think for what Nolan is trying to do is really good. It's just one of those weird cases where I had a this is a complete tangent, but I heard Red from OSP described this very well, where she said that she was talking about, you know, sometimes adaptations of things seem like they're embarrassed, and like she always felt that the Nolan Batman films were a little embarrassed to be Batman movies, which I do think is correct. And she didn't
think Begins is.
She didn't realize why Christopher Nolan was a little embarrassed to be making a Batman movie until she actually watched, I think it was Inception, but watched one of his newer movies, and it's like, yeah, no, actually, like, I do think Christopher Nolan was a little wasted on Batman movies. Like, we need to put him back in techno thrillers. He is doing some very unique, special things.
Or at least that kind of Batman movie. I really do think there could have been an absolutely amazing Batman film done by Nolan if they just let him do his weird shit.
I still really like Dark Knight, but I think that the Dark Knight is heavily carried by
by Heath Ledger.
The performance of Heath Ledger, yes.
Yes.
You know, the late great. Like it's carried hard by that. There are some very stupid things in it.
I have described Dark Knight as a bad movie with a generational acting performance in the middle of it.
Also, honestly, I'm gonna say I do still like how they do Two-Face though.
Yes,
like,
no.
That's also really good, and the visual effects are fucking phenomenal.
That is. It's also a thing. It's like there's a reason that the people in the Justice League that Batman looks up to the most are Superman and the Flash, and even more so the Flash, because the Flash and Batman have the exact same attitude towards criminals. It's just, unfortunately, the criminals of Gotham are a lot less receptive to rehabilitation than the criminals of Central City.
Well, that's the thing I want to say as I'm pulling up the alt art for Sin Spear's Punishment here. That's the thing about the Justice League does with the Flash that I really like is Flash is the heart of the team. He's the core of the team. He's really strong, but also he's a big goofster, but you need him to have that role because most other people in the Justice League in the cartoon are way too fucking serious. Like
the scene
you
with
need
the
a little
Flash
bit
and
of levity.
The scene with the Flash and the comedian is still probably one of my favorite.
Oh God,
animated
yes,
superhero
those.
Is that the
scenes.
one with the medicine?
Yes, it's the one where he goes into the bar with Orion and Batman, and Orion's literally about to fucking kill this normal human with like prank power. Like he doesn't even have powers; he just pulls pranks on people.
Yeah, the comedian is just Dime Store Joker, which is crazy, but like that's like how
he's not Dime Store Joker. He's Dime Store Riddler.
Ugh, he's Dime Store Riddler with the aesthetics of a Dime Store Joker, which is a terrible Venn diagram to be in. But no, like, and that's the thing you talked about, right? Like, even Batman is a little like, usually my guys are more of a pain in the ass. I just punch him a little, but Flash is like, no, trust me.
I maintain he just has PTSD because he dresses like a clown. He's like, no, I know what they can do. I know what clowns can do. They're evil.
Batman in the, I mean, obviously it's the animated series Batman, but that Batman's also great. I remember when they had him fucking, all the villains had him fucking captured, and he dismantles the whole operation by just making out with the lady villain, showing off that old Bruce Wayne charisma. Anyway, Sin, Spear's Punishment, black, green, blue, Leviathan avatar, legendary creature, 7/7, flying. When Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, then create a tapped token that's a copy of that card. If the exiled card's a land card, repeat that process.
I think this card is the most appropriate use of Avatar they've had so far. Because Sin isn't really a god. Spoiler for Final Fantasy X. Sin is a force of nature, of the universe.
Technically a summon?
That is... But that's kind of what Avatar means to me, of like, you are a constant in the universe.
He and being an avatar that is conjured forth in that sense, yes, is like, you know, like sin is the called forth punishment that the cycle repeats, and the fact that it randomly reborns, you know, your past creatures is very appropriate, because that is kind of what the big issue of Sin is, that he...
That is the only problem with this card, is the randomness.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying.
Not good. Like I said, it's a good card, but the problem with it being random means unfortunately it's too generic. The randomness makes it generic.
Yeah, I guess you have to like
build around it.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. You have to just play cards that are good to copy in general, rather than play specific cards to be copied.
So most of the decks I've seen for Sin turn into like Simic good stuff, or not Simic, Sultai good stuff decks, which is cool, but like, it's too boring.
So
it's unfortunate, but I do like the card overall.
It's a cool concept,
so
and he's a fucking 7/7 guy with flying. That's pretty good.
Would you say, given that, would you say he's better as a commander or as part of the 99?
He kind of either or for me. He's kind of like, I'd say from a strictly power standpoint, he's better in the 99, because there are more powerful Sultai commanders that do what he wants to do.
And I want to say all the themes they have of like combining black, blue, and green as like all of those combos. I mean, mostly with black, but all of those colors like have various options that are related to putting shit in your graveyard, which can help set up Sin. So like, it doesn't have a bad synergy. It's just because it's random, you just have to be playing good shit.
Yeah, the problem is like,
chat. I'll put it in a Yu-Gi-Oh analogy. This is the equivalent of something like grass is greener. You shotgun Sin and you just hope you hit good cards. basically. Like that, you're not really strategizing. You're just like, fuck it, we ball.
Yeah. Like, the problem with Sin is not that it's bad, it's that it is too unwieldy to build a 99 card deck around.
Yeah. It feels like a card you have to play another deck around.
I could be wrong. Obviously, this is just my opinion. I could see some really cool builds later.
Honestly, I do feel I will feel like Dallas, at least with we've talking, and there's been some going back and forth. Sometimes chat it gets to disagree with Dallas and what he thinks decks are about. Though I know he has a very long history of playing decks, but generally I think the only time we've read a card and like where you have said, "Oh, this card's not good" or not very efficient, and the rest of us have been like, "What are you talking about?" It's because you had knowledge that there was another better card that does the same thing. Like most of the cases where we've been like, "What do you mean this card is bad?" You're like, "Oh no, there's a card that does this for like 2 mana cheaper in the same colors," and we're like, "Oh,
no, Omega, be reasonable. It was 4 mana cheaper."
That one, yes, 4 mana, but like generally that's the kind of vibe is like, no, there's a card that does this cheaper, easier, or with less randomness. So Squall,
let's talk about
Seed
Squall,
Mercenary.
a card that I hilariously think the design confusion of the card might be a bit.
He is a confused man. So Squall Seed Mercenary is a human knight mercenary.
Boy.
He is 2 colorless and then white-black.
I would not call Squall a man. Squall is not a man. He is a boy.
No, it's also true.
He's still in school.
He's a child soldier. This lad, he's a tall lad, but he's a lad nonetheless.
I think he's technically 18, but like, if you're 18, you're still a boy.
I mean, it's also the same rules that like technically in Final Fantasy VII, Cloud is 21, but he's coming off a stint of like rebuilding his life back up after 5 years of doing nothing when he was 16. So he's not, even for a 21-year-old, he's a little emotionally stunted, But Squall is a black-white 3/4. I think from what I remember and what we talked about 8 and what I know about it, that seems like a decent fit.
Yep.
He's kind of a knight and also kind of a generic soldierman, but also he's working for an academy of child soldiers.
I think you could maybe have made him black, white, blue, but like you already had someone for that, so.
Yeah, so he has the ability Rough Divide. Whenever he attacks alone, he gains Double Strike, which for a 3 power is very good. And then also, whenever Squall deals damage to a combat player, return target permanent card with a mana value of 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield.
So, he's not breaking any new ground. This is a very common ability in Magic. I shouldn't say very common. But it is getting something back with, it is literally, it has a name. It is the Sun Titan ability. He has the Sun Titan ability. Except a little worse, but he's also cheaper.
Getting
Sun
the thing
Titan
back?
reads, when it enters or attacks, return target permanent with 3 or less from graveyard to the battlefield. But it's also 6 mana.
Okay, but that's when it attacks. Squall has to deal damage.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I said a little worse.
That's right. It's a little worse, but also he's cheaper because he's 4 total or sometimes 6.
Commander Terra doesn't Commander Terra also have the when she attacks effect for thieves?
No, Commander Terra is when she deals damage.
Oh, okay.
When she attacks, I believe you mill with Commander Terra.
Yes, no, it's at the beginning of combat you mill.
Oh, okay.
You don't even have to attack.
All right.
But no, Squall's okay. He's very, like, you can do some really cool stuff with him, but he is not a unique commander. He's kind of in the same realm as, in my opinion, Cloud. He's just kind of in that same vein of like, this is cool, but a lot of people can do your shit but better.
Yep.
Or can do your shit but something weird and interesting.
And then the first effect, or does Cypher have the same effect for both effects the same, or just the first one?
Just the first one.
Okay.
They both have Rough Divide, essentially. Although I think Cypher's is called something different.
No, Cypher doesn't have a name, I think. That's what Zed said.
Yeah. Like, he's cool. He's just like, he's just okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it feels like another thing we've talked about with some of these other like protagonist slots.
I
that,
will
like,
say this. I think
it's
the
pretty functional. It's
protagonist-
pretty easy to stand, but a lot of the core protagonists are not being like super.
I
What's
think
the
a
word I'm
lot of
looking
the
for?
protagonists
Adventurous?
got shaft. I think a lot of the protagonists got shafted in terms of cards. I'll say it.
I mean, I think that you saying that about your opinion, I think fits because, like you said, you have been playing Magic a long time. You would prefer if cards were more interesting, unique, and adventurous, so that they like tickled the deck builder. Whereas like a card like Squall, a card like Commander Cloud, I think even Normal Cloud is just like, yeah, I've seen this, a dime a dozen already, kind of a thing. And I think that some of those cards are designed that way because this is supposed to be a huge crossover set where like
Normal Cloud
you're
I don't
sucking
like
in a
for
lot of
different
people.
Normal Cloud I don't like for different reasons. That's for the I don't like.
But like I can't. Double Strike, from what we've talked about, Double Strike's pretty good. It's pretty powerful.
Double Strike is good, but unfortunately,
So like that's
the problem
neat.
with that.
But
The problem with that is you can just throw random goobers in front of it because he doesn't have any evasion. Like he doesn't have flying, he doesn't have trample, he doesn't have.
True.
So you can block it with a 1/1, and in terms of if we're talking about pure aggressive commanders, like Lightning just does it better in this own set.
True.
I think
a commander that your entire goal is to have your opponent dead by commander damage. Just play that.
How common is trample in white black?
Not very.
Okay, then this is the rough divide effect is better on Cypher Bees. I think red will have more trample, and it doesn't have to be.
You can get it through equipment and stuff, but like I said, even with that, it's like.
I see what they're going for, but you're right.
Like
The problem is compare this to something like Lock.
Has occurred many times.
And compare this effect to something like Lock. The problem is I feel like Squall's not intimidating enough on his own. Like you said, your opponent just blocks with a Goober, and it doesn't matter that they double strike. Oh no, they don't damage Squall back because he's got 4 health.
Squall is simultaneously more intimidating and less intimidating.
I guess it really depends on the matchup. If your opponent is doing a deck where they're going wide, right, where they have a decent number of little blockers they can just keep throwing, Squall doesn't do anything. If your opponent is playing a non-creature deck, Squall is a card that demands an answer because if you let him keep hitting them, he's gonna punch him to death.
And these damage
and you're gonna
abilities
keep reborning cards.
These damage abilities are generally better in Commander because someone's gonna be open.
Well, yeah, it's the kind of thing you're playing against 3 different people, so like if somebody has an open board, you'll figure it out. But it's definitely like I feel like Double Strike itself is not threatening enough. You also need a reason to like even if it was just menace, so your opponent has to commit more blockers efficiently, kind of a thing. Like that would probably make it better.
Squall in the end is kind of the most middle of the road of the of the commanders in this set, where he's good, but he's not that good. He's fine costed. It's just
yeah,
so
you're paying 4 mana for a guy who's 3/4 with double strike.
3/4 potential double strike. You do have to attack alone.
Yes, possible double strike. And regardless, if he's not attacking alone, if you don't activate the double strike and that makes your opponent think, oh, I can get away with him not blocking him or something, then you might reborn something. But yeah, it's just it does seem like a little bit of a weird fit for the white black. Because obviously the black part of white black, you're gonna put shit in your graveyard to bring back. But
if you absolutely love Squall, he's your favorite Final Fantasy character, you can build him and he will be a good deck. But it'll be hard to do.
All right, let's talk about.
I think you'll have to pick a lane. Let's talk about the old man.
This guy is so stonks. He casts Meteo and dies.
I believe this man is famous for the words, "You spoony bard."
Yes, he also says that. But also he casts Meteo, because it wasn't called Meteor because they didn't have enough characters, and ends up dying trying to kill the final boss. Or at least a big boss. So Tella, the Great Sage, from 4. He is a 5-drop. He is blue-red. Who could have guessed? He's a human wizard, huh? Funny. He's a 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you create a 1/1 colorless hero token. If you spent 4 or more, draw 2. If you spent 8 or more, sack Tella, and it does that much damage to each opponent.
Wait, what did he
Is
make
that
that
right?
much? Or
I don't
is it
actually
8?
like it that much as a commander, personally.
8 or more mana, so it says deals that much. I assume it's that much mana was spent to cast that
Oh,
spell.
okay.
He's alright.
He that seems like it. He seems all right. I see what he's doing. Like he creates little tokens in your
He's a
like
fine
non-creature
support
spell
piece
decks,
for like
and you can draw
like his
2.
his 4 trigger is better than his 8 trigger in my opinion.
The 8 trigger I feel like was just for fluff. He has to blow himself up when you cast a super big spell. They just had to do
The 4
that.
trigger's fine. He's a little expensive for it, but
I mean, he is a wizard. He is
it is
red,
repeatable
blue.
draw too.
Also,
We'll
you are
get
still
red.
doing the non-creature effect, so you're drawing 2, and you're also still creating a 1/1 token.
That's the thing, Omega. Red and blue are the worst colors at generating extra mana. So generally, like, because if you see something that's like costed like 8 in green, you can consider it costed like 6 in other colors.
Oh, and it's also you have to
Um,
spend the 4 mana. It's not the mana cost, right?
No,
so if you
it is
reduce
spend.
Yeah.
All of these blue-red are spend.
so if it's
So they
if
trigger
you
off of
reduce
X
the
spells.
so if you reduce the cost, it doesn't count.
Yep.
Hmm.
But like I said, if you are building the Emperor deck, who I still think is the best of these at being a finisher, because he has the other side where he turns into Super King Satan Man and makes you explode. I think he's good in that deck if you're doing this anyway, because you can build very well around 4 mana with like 4 mana rock, stuff like that. But like I said, I would never build him as the star of the show, although his alt art is tempting me. Because man, that is a fit.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think he's a memorable character design. He sticks around for several reasons.
Yeah. Like he's not bad, but he is much like similar to a lot of these people. I would say even more so than Skull. He is a support piece rather than a main piece.
Well,
who's
also,
next?
I mean, inherently. Sorry, I yawned there. Inherently,
Oh.
like,
Yeah.
I see what they're going for with like his 8 ability, and obviously, each player can work in a commander setup. But we've talked about this before. If your commander blows himself up, that's got to be really worth it. So, like, I don't know that you would want to do
Or they
that.
have to want to be in the graveyard for some reason.
Yeah.
Because there are commanders that want to like die and come back, like Sephiroth. He wants to die and come back and die and come
Yeah,
back.
and he has a way to do that.
Yeah.
Alright, so Terra.
The piece de resistance of this set, in my opinion, and this isn't even biased in terms of card design. This is a fucking hammer blow.
Enter Mill 5.
Yeah, so Terra
That's how you know things are going well.
is herself also red green. She's a human wizard warrior, and she flips. These are the normal arts. Let us grab the
And
alt
then
arts.
there's the Amano arts that are so expensive, but I want them so badly.
And they're Amano art. They're by the guy. If you
They're
have ever seen
$50.
Amano draw Terra, you can probably guess what they look like. They're not really shocking in that way, but they're very good.
Oh, I think the Esper Terra is particularly good.
I mean, it definitely, I think, communicates very well what Amano and the team was going for with the character concept for Terra's Esper form.
Yep.
So
This
Terra,
is
Mills
y'all
5.
done fucked up now.
Mills 5 on entry. Oh, and she's a 4/2 for 3, by the way.
Damn.
Yeah.
When she
It's
enters,
irrelevant.
mill 5, put an enchantment milled this way into your hand. And then for 6 mana, you can trance, which exiles her, and then transforms her, return her to the battlefield, you know, transformed under its owner's control and activated as a sorcery.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
Esper Terra becomes a 6/6 flying saga wizard, where her first 3 effects are create a token that's a copy of a target non-legendary enchantment you control. It has haste. If it's a saga, put it to 3 lore counters on it. Sacrifice at the beginning of your
Up
next
to
end
3,
step.
That's important.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So this ability is fucking insane.
Yeah, so if you don't get
I'll
it,
tell you
remember,
why.
sagas are enchantment creatures. So basically what Terra
Or-
does...
No, not just enchantment creatures. Remember, Saga's an old mechanic.
Well, yeah, but
Some
I'm
of them
talking
are
about
just enchantments.
the fluff for summons is what they're getting at here is Terra, you know, has this synergy with Espers. So you mill 5, you can hunt for a saga, which counts as an enchantment, and put it into your hand. And then if you have non-legendary enchantments, you can copy them. And obviously if they're sagas, you get to fuck with their lore counters. Though you do sacrifice the copies. And then
Well,
her
the
4
important
is
fact
you add a shitload of mana. You add 2 of every color, exile her, and return her back.
The important thing is you can put up to 4 lore counters or up to 3 lore counters on any saga you copy, and some saga that means you can automatically get almost any effect you want.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be playing
which-
it because of the color matchup, but like that won't get you, I think, to like the big shit at the end of like Knights
No,
of the
she's
Round.
5 colored.
Oh, that works that way.
Oh my god, she's
That
5
works this
colored
way.
because
Okay.
She produces, yes, no.
Okay,
If
no,
the
no.
mana
So
symbol is, here's the thing. This is something about commander identity. If the mana symbol is anywhere on their card, they are that identity. Terra is a 5
okay.
color
So the Magic guys were very smart with this final effect. Obviously,
Yes.
it is very interesting because it generates a shitload of mana and then she returns, which means that is what? Yeah, it's 10 total. So that is very funny that does immediately give you enough mana to have her trance again.
Yeah. Can I show you a card that I really love in Terra?
Okay, so
that
no,
makes
so
my
that's
friends
so
insane?
Terra just is the Saga commander because you can play all of them.
She is replacing, in my opinion, she is replacing Tom Bombadil, who was the previous Saga commander.
Really?
Zed has
5 color
posted
Saga.
the Master Multiplied as well as a Saga.
Here's
deck card.
mine. Here's my Saga card. And in the darkness bind them.
Which is
Read
a
the
Lord of the
last
Rings
step of that
saga.
for me.
Okay. For each opponent, gain control of up to 1 creature they control until the end of turn. Untap those creatures. They get haste until the end of turn. The ring tempts you.
You just get to steal everybody's stuff, and she gets to copy it.
Oh,
There's
also
another
by
card
the
that-
way, like hypothetically, if you wanted to set it up so that it didn't do that immediately, it's the other effect of In the Darkness Bind Them is you create 3/3 black wraiths with menace.
Yeah, there's another card that has been responsible for no end of bullcrap. Genuinely, this card has been responsible for multiple infinite combos. It was a bulk rare printed in Wilds of Eldraine. Just called 3 Blind Mice.
The Master Multiplied is also a crazy card, by the way. Zed posted it in our Tried Games
That's
chat.
another
Myriad
great one.
Legends rule doesn't apply to creature tokens you control. Triggered abilities you control don't cause you to sacrifice or exile creature tokens you control.
Yeah. Although that does hurt sagas a little because it makes their lore counter abilities stop. So the non-creature ones, it kind of like doesn't do anything to them because they just
But
get
if you
to
were
the end
playing it
and
in a
then
Saga
exist.
creatures, that means that
Yes,
you
if
get
you're
to
playing
keep the
purely
creature
Saga
around.
creatures. But 3 Blind Mice just reads, first step, it's a saga for 3. First step, create a 1/1 mouse creature token. Okay? Second step and third step, create a token that's a copy of target token you control. You see the problem here, Omega?
Yes. Wait. Hold on.
Yes.
Create a
This is
token that's a
problem.
copy of a token you already control. So
Yes.
You
you
make a token of 3 mice with Terra.
Yes. And then you make a copy token of that, and another copy token of that, and another, and they just exponentially.
and
so
when they
many
all
nieces.
and when they go to 4, Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance.
So many mice. The mice.
The mice are a bomb. What the fuck?
Dude, this card has been is one of those cards that the people were just like, this card's fine. It's like it's a decent tempo play, and then it's like, oh wait, this breaks this, and oh wait, this breaks this as well. Oh wait. Yeah, no. This commander is insane. I love her. It's honestly, it's not just because she's Terra. Like that. No, don't get me wrong.
No.
For me.
This is just great.
This is just really good. Like you said, I didn't realize that about the way the commander identity works.
In
but
addition,
so that's why she has specifically
remember,
printed that stuff. So that's crazy.
Yeah, do remember, you do not have to copy sagas. You can copy
you can copy any
non-legendary enchantments. So, like, okay, doubling Omniscience would not do anything. So don't do that. Omniscience is a 13 mana enchantment that reads spells no longer cost anything.
No, it doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless.
Yeah, so I was like, you could copy Omniscience. Wait, no, that's stupid.
But no, this is I think brilliant card design because obviously it works really well with espers and summon type creatures because that's how the FF set does them. They are sagas. But also they made it broad enough that it works on any saga, not just creature sagas. So you can fuck with them if you want. And also, you still get to copy non-legendary enchantments. So, like, you can also just play enchantments.
The deck is also hilarious, in my opinion. Or at least
also,
the one I've built, because
she's a fucking 6/6 with flying, also, by the way, chat.
I just need to say this because it's incidental and funny. She is the Fortnite commander because Assassin's Creed, Warhammer 40k, Doctor Who, and Lord of the Rings all had a saga sub-theme.
It's almost like before the creature part, the sagas, as a thing, work really well for these, huge, deep, lore-driven stuff.
Yeah,
Makes you wonder what the 40k sagas are like, though. Is that just the Horus Heresy?
That is actually one of them. Is just the Horus Heresy. One is Founding of the Imperium. What's the Tyranid saga? Hold on.
Probably
So while
Fleet
it's
Invasion.
probably not amongst the stronger things you can do, you can jump Bahamut straight to the draw 2.
It is very funny.
Well, and also the funny thing about it is, unlike a lot of those other ones, like, yes, you do exile her, but then she, unlike a lot of your summons who, like, go away after they're summoned, she flips back. She goes back to being normal Terra.
The first Tyrannic War.
And then she creates enough mana to summon her to flip herself back if you want.
Yes, I noticed that earlier, that she, the way the color combo works, she generates fucking 10 mana when she flips.
Yeah, no.
It's in a bunch of different colors, but...
She caused a common card to go up to $13.
Really?
Yup. Also, she's being played in Standard, by the way, I should say.
I'm not surprised.
Her and another Final Fantasy card have caused Saga deck to be like oh no, it went back down to $5. Okay.
But at one point it was 13.
Yeah, so this is the card from a completely unrelated set. This is the Yu-Gi-Oh effect of a very old card suddenly became relevant.
Mono Mist costs 2 mana, 1 of which must be green. Instant. Transform all humans.
Moon Mist.
Oh, Moon Mist, sorry.
Mist. It's a werewolf card.
Moon Mist. Transform all humans. Prevent all combat damage to be dealt this turn to creatures other than werewolves and wolves. Only double-faced cards can be transformed. Mana. Yeah, she is a human, so you have it as an instant. You can flip her.
Yep, for 2 mana.
And you don't even have to use the funny haha commander identity. It's just green.
Yeah. No,
it's crazy. Yeah. No, sick as
hell.
Very
funny.
I mean, and that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh that I do like is sometimes you can reach back in the way back and be like, oh no, like you got this deck from 2 years ago or 5 years ago.
Especially.
You can do some weird shit.
All right, it's time for Tidus. The Blitzball Starman.
Non-commander Tidus, or non-commander isolated Tidus, I should say. He's 2 colors, so he could hypothetically be a commander.
Yeah.
He's blue-white.
Honestly, he's not the worst.
Human warrior. It costs 3 mana. He is a 2/1 normally, but he says whenever an artifact you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on Tidus, and whenever Tidus attacks, tap a creature your opponent controls.
Yep.
For 3 mana, seems all right.
Yeah, it's pretty
Alright.
good.
So,
I
and
actually
Dallas,
I
remind
actually
me about an
have-
order of operations thing. The when Tidus
Mhm.
attack triggers, is that before your opponent gets to assign
that
defenders?
is yes, that is before declare blockers.
Very mean, very mean.
Yeah, he's kind of a dick in limited for that reason. As a commander, like I wouldn't build him because he's a bit like similar to the judge man. He's a bit like boring. However, he can get pretty big in a commander game because artifacts entering includes a lot of mechanics that generate tokens called like clues, treasures, food. So you can make Titus a pretty big boy, and like yeah, he doesn't have trample, but if your opponent ever lets Titus hit them, they do just lose.
Well, and it's also got the advantage of, like, they probably never get to use their best blocker to block him. You will always force them to make the, like,
Yeah.
Not the least optimal, but the non-optimalist pick, because you will just go, hey, that cool guy, you can't use him right now, he's tapped.
Like once again, he's an uncommon, and most of the uncommons, barring like 1 or 2, are not amazing commanders. But as far as uncommons go, if you were like doing like a deck building challenge or something where you had to build an uncommon, there are way worse options than him. Because that ability can get very large.
Mere Battlesphere.
Yeah, Mere Battlesphere puts 5 artifacts into the battlefield immediately, or yeah, 8 artifacts. Any kind of clue, any food deck can really get out of hand with him. Like obviously, if he had any kind of evasion, he'd be like better, but he has like almost evasion.
Well, yeah, he gets +1/+1, so.
Mean way. Well, no,
It's the
evasion is like flying or something.
Well, yeah, he has a weird blocking effect. I will say also, I feel like they gave him 1 health normally because they have to give your opponent an opportunity to respond before he gets enswollenated. It's the kind of thing where like your opponent basically has to
this
play.
card is a must answer.
It's the kind of thing where you think about where you're like, okay, so he's really easy to pop right now. Do I pop him right now, and then possibly waste mechanics? Or do I wait to see if my opponent can do something? But obviously, like you said, in limited, you probably don't wait because you're like, no, they drafted Tidus.
Yeah, the fact that it's an enters trigger and not a cast trigger makes him infinitely better. If it was a cast trigger, he'd be useless. But because it's an enters trigger and you can trigger him off all of your token shenanigan stuff, like you can do some pretty you can get him very swell. Once again, not gonna recommend it, but like if you were deck building, like I have to build an uncommon commander, he'd probably be in my top 5 from the set. I'd say the only ones I like more are the Emperor and someone we haven't gotten to yet. And then maybe Garnet, just because I like sagas.
Alright, well, let's talk about another big bad. This one starts with a U.
You.
Ultimisia, Time Sorceress. Blue-black. And then her reverse side is Ultimisia, Omnipotent. So, if you've ever wondered.
This card is so mediocre.
So, Ultimisia Time Sorceress is 5 mana. Only named colors are blue-black. She's a 4/5 human warlock. Whenever she enters or attacks, Surveil 2, which is a decent trigger if you're playing the Surveil deck. Surveil deck is the blue-black one in this set's context. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay a shitload of mana. That's 8? Yeah, that's 8. Jesus. Exile 8 cards from your graveyard if you do transform Ultimisia. Reminds me of a few of the effects in the FF7 being focused around 7. She's the villain from 8, so you got to do it 8.
Like, genuine. My genuine opinion, she's probably the worst uncommon legendary in this set, or to be a commander or a playable card.
Her ability is very
She's up
funny.
there.
So when you flip her, what she does is she has Menace, can't be blocked except by 2 more creatures, and she has a 7/7 Nightmare Warlock. And then also Time Compression. When this creature transforms into Ultimecia Omnipotent, you take an extra turn.
Yeah, like, and this card is designed obviously in a purposeful way, so you can't really abuse this ability, because it requires double resources essentially. And this presents the problem with Ultimecia. So like, she's not powerful enough to be her own commander,
You gotta
and
keep her around.
as a support piece, she's bad because in the decks that you want that surveil effect, you don't want to be spending 8 cards in your graveyard. Like, if you want those cards in your graveyard, you don't want to spend them on her.
If you're popping the time compression, you better be winning the next turn.
Yeah. In
Yeah,
the
that-
end,
that-
I just
that
think
feels
she's
like-
kinda
like-
bad.
Time Compression is a move you only pull off when you're like, okay, I did my whole turn, everything's ready, I have enough mana, my opponent's out of options because obviously they don't get another turn, so their creatures don't like untap and stuff. You know, they may have spent their resources. I'm gonna do it again, you're dead.
And also, there's just cards that read pay 6 mana, take an extra turn.
I remember this being part of the whole presentation event they had with Ben Starr. This is just like Fang and Vanille. They're uncommon, so this is something that you might have a chance to maybe try pulling off in a limited draft.
But even in there, I don't like.
It's not an
unfortunately,
optimal choice, but something you can try out.
because
Fun.
because she well, first of all, extra turns I think are very much less powerful in limited than they are in commander, because there's only so much you can do. But the other problem with it is, unfortunately, the deck that wants this you don't want to spend those 8 cards. So just honestly, the removing the 8 cards is a deal breaker for me.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
mean, I guess the question
never
is like,
understood
what's the,
that.
because we've talked about, the front face. What's the merit of a 5-cost 4/5 who enters and attacks surveils 2? Like, is that enough,
I mean,
to carry her
that
on her
one,
own?
that is kind of okay in limited. Like, I imagine if she sees any, I haven't actually looked at her win rate, but like, if she sees any good play in limited, it's off the back purely of her front face. Yeah, no, looking at it, she's pretty far down. She's in like C tier, and I imagine it is just because of the surveil and maybe an emergency time warp. But in Commander, you would never use Time Warp, because, like, literally, you could just play Time, or would never use her ability, because you could literally just play Time Warp, which is 2 and a blue, or 4 and 2 blue, take an extra turn. Yeah. I believe the next is the Bane of Standard.
All right, time for the best card in the set.
I'd argue that probably. At least right now. He was the best card in the set, like, 2 weeks ago.
Pre-ban list, definitely the best card in the set.
Pre-ban list, he was the best card in the set, yeah. Post-ban list, he's been having some issues.
But it's Vivi Ornitier,
That's Vivi Ornitier.
the boy from 9. He's only 3 mana. Colorless, blue, red. He's just a wizard. He's not a human. He's not a robot. He's just a wizard. He's 0/3, and he has effect which costs 0, but basically says add X mana in any combination of blue or red, where X is his current power. You can only activate during your turn, only once each turn. And then also, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on VV and deal 1 damage to each opponent.
Yeah, this card is a bit nutty. Bit silly.
Yeah, no, honestly, that first ability, like, obviously he comes with 0 innate power, But that first ability seems pretty crazy, as basically for no additional cost, you just add some blue or red mana, or both,
I need
depending
to
on how
show
much power
you
you
a
have.
card. I need to show you a card. It's important for the context of VV.
And he doesn't. It is a hard once,
Is this card gonna break your brain?
but he.
I think you should post this card up
I'll pull it up if it loads.
because this is a part of VV's success now.
Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Here, I'll put it in the center of the regular art VV. Legendary artifact, 2 colorless. You may spend mana as though or mana of any colors to activate creatures and abilities you control. Creatures you control with 1 counters of activated abilities of all creatures you exile with Soul Cauldron. Tap this card to exile a creature from your graveyard. When a creature exiled that way, you put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. This also seems nuts. Holy shit.
You put the VV in the pot, and then everyone is VV.
Oh, no.
Agatha's Soul Cauldron is a card that has been like rogue tier playable since it came
During your
out.
turn only once each turn. So, Dallas, Magic doesn't have the phrasing that Yu-Gi-Oh does, where you can only activate this card's name effect once per turn. So VV's ability is a once per turn, but it's once per turn per copy of that
Per
ability,
instance
isn't
of
it?
VV, yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is fucking...
You can-
I see it. I see the lines, chat. This is
Like,
stupid. This is crazy.
So it's interesting because like before the banning, VV was just the top end in a tempo control, or not tempo control, tempo aggro shell of Izzet. It was Izzet, Corey Steelcutter, dumb card. Like that's where they put VV. Like VV didn't really have his own deck built around him. He slotted well into the top deck at the time, so they're just like, okay. Post banning, a tier 2, tier 1, tier 2, it's like 5% of the meta, so it's like tier 1, 2,
Notable, at least.
1.2 maybe. Yeah, it's like 1.5, tier 1.5 is the best way to put it. Called Izzet Cauldron, named after the Cauldron, which does include VV Ordinaire as the top end, basically, which is you dump as much of your deck into the graveyard as possible, and you give everything the ability of either VV, Voldaren Thrillseek. There are a couple cards that you can exploit with this that do silly things. I personally play an Agatha Soul Cauldron deck in Standard. It does not have VV in it because it's the wrong colors. But there's other stuff you can do with this card. And like I said, Agatha Soul Cauldron has been like a tier 2 deck since it came out, pretty much. It's never quite been broken enough to like dominate a format. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I also, especially with like, I assume, especially with like the way rotation is, the like,
Yeah.
some Magic's meta is probably a little more diversified than the way Yu-Gi-Oh works because they have rotation. You don't need to do the thing where just Yu-Gi-Oh does rotate decks, but it usually rotates decks through a combination of banning cards that stay over the top too long and introducing new cards that are just better than old cards, and then they ban those. It's
Magic doesn't really
but
do that.
Yu-Gi-Oh's formats can be very chaotic. Some of them can be very long, some of them can be very short. It really depends on the releases. And obviously,
that is still
the
a thing in
TCG,
Magic, though, I would say.
the TCG has a very interesting way with the meta because it's not just a carbon copy of the OCG, because sometimes products are delayed. For instance, Justice Hunters was out before the most recent core set in the OCG, so the only deck that existed was like Vanquish Soul plus K9, and the new set that just came out has like side support cards for like playing like Yummy and Draco Tail and shit.
I would say this is the biggest difference I've noticed between Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic when it comes to standard meta. Their decks do not dominate in Magic the way they do in Yu-Gi-Oh. If a deck wins 30% of like an event, it's considered a dominant, like a tier 0.
Yeah, just I think with the way like the color math and like sideboarding and like stylistic works work, that just
there's so many rogue decks.
Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh does have this problem that I think the ban list is finally working on, which is like the problem in Yu-Gi-Oh is that a lot of the generic tools that gave rogue decks the ability to top were also just good in the best decks, which leads to oppressive metas, where shit like, it's a tier 0 with Snake Eye because Snake Eye can just make all of the busted extra deck monsters like Apo Baron, etc. And like I think the TCG is finally coming around to the idea of like, wait, no, generic like negate power boards that decks that produce infinite assholes can create is not correct. And kind of like hitting a lot of those cards. The problem is that currently there's no Yu-Gi-Oh has not yet created a solution of generic cards that can help rogue decks rise to the top.
Yeah.
So
I'll put it this way, Omega. The most
we're still pretty
dominant
decently
standard
diverse.
deck, the most dominant standard deck in history. Only won 51% of the meta, and that is literally the most dominant deck in history.
Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh, literally the cutoff for tier 0 is 65.
Yeah.
Like that is tier 0 metas are usually considered a problem in Yu-Gi-Oh, but it is still a point where like our hard and fast numbers are, if you're taking home 65% of the top cut of the represented cut,
And to put
you're
this
tier
into
0.
perspective, also, that was in 2004.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh unfortunately still has regular tier 0 metas. Konami has not quite figured out how to like stop that, if they even want to stop it. I don't. Sometimes I think that and this goes to the OCG. This goes right to the heart of it. But sometimes I think the whole like talking about how Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have rotation. I sometimes think Yu-Gi-Oh sets are designed so that like decks like Tier Limit, like Branded, whatever, can burst onto the scene. They get to, you buy all the product for like 6 months, everybody's super hype, it's everywhere, and then they just take it out back and shoot it. And so you have to play something else. It is also a very interesting thing. I want to talk about a slightly difference in ban philosophies. Yu-Gi-Oh players are usually way less upset about ban lists because
100%.
You still can... The way the Forbidden Limited deck works, if you really if you pet deck a meta deck, you can usually still play it. You can still play Tenpai with the way the Forbidden Limited list is.
Technically the case in Magic as well. The biggest problem with Magic and bans, because people that got really angry about the ban list were not players of the game, is that more so than Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic has an investor rot at the center of it. And those were the people that got super salty. I still haven't forgiven them. I still never forgive them. I think they're worse than garbage.
I mean, I think it's like it's because you shouldn't, and it's not current Magic's fault, but it's past Magic's fault for catering to these people with shit like the reserve list.
No,
like
the reserve list is
they fucked it up to like attract investor types and not piss them off. Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh is just like, they do stuff like collector rares and like set up higher rarity cards that can appeal to investing and like
I'll put it this way:
rares and
as
sets
much
and
as
shit.
I shit on Konami, Konami has never done something that has pissed me off as much as the reserve list.
Like they're Konami. You don't know exactly when the reprints are coming, but you always know reprints are coming. That's why I think the Yu-Gi-Oh community makes such a big hullabaloo out of cards that have never gotten reprints, like Blood Mephist, like Airneos and shit like that. Like, just like, yeah, cards are really expensive when they're first printed and they're chase cards, but it's like, in 6 to 12 months, this card's getting reprinted. And sometimes cards get reprinted a lot, and they're not fucking worth anything. Like, it's progressed so far that, like, just a tip, Dallas. I don't know if you followed along, but MBT a couple years ago did a series called Broke Boys, which was, doing random budget decks. This year, Luke Von Karma, Danny, brought that back, sponsored by the EU store, which was very good. But they did that again. In the original Broke Boys, which was like 2 years ago, they really had to they could only buy Ash Blossom in like their very expensive decks. 2 years later of reprints, Ash is so accessible that they were regularly putting it in their like their like really budget decks. I think only didn't make a cut to like some of their like sub $1 or £1 rather decks. that's just because that's how aggressive the reprint gets. Is like you wait a couple years, shit gets affordable in places you never thought they'd be.
Magic is
staples.
generally like that for most stuff. It's just the reserve list is this blight on Magic history.
Well, and I think the concept of the reserve list and attracting the investor types is what cultivated the mindset where people are like, oh, you're doing something that could affect the price of my cardboard investments. Whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like, you can't invest in a Yu-Gi-Oh product. That shit will not keep its value. It will not.
Hate it. All right, next story.
Let's talk about the Wandering Minstrel. Vivi's great. Wandering Minstrel. Yoshi P as a card. It's him. He's made it.
It's me. It's Yoshi P.
Let's see. Let's grab the alt art. The full art's very good.
Yeah, I know.
God, it's so. Speaking of prices for cards, I feel like instinctively when I see an art I like, I'm like, well, that means I have to hope this card is bad.
The Wandering Minstrel is an interesting case. We'll get to that.
So Wandering Minstrel is normally just a blue-green drop for a 1/3 human bard. He says, obviously this is going for like he's doing a weird land strat thing. Lands you control enter untapped, so that means that you can instantly use them if they normally would come in tapped. Minstrel's Ballad, if you control 5 or more towns, you create a 2/2 elemental token that's all colors. I don't know if you've been able to access the Minstrel's Ballads yet, Dallas. Have you seen the Wandering Minstrel with the blue icon over his head?
I've seen him, but I haven't played them yet.
Yeah. If you don't know, that's very rare that anybody watching this doesn't play 14. But in case you don't, the Wandering Minstrel is access to a lot of things, but primarily outside of seasonal events. He is how you access savages and extremes of previous content, especially in ARR. So that's why he does this.
So canonically, the harder versions of all the fights are the version of the songs your stories that he's telling everyone in the taverns.
You basically tell him how the fight went, and he said, Warrior of Light, this is how I'm going to creatively embellish what you've told me. And that usually results in the fight being harder and wilder.
Which is hilarious.
So that's why he has that Minstrel's Ballad effect. And also, if you spend 1 of every color and 3 colorless, other creatures you control get +X/+X, where X is the number of towns you control. So this also means that he has a mana symbol for everything. So I feel like the idea here is that you're trying to build some kind of 5-color town deck.
Yes.
That's what they want you to do.
Yes.
Is that good? I don't fucking know. We haven't looked at towns yet.
So what format are you talking?
Well, Commander, I would assume, because of the mana symbols.
Yeah. No, he's pretty popular in Commander. I think he's pretty decent in Commander, because that can turn your board into a fuck you, you're dead.
I mean, and that's the thing I would say, like,
effect.
As a commander, like, and I think that at least in the FF set, the default blue and green are more land focused, but also obviously you can play any color you like to make it work, because he's got all the mana symbols. I feel like that's a strong intent because the Wandering Minstrel is also, I joked about it, but in case you don't know, the Wandering Minstrel is meant to be a stand-in for the producer and director of the game, Yoshitaka Yoshi P.
Omega?
So, like,
I'm gonna be
people who play the game.
real with you, Omega.
Yeah?
If this card was cut off at the first line, it would still be heavily played in Commander. Not as a Commander, but in Commander.
Because of the effect of making lands
come into
untapped,
play untapped is a very strong. Because a lot of lands that produce multiple colors are balanced around the fact that they are tapped.
Zed mentioned earlier, but I think there's a subtype of lands called gates that this become very powerful with him.
You can do a lot of stuff with him. I think as a commander he's very good. And thankfully, Omega, if you want the alt art of him, that doesn't mean anything because Commander generally doesn't drive the price up of cards.
Okay, fair enough. I might be interested.
Unless they're out of print cards.
But I have to assume that this is
Commander deck only.
Hypothetically, hypothetically, if there was something going on in Standard with lands being tapped,
If there
I
is
could
a
see it
land
making it.
deck, if there is a land deck that involves green and blue, I could see him being played just for the first effect.
But that seems very situational.
Or,
I mean,
let me phrase that. Or the first two effects. The first two is not. Is it maybe? Maybe. No.
it's towns. I mean, that's the thing. I feel like the idea what they wanted you to do is you want him. They want you to make him the commander because that means you can play all the colors, so you have a reason to play all the town lands.
And I think he's decent as a commander.
And
Well,
like at the beginning
other
of combat,
formats, not really.
you know, getting an extra guy, yeah. But
Except for
that's
that
okay.
first ability. That first ability might put him in a deck just as like.
Very useful.
It's
Fuck you, I
I mean,
want my mana
chat
base
even
to
said
be on
straight
deck.
up of like it's a card that just does it. Oh, I'm supposed to Maze's End. It's a land that enters tapped. You can tap it and add one of any color, or one colorless actually. And then 3. If you pay 3 mana and tap it, you return this land to its owner's hand. Search your library for a gate. You put it into the battlefield. If you control 10 or more gates, you win instantly. But yeah, no. Like I said, it's I feel like I obviously see what Wizards is going for with the design. It's cute, and then also, as usual, you tell players that they're just like, oh, this guy's just 2 mana for that first effect on a 1/3 body.
Yeah,
That's
this
good.
is definitely one of those cards that was designed for commander, though. I have to imagine because like even though I do think that ability has some potential in standard, this is clearly not meant for standard.
Oh, well, it's that thing of like realizing that like I do, you know, Terra has possible ramifications in standard maybe, but
Yeah. No, she is having ramifications now.
yeah. But I think that they printed the fucking the effect where she generates a shitload of mana and transforms back as a way to make her good in commander, to make a saga, you know, enchantment focused commander deck, because that seems like the format for it. You're playing, you know, 99 card singleton, so you get to play a lot of funny things. The Wandering Minstrel seems the same way. They gave him all the mana symbols so that you can do whatever you think is funniest with his ability to fuck with lands.
Yep.
And then also, hypothetically, if you control a bunch of towns, you know, you can generate a decent number of elemental tokens and then also enswollenate them.
Yeah. And I believe last on the list for multicolored is the other big winner in standard.
No.
recently.
There's 2. We got a Z.
Oh no, there's 2 more.
We got a U and a Z.
Oh
Or Y and a Z.
right. Okay, but next
Sorry,
is the
you know.
other big winner in standard.
Sorry, Yuna. I said your name was a U. That's just because you have a U vowel sound at the front. Anyway, Yuna, Hope of Spira, pictured with Veil 4 as an alt art. Let's grab that. Very pleasant alt art. Ooh, the alt art does a... I want to say, though, the alt art does a really good job of showing off her heterochromia. That's something that not everything does. I think even the color palette in 10 makes it hard to tell sometimes with the lighting.
She's heterochromic.
Yeah, but the alt art for this
Yeah.
is like very... That pink background makes it really pop. Because like
Very
compare with
cool.
the core art, it's very hard to tell she's heterochromic in the normal. But yeah, Yuna, she's 5 mana. You know, one of which must be white and green. She's a 3/5 human cleric. During your turn, Yuna and enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, and ward 2. Speaking of summoners. Also, by the way, Hela.
Zed, I would agree with
Just
you.
pink.
He's the best. He's the best Gates commander that isn't banned. Because there is a Gates
fucking-
commander that's banned.
Fucking just to say this, during your turn, trample, lifelink, ward 2. That seems pretty good. At the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battle with a finality counter, which would banishify it when it goes.
Yeah, this
exile
card
instead.
is seeing significant play in standard in a couple of different decks.
So that second effect, since you're just returning it, you don't pay anything.
No,
Now she
Never
just
mind.
grabs
Common
an
for
enchantment
free,
and
all
puts it
the
for
other
free.
ones are free.
remember I mentioned Omniscience recently?
Ah,
So
I
that card's
see.
in standard right now.
Yeah, no, okay, I see it.
And the
yes.
card that
So
supported that deck got banned recently.
if you cheat, Yuna can be used to cheat on Omniscience, cheat on a lot of things.
Yeah,
Obviously,
you can
like,
make Yuna God.
you know, there's a lot of very funny abilities. But yeah, just return, and if it gets destroyed, banish it.
But also, just in a enchantment creature deck, she's shown up. Like, she is all over standard right now.
Well, like I said, they did a really good job.
I probably, other than Vivia, she's the most played Final Fantasy card in standard.
Also, I do want to say it's very funny, Dallas. We talked about this. How like Tidus is good, but he's kind of normal. Yuna is also a very strong protagonist for 10. You know, she's kind of a core character. They've done her great here. Well, yeah, I know we're saying 10
No,
but
both
we're not,
her cards are.
At least officially, we're not acknowledging 10-2. We're not acknowledging sequels,
Both
even though we are very
both
much
her
acknowledging sequels
cards
and remakes.
Yeah, both of her cards are top tier, whereas Tidus has one really good card and one, it's pretty good and limited card.
I feel like the only thing that's holding this back is like, actually no, it's not even really holding it back. White and green both had good sagas. If you were gonna use her as your like enchantment creature commander.
If anything, this card is held back as a commander because of her color identity.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't think she's the strongest like enchantment creature type commander out of our summoners to pick because green and white are pretty good for sagas.
Green and white are the enchant. Well, here's the other problem.
They are the enchantment colors.
Garnet as my commander.
Because green and white are the enchantment colors. Can I just show you the most popular green-white commander?
Sure. That can also be a huge factor of like she might
Over
slot in a green-white enchantment deck, but if they just have a better one.
Sithis, Hand of Harvest.
This Harvest Hand, legendary enchantment creature Nymph, literally just white-green. She's a 1/2 and says whenever you cast an enchantment, you gain a life and draw a card. No, that's great.
That's a lot. That's
a great engine.
Yeah, she's very strong. Yuna is good, but as a commander, she's just kind of like outclassed a little bit. And because of her ability, you really want to play her with saga creatures.
Yeah.
And other enchantment creatures. So honestly, she's found more of a home in standard. Ironically, leading a host of evil nightmare demons. Because let me show you the card that's been paired with her. A lot. I think I've shown you this card before to freak you and lucky out. This has been her main boo. That is not card art, that doesn't show the card. That just shows the art. The Overlord cycle, Overlord of the Hauntwoods. There's an entire cycle of enchantment creatures that just have big bodies and effects that are in standard and she can
Avatar
mesh
Horror
with.
has some greens. Impending.
the impending doesn't matter.
Well, no, because you just enter it. But also, that's a cute mechanic. The impending. You can cast it for cheaper, but it becomes real later. But also, let's see, the big key will be when it enters or attacks. When it enters or attacks, create a tap colorless land token named everywhere. That is every basic land type. That's also very funny. On a big-ass 6/5, by the way.
Yeah. No, and like the fact that there's a glut of enchantment creatures right now means that Yuna basically, even before the banning, Yuna was still putting up numbers. And she was the only card other than VV to do anything. And now with,
again,
with those cards banned,
the Wizards team's done a pretty good job of like noticing where they can make a card more broadly applicable for. Because like obviously, because Yuna is a summoner normally, you could have just said saga creatures and had it be like thematically appropriate. They went the extra level and went, no, enchantment creatures trample lifelink ward 2 to make it more broadly applicable, make it a little more competitively
that's cool.
cutting.
I didn't know that. Joshua's seeing play in the Yuna deck too. That's neat.
He does do some stuff.
Oh, because he fills your graveyard. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Actually, does this work on the dominance to transform? Like Yuna's revival?
No. But they're just playing Joshua for his front side for the draw to discard 2.
No, I understand that part. That makes a lot of sense.
No,
That's good synergy.
it does not. You cannot access transformed cards if they are untransformed. They don't technically exist.
Okay.
I mean, if they did transform, they would be enchantment creatures, so they would get the effects. But I don't know if it's optimal.
But when they're in the graveyard, they're back. They're considered
When in the
front
graveyard,
side.
they're just normal creatures.
Gotcha.
That would cause so many problems, so they're just like, no. But yeah, to put it in perspective, she's part of like 6 different tier 2 decks.
Wow. All right.
And now,
The monkey.
Zidane!
Tantalus Thief.
On.
Very anime boy. Zidane. He is 5. He's also red-white, speaking of Joshua. He is a human mutant scout. And again, he also has some huntery stuff, so making a scout works. Even though he is also a guy who steals stuff, he also interplays with animals.
We'll get to that in a second. Because
well, he also literally
he
steals
does
stuff
steal
because
stuff.
he's a 3/3. But also, when Zidane enters, gain control of target creature opponent controls. Untap until the end of turn. Untap it. It gets lifelink and haste. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, make a treasure token.
So, remember how I was talking about other ones I think is good as uncommons are great as commander? I think Zidane is great as a commander. He's also great in limited. Because you can just... I've seen someone spike someone with a Jumbo Cactuar with Zidane. It was very funny. They gained 10,000 life. But... No, threat and effects on a body are great, but as a commander, he's really fucking good. Because, you know I called it a threat and effect?
Yeah.
This is one of those effects in Magic that's so common it has a shorthand name. So you just play like 30 of these in a deck with Zidane, because every time you do it, you get a treasure. You're giving something back. They're gaining control of something you have control of. Zidane is a hoot.
Yeah.
He's like a nicer version of the demon from Doctor Who that does the same thing, but like you're supposed to kill the opponent with their own stuff. So he's like the nice version of that.
Yeah.
You can also play him with Van to do some fun stuff. He goes well with Yuffie. Stuff like that. Like, no, he's a fun card.
I believe next would be artifacts.
Yes. Then we have the starter deck cards.
Are we gonna gloss over the lands first, or just go straight to the starter deck?
Well, no, first is artifacts.
Okay. I mean, after the artifacts. Oh, we'll figure that out.
Maybe
When
we'll
we get
go
there.
a little bit of lands, but like,
Maybe just
There's
the
a
main
couple of
ones that
unique
have
we've talked about.
effects.
yeah, the like unique ones. None of the towns, like those are all the same.
Yeah. What I was gonna say though was I'm pausing there. One, because I'm trying to double check my fucking like set list to make sure we're not going over anything, but I think we didn't worry about it too much with the stuff. It's just that for some reason, because I do this exactly once a week, Chrome is very bad at remembering my URLs of previous visits to double check stuff. But also, because we're transitioning, I'm going to step away again because we've been doing this for like, I don't know, 3 hours, 3.5 hours? Yeah, I need to fill up my water. So I'll be right back,
Okay.
chat.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, probably will take a second all around. Behold, chat. Alright, so I unmuted in Discord. We're back.
What's up?
Saying we're back.
Oh,
We're chat. We have water. Alright.
Adventurer's Airship.
Yes. So, kicking us off with Vuckle. This costs just 3 mana. It's an artifact vehicle. It's flying. When this vehicle attacks, draw a card, then discard a card, and it requires power of 2 or more to become an artifact creature.
It's high.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say. Seems okay.
Unfortunately, I don't really think this has a home anywhere. Because, like, vehicles don't have a home in Standard, period. And then in Commander, where vehicles can make a home, it's kind of outclassed by other vehicles that do the same thing but better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
How do you feel
again,
about?
You know, you good?
How do you feel about drafting this? Because like, it's not a first pick for me, but I feel like I'm not as not too upset getting it.
It's weird. It's not the worst card to draft, but I wouldn't. This is a card I would draft like almost last.
It's a card that's literally a 2-card combo. You know, you need at least one other card to crew it to make it a a flying vehicle. It's decent if you can get that going, but it's kind of awkward, I think. I mean, I guess talking about Commander, like, I don't know exactly if you're including non-FF sets. There are probably 99. It's not actually 99, but you know what I mean, chat.
Even in the
play.
FF set.
But there are also some good vehicles. Yes.
I'll just show you an FF card, because it's a Through the Ages reprint, so it's not legal in Standard, but there's a card that's in the FF set that just straight up is this but better.
Also, I don't remember if we've mentioned this yet, but I believe vehicles and other enchantments that can become creatures, I think doesn't become creatures, still have summoning sickness.
They do. Here's this but better in every way.
Ah, yes, I understand.
Oh yes, just the straw. It's 2 mana, based on the Smuggler's Copter. It's 2 mana, and it's a 3/3,
No,
which is only crew 1.
It's just.
Yeah, right.
A
It's
2
one
mana
cheaper
3/3. It's crew 1, and it's flying, and then it does the same thing, but also does it if you use it as a blocker.
Yeah.
Okay, Dallas, I'm gonna need you to explain A tier and pre-win because I'm having trouble gauging it, and I see that it's still kind of expensive.
So, because you could do funny meme
6
things,
colorless.
I
It's a
assume.
legendary artifact equipment. This is, I think, the legendary paladin weapon from one of the X packs. It's got Geralt on it. Equipped creature has a base power and toughness of XX, where X is your life total.
Thank you, Caesar.
So, this card is.
It can be good, but also
interesting. It is just stats.
10 words relic. Okay.
Is the problem?
It's just stats and it's
I assume this
functionally...
is part of a combo somewhere.
Unless you're cheating it out, this is 11 mana.
It is.
No, I mean, and I think you have to play it to cheat out.
Like I said, this is part of some combo somewhere. It's like what I assume.
It has inherent ability to do something funny.
I mean, I guess
But
if
even
you
then,
can...
it has to go in a specific Voltron deck.
Like, I mean, you can cheat the equip cost to Cloud, and I guess he has 40 attack. At that point.
Remember?
I
think I
Commander game.
I think I see the vision, but definitely seems a little funny. It's a card that I'm like, and obviously we've had this discussion before about equipment when talking about the Cloud Precon Commander deck, that like the whole point of you playing super expensive types of equipment is you cheat them. You just cheat them. You're not paying 11 for this because that would be.
And there are also
not
other
worth it.
equipment I would rather cheat than this.
That's fair.
Blitzball.
Blitzball.
I imagine there's some combo where because it changes to exactly your life total, you can do like silly shit like draw 40 cards.
I mean,
Like-
it's funny if you do it after Swords to Plowsharing a Jumbo Cactar, but
Yeah. Well, yeah.
hey, Blitzball.
Blitzball, the 3-mana mana rock of the set.
It's 3 mana. It's a mana rock. You can
It is
also
3 mana,
sacrifice
and
it.
it taps for 1 mana of any color.
And you can also, if you don't do that, you can score a goal where you can sacrifice it and tap and sacrifice to draw 2 cards. Activate only if the opponent was dealt damage by a legendary combat creature this turn. That seems nice, but that seems
Really
like kind of a
like
win
this
more
card.
effect.
I'll say this: I really like this card in limited. Like genuinely, I really.
I mean, it's just
like
a
this
3
card
mana
in
mana
Limited.
rock.
To the point, I'm considering playing it in Commander. Yeah, but the thing is, it hits so many of the things you want out of a mana rock.
And
Like-
Mana Rock, and then you can generate advantage down
Like
the
the fact that you
line.
can draw like there's a card from Aether Drift that is very similar to this, where it was draw, and then if you get to speed 4, that is also true. You can do this in response to your opponent hitting your other opponent with their commander, which is funny.
That's
like I
fair.
said,
That's fair. Yeah. I
I've had
thought
very
about
good
it,
play
but I
pattern.
think Chad actually did also said it first, pointing out like just if an opponent was dealt damage by a legendary combat creature, period, this turn it doesn't have to be yours. So there's some room in that to not just be
Like,
like I thought like
have,
a win more
I've had
advantage. But
enough.
yeah, okay.
I've had enough really good play patterns with this. Because there are some decks where there's a shit ton of legendary creatures. So I feel like if you're playing any deck where you have like upwards of like 20% of your deck, or not even 20%, like 15% of your deck is legendary creatures, I'd throw this in. I'd try it. I'd try it once or twice just to see if I like it. But this is overperformed my. This is one of those cards that overperform my expectations.
All right, fair enough.
Balin card.
This
It
card.
was mentioned talking about Voltrons earlier, of like seen some stuff with Aether
The
and Prima.
most overhyped card in all of MTG right now.
I mean, it seems like it's funny, but I could also see it being a little juiced.
Well, it's the problem is it's $40.
It's probably not $40 good.
No, it's not worth $40.
$40 good
I
in
don't even
Magic
think
is a lot.
We'll get into it. I don't even think it's a particularly great equipment. It's good, but it requires a lot of deck building. Anyway,
The Buster Sword costs you 3.
Buster
it's an
Sword.
equipment. You get +3/+2. Whenever creature equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. Then you can cast a spell from your hand with a mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its cost.
Yeah.
That seems like a good core
it's
to a
good
card
effect.
concept.
I'll say
but
this.
you have to be angling
Like,
to do it.
yes, I know the big splashy Timmy effect is cool. I think this card as a 3 mana +3/+2 equip for 2 is actually pretty nice rate. Those are pretty good equipment rates. So on that level, I think it's a pretty good card. But as a top end equipment in Commander, this does not even sniff my top 20. Like, good.
I mean,
'Cause
it's the kind
Commander,
of thing where, like,
every-
you say this, I'm like, no, this isn't. Understanding how Magic pricing works, this card's not $40 good. Like, it's good,
Like- Like, here's the second most expensive equipment I can think of, and look what this bullshit does. Sword of Feast and Famine. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, has pro black and pro green. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage, they discard a card and you untap all lands you control.
Untap. Damn.
This is an equipment. This is a sword.
yeah,
That
no,
little-
for
little pig sticker cloud
for
has.
for casting
I
cast for
joke.
3, equip for 2, for +2/+2 and protection effects, even if it's only from certain colors, is like, and then the combat damage effect is like untapping all lands you control.
Is
After
ridiculous.
in combat
In
is
Commander,
way
that's
crazier.
just a game-ending effect.
Crazy effect, yes.
Like
Like I said, the Buster
thing
Sword
is
seems
with
good, but
Yeah, I think the best use case for a Buster Sword is, yeah, like Zed said, as a +3/+2 for a cheap equipment, it's pretty good top end. But the problem is, I'm not gonna pay $40 for a pretty good equipment.
Yeah, I know. It seems like I would agree that I don't
Like
like
when
this is $40,
when
but-
people regain their sanity and this card goes down in price, I might pick it up for like $10. But I'm not paying $40 for this.
Elixir with a Moon Rabbit from 4.
Elixir.
Costs you only 1, but does enter tapped. And then you have to pay 5 and tap it to exile this artifact. You shuffle
Nice.
all non-lands from your graveyard into your library. You gain life equal to the number of cards you shuffle this way. Fully restores HP and MP. Pretty good way to handle it. It restores HP and MP. Is a little finicky because it takes a little bit of setup, but if you're playing the right kind of deck, I'm sure this can be a very good effect. And if you're playing a deck that wants artifacts to enter, it is cheap as hell. Like if you have some deck that just wants you to be playing artifacts to, you know, have them enter the field and have them on board, cheap, like I said, cheap as hell.
Yeah. No, it's decent. The only problem with this card is it screws with some decks' game plan. So like certain decks actively want to avoid this.
Yeah, I think
Like-
you would not play this in a graveyard setup deck. You
Yeah.
play this in a non-graveyard setup deck as a way to like
Yeah.
do some stuff with artifacts and then maybe, you know, regain a decent chunk of life and shuffle your cards back.
Or maybe you play it in a graveyard focused deck as like an oh shit emergency button. Like oh crap, I've dug too greedily and too deeply. Make sure I don't draw my last card and die.
And
Well,
then
and that-
this might save you if your opponent has graveyard hate.
Yeah.
Also,
like, if you're-
another
if
thing
you're-
to think
yeah,
about is
as-
like talking about it as like an oh shit
It's a bit
button.
expensive for a counter to graveyard hate because you'd have to have 5 open in a response. But as an oh shit button, it's not bad.
Like saying that like you're gonna shuffle your deck back, that means you're probably generating a lot of life.
Yeah.
Because it does
Yeah.
life
No,
gain
I-
you for each card you shuffle back, which can be pretty spicy.
I have found I like playing card. Unfortunately, there's a card that's kind of a better version of this. No, Is it? Yeah, I think it
Oh,
is.
it's using,
It only gains you 2 life or 5 life. Sorry. It's 1 mana, 2 and tap. Shuffle all cards from your graveyard into your library, and then you gain 2 life. Elixir of Immortality. Like, I think I like that one as a no shit button better. And I have run that in self-mill decks because I legitimately have milled myself out before.
It happens.
Because even in a 100-card singleton, sometimes you can just go... Yeah, that is true. Zed does bring up a point of... in decks that you just want nothing but cheap artifacts, having a
Yeah,
1
like
mana
I said.
artifact sometimes is just enough.
Yeah, I brought
The
that up. You know,
Mocks,
at the
all the
start.
Mocks are banned, right? Or
Yeah, and there are some 0 mana artifacts, but they range from like ridiculously expensive for no reason to like useless. So there's only like, I would say like 4 or 5 reasonably priced 0 mana artifacts, and that does not fit in that commander deck. So if you really need cheap artifacts, like this isn't awful as a 1 mana artifact.
No, like I said, it's a cheap artifact you put into play, and then you hold on to it for if you need it. You can reset the deck.
This card is hilarious, and I like it.
I love
Excalibur
it too.
2.
Actually, question: does Yojimbo / Gilgamesh appear in Final Fantasy IX?
Not. I think Gilgamesh might. In
I think
there's a
Summon.
Gilgamesh in
Hold
9.
on.
I believe Gilgamesh's thing is he's searching for Excalibur.
He's
Well, this
searching for
isn't
the strongest
Excalibur.
weapon ever. He sometimes that's Excalibur, but also sometimes it's like I don't remember what the polearm is in.
But also, this isn't
ARR.
Excalibur. This is Excalibur 2.
If this was connected to a Gilgamesh subplot, though, I wouldn't be shocked. The ultimate sword used by a legendary king forged in another world, kind of a thing. But Excalibur 2 costs 1 mana. Its equip is 3. Whenever you gain life, put a charge counter on Excalibur 2. Equipped creature gains +1/+1
Right,
for
he's
each
just
charge
a
counter on Excalibur
dude
2.
in Final Fantasy 9. I forgot. You want to see his Final Fantasy 9 design? It's kind of cute. This is Gilgamesh from Final Fantasy IX,
Oh, cool.
Just blend in with the art style.
also
He's
known
having a
as
good time.
Alleyway Jack.
But yeah, no,
The full rummed man. He's a rank D treasure hunter.
This card seems great if you're playing one of those like
If you're
obviously
playing a
like,
life
cheap
gain
artifact.
deck, this card is good.
Yeah, and we talked about this. Like there are some white adjacent decks which also have artifact focus and like draft that also are life gain. So like there's room for this definitely.
Yeah. No.
And it's pretty cheap. And
yeah, no. As a card, I really like this in life gain decks that care about creatures.
Well, and I've also something I've noticed about a few things is that I don't know how common it is overall, but we definitely seem to like giving a lot of major characters in the FF set lifelink.
You have to get
lifelink
to
is
the
fairly common.
Caesar, thank you. You need to get to the end of the game in under 12 hours.
Dude, Final Fantasy weapon requirements are dumb.
Hey chat. Look up how to get the Zodiac Spear sometime.
Yep. I was about to say, at least you don't have
normal
to
ultimate weapon in Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Spear, shows up in one chest, which has a random spawn chance, but is always guaranteed, I believe, to be the Zodiac Spear if it spawns. But the chest will not spawn if you open, like, any of 12 other random chests in the game that you have no way of knowing ahead of time. They fixed it in the Zodiac Age remaster. They just changed it. Also, they added a +1 weapon. Like
there's one where you have to dodge lightning 10 times in 10.
Yeah. Most of the ultimate weapons in 7 are also a pain in the ass. To get Ultima Weapon, you have to defeat the Ultima Weapon, which is an optional boss. To get Tifa's gloves, do you have to do her piano minigame?
What's the one you have to beat the Chocobo race, is it for?
Oh, God. You're right. That's somebody's ultimate weapon. I don't remember. Honestly, to get Vincent's ultimate weapon, death penalty is really easy. You just have to find the 1 pixel where Lucretia is. I think you get death penalty and chaos in the same cave. You just have to go and come back twice. To get Yuffie's ultimate weapon, I'm pretty sure you have to do her entire subplot with defeating the boss rush with her dad. And those guys in Wutai, you gotta climb the tower.
In Final Fantasy 6, you just have to steal it.
That's another one that's distressingly common, is you just have to steal ultimate weapons from the right bosses. Or enemies in the overworld.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's cool. Cool weapon. Cool trick.
Yeah. Next one, yells.
Another iconic one, Genji Glove. The Genji set, very iconic. Genji Gloves are an artifact equipment.
And that is
Speaking
Mr.
of Gilgamesh.
Greg.
Yep.
Hello.
This is Greg. It's the FF5. It's his gloves. Gilgamesh is also usually associated with the Genji select.
Alright, this is a bit expensive, but in limited, this is the equipment I've lost to the most.
This is a absolute devastator if you can pull it off. It is a little overcosted.
Costs 5 to pull it into play. Equip is 3. Obviously, if you're playing a constructed deck, you're probably cheating this out. But it does give the equipped creature double strike. And also, when the equipped creature attacks, if it's the first combat phase, it untaps. So it basically... And then after that, there's an additional combat phase. So you actually attack 4 times, I think? At least with this creature?
Yeah.
That
Effectively,
creature
the damage
attacks
4
4
times.
You can do some very stupid things with...
Which I do believe is usually what the Genji equipment does, is it gives you, like, double cut or 4x cut or other bullshit effects like that. When the Genji Glove is not the item that, like, gives you extra healing or something.
So there's an interesting thing about this deck. This card, rather. It's not really a Voltron card in the traditional sense. This is more for any commanders that have serious attack triggers. Like I'm thinking of like Tifa in the commander set.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is one for if you really love your commander's attack trigger. It's not great because of the cost, because just honestly I wish they'd reversed the equip cost and the cast cost.
Yeah,
I think that's the biggest problem. Yeah, just equip 5, play for 3. Because just being a 5-cost equipment is just awkward. But like I said, if you can play this and make it work, it wins you the game.
Yeah, crazy strong. No, even I'm like, okay, so you get double strike. Oh, and then the creature untaps itself, and you get a second combat phase.
Strike.
You double strike, which, like
it
I said,
only
is a thing.
It does only untap
the equipped guy.
Creature.
But that guy has double strike, so. And like I said, that is a thing that at least in some of the games, the Genji glove, the Genji equipment does do is give you like 4x cut.
Yeah. No, like I said, this card is very decent.
And as Crystalite said, I can absolutely see this being a bomb that's worth it if you're playing limited. Like if you pull this card, like it just.
I don't think it's very good to draft in limited personally, because the problem is it's so telegraphed that your opponent will not let you use it.
So from the Genji glove to another product of Japan, instant ramen. 2. Artifact, food, flash. It's truly instant. The ramen is instant, so it has flash. When this artifact enters, draw a card. You can also pay 2 mana and tap it to sacrifice this card and gain tree life.
Okay, can I show you the funniest meme deck in Standard I've played right now? I need to show you another card for this to make sense, but I have killed people with instant ramens so many times.
Oh, okay. Because I know that food is like a thing. Like there's quite a lot of food cards. So
no. What if we gave instant ramen to the god of creation?
There's your Planeswalker. Okay. You cast a spell, exile up to 1 permanent. You cast a color spell, exile one of up to 1 target permanent that's 1 or more colors.
Yeah, so every instant ramen is an exile permanent.
Damn.
At instant speed. Eugene's ramen will rule. No, this isn't a good standard deck, by the way. This is a meme standard deck.
No, but it's funny that it works. But also,
but I do have a deck on my arena called Eugene's Noodles. For that reason.
But yeah, no. I know that there are decks around food. Limited. And there's going to be more food stuff. There is at least that shrimp cook in the next set.
Yes, the lobster cook.
So the way I've seen this played a lot is that it's good to have in your hand when you're saving mana for like an instant just in case you want to play it. And if you don't end up using any of your instants for counters, you use this so you can still use the mana and get an advantage.
This is one of those cards that on the surface looks very mundane, because it kind of is, but it will surprisingly fit in a lot of places.
I mean, it's
artifact
just
decks want it to trigger ETBs.
It's cheap. I mean, it's a perfect card for instant ramen. They gave it flash, so it's literally instant. It is a food, so it gives you life gain effect, like, you know, eating food usually does in these games, but also you draw a card, and, like, that seems... And it's an artifact, so, like...
This is very similar to a couple other cards, one of which we'll talk about in a bit, that are, like, these aren't these aren't, like, amazing cards, but just... I have played this in way more decks than I thought I would.
It enters into a zone where it's decent enough that you can utilize it with several things. I do not know if this 15 card will do that. It's the Iron Giant. He costs 7. He's an artifact creature demon.
Oh.
He has Vigilance, Reach, and Trample for a 6/6. That's it.
Okay, so
He's
in
6/6
limited,
for
this
7.
card is kind of good.
Yeah, I like drafting this card. It's not
Seems
a
like
first
a good draft.
pick, but
He's a
like
common.
It's not a first pick, but it's like a middle of the road pick.
He's a common. I think is that the white emblem is common, right?
Yeah, no, he's a common.
Yeah, it seems like a good one to pick up later in your because the thing is you've talked about
Fantasy,
this.
The creature
drafting can go a little slower.
Yeah. And also the creature ceiling in this set isn't that high. Like there aren't really despite being a Final Fantasy boss rush set, there aren't that many
here's the thing.
Creatures.
Here's the thing, Dallas, and I think you had merits talking about game design of like other things. The thing about every opponent in Final Fantasy is they're designed to be beaten. Like no matter how strong the final boss of a Final Fantasy game seems, you're still gonna hit him with 4 suplexes or just bounce a bunch of swords off his skull and win. That's the game's intended goal. So, like
I said,
whereas in Magic writing, there are planes and things in Magic the Gathering where, like, no, this guy is truly invincible and unkillable and will eat the planet. Has eaten planets, in fact. kind of shit.
I don't think there's anyone who's completely unkillable. Except for kind of Nicobolus, but that's because he's literally a god. But he's not unbeatable because you can just stick him in a hole somewhere.
But, like, there are, you know, vast concepts of things you have to deal with that are, like...
Huge men.
That are just, like, beyond the scale of what FF normally has to deal with. But, so, the creature ceiling being no. But, like I said, this seems like a good card to draft as just like, well, I need a way to win the game. This guy's got Vigilance, Reach, and Trample, and he's pretty big. We'll probably get to turn 7.
Yeah. No. There are a couple characters who are in that category of, like, yeah, they can't die, but they could get the shit kicked out of them. Either by an old man's head or an angry Eugene. But yeah, no, Iron Giant is the definition of just, this is a vanilla okay card, good and limited. Okay, the only reason I say this might see play in other formats, mainly Commander, I cannot see it seeing play in any, is if they ever make an off-color demon deck, like a non-black demon deck, like the fact that this is a colorless demon might be relevant.
Fair enough.
Because if you ever want to be wacky, a wacky deck builder like me.
The other legendary weapon trick, the Lionheart.
I wish this card was
not
better.
Omega, it's not a legendary weapon.
I mean, not in this context, no, but
no.
It is supposed to. It should be a really cool weapon. It costs 4.
Well,
it's artifact equipment. When this equipment enters, it deals 2 damage to any target.
This card.
It's got, and the equipped creature gets +2/+1. Equip 2.
I will put up a little defense for the Lionheart. This card is better than it looks, particularly in limited, but also in some contexts.
In limited, this is the most common thing that kills my traveling
good.
chocobo.
Yeah, no, this card is very good in limited because it is just a shock. But in non-limited, it's actually very decent. See, I know people are sad that it's not like some super like buff equipment, but just the fact that it is an equip 2, you can copy it in like Furion or other equipment decks, and it shocks twice. It's removal on a stick. Like, this card fits a lot of categories that make it pretty good, or at least better than it would seem, I would say.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that it enters the battlefield and potentially is removal is not that common on equipment. Trust me, I looked for all of them.
No, I mean, I feel like it's got utility. It seems like it's an okay card, but it is definitely not like a crazy good card. Because, like, yeah, it does 2 damage when you play it, but you gotta pay 4 mana for that. To equip it, or cheat it out onto the field, though that's with equipment, that's a little more possible. Yeah. And you do get +2/+1.
It does have a very low equip cost, though, which does help.
It's a cute little form of removal if I think you're playing an equipment deck already. Yeah. I do not think I would play it outside of the context of...
non-equipment deck, no.
Yeah. Unlike other cards where, like, you might jam Excalibur 2 in just your generic lifelink, life gain deck as a cool trick. This card, I think, only sees play if you're playing an equipment deck because it is a funny thing that gives your equipment deck a new way to do stuff, basically.
Yeah. You need to be able to take advantage of... Well, I think there are other decks you could play it in, but they need to take advantage of its enter the battlefield, like, trigger. Like, if you have a deck that, like, makes a shit ton of copies of stuff, I think it can also be pretty good. Because you can just do repeated bolts. Just anything that requires its special properties, you can make it work with. But yeah.
Now we have another thing that's from 8.
Yes, I know it looks awful, but it's.
I don't know if it looks awful, but
It looks disappointing. But
Yes, that's what I'll
that's a good
say.
way
It's
to
a
put it.
thing where like you read it and you're like, oh, well that's not that crazy.
it is very similar to Blitzball in my opinion, that it is a card that plays way better than it looks.
The
Speaking
Lunatic
of the opposite of
Pandora,
that,
legendary artifact,
Lunatic
costs
Pandora.
1. You can pay 2 and tap to surveil 1. You can pay 6 and tap, which means it's a sacrifice to tap, but it means that it has to be untapped, so you can't do both of these on the same turn, basically, if people are wondering. But you can sacrifice Lunatic Pandora to destroy a target non-land permanent.
So
That cheap artifact thing, I guess.
this
It is a cheap
card,
artifact.
this card is okay. So this card has like 2 use cases. But spoiler, both of them are unlimited. If you need numbers of artifacts on the field,
Cheap
or
artifact.
if you're playing like I don't know, white green or something, and you just absolutely shit the bed in terms of removal. Like if you're absolutely down bad for removal, this is not the worst option. But outside of that, this card is just like poo-poo bad.
You're a veteran, so this wouldn't be different. But I think for like the less experienced, this in a slower paced game, this can sneak up on you. The removal.
It can, but I think the thing is, like, I'm never gonna fault someone for playing removal in their deck. So if you want to play this as removal, play it as removal. But I would not let myself be forced into the place where I would have to play this. But I also play more removal than most people do. So
Yeah, I think the removal is just a bonus.
I don't see why you would play this for not the removal.
Mhm.
Like, pay 2 to surveil is awful.
To surveil 1, mind you.
Yeah, surveil 1, sorry. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I feel like
I
they
guess
gave it the
that-
surveil effect because they really wanted it to do the sacrifice destroy a non-land permanent effect as like the main stall effect,
well,
but they were
that's
like,
in so many effects.
but I feel like
Like,
they were
this
like,
is
what can we
another-
give it as like a stopgap, a medium ability you might repeat? I don't know. 8's the set we're doing with some surveil stuff with like Ultimisia
Also,
and things.
in limited, the fact that this is legendary actually hurts it.
Yeah, you can't play
Oh,
multiple
yeah.
copies. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I said, this is not the top end of removal, but it's not awful. 6 mana just destroys something. It's not awful in limited, but the fact that it's legendary really hurts.
You know what's not legendary? The Magic Pot.
I love
3
this
mana,
card.
artifact creature, goblin construct. Give me elixir.
I like this one too.
If you don't know, by the way, this is this art design's from 5 allegedly. This is also how they look in 14. So I don't know if that's where they were first, but the Magic Pot is a recurring enemy whose gimmick is give them something, usually an elixir, and if you do, they instantly die and usually give you something good back. Like sometimes they'll transform elixirs into mega elixirs,
Yeah.
etc.
I think they first showed up in 5.
So he's a 1/4,
What?
which is great stats for a blocker, and also if he dies, he
Yeah.
becomes a creature token.
Yeah, so Omega, you identified the reason this card is really good.
Yeah, he's a cheap blocker.
In my
that,
opinion, in limited. There are
he's-
so many things with power 3 in this set.
he's a really good blocker that if your opponent does actually kill, you get a treasure token, which is an artifact you
There were
can
multiple times
sacrifice to add
in
1 mana.
Yeah, there are multiple times in limited where me and my opponent will just literally be staring at each other behind 2 1/4 blockers and just be like, none of us can attack profitably. What the f- do we
Also, as an artifact creature, he also has the ability, if you don't need to use him as a blocker, you can pay 2 mana and tap him to just graveyard hate. If it matters. If
He's
it comes
also
up, he's also
colorless-
graveyard hit.
He's also a colorless goblin, which is hilarious, and he's a construct, which can matter in some decks.
He is an artifact creature goblin construct. He has very
don't-
funny text.
Yeah. No, this guy legitimately, him being a 1/4 and him having exile target card in a graveyard, I absolutely shit on someone in a limited game because they were playing the green-black bring stuff back deck, and every time they put something scary in their graveyard, I would like, magic pot. Magic pot.
Give me elixir.
Magic pot. It just like took all of their good
And
stuff
obviously, in a
away.
normal context, that's more of a side deck effect. But this, I feel like
Yeah.
this guy, they designed this guy smartly with drafting, and so he
Well-
is useful as a draftable common because he's also
Yeah.
just a guy.
I would be tempted to play this card in some commander decks. Like if I
He's
find
I mean, he's an
anything that-
artifact creature goblin like that's like you said,
The
Dallas. He's got
construct
like a
has to
lot of
come into
keywords
play.
of like there's gotta be
Yeah.
something where this is a funny card you can
Colorless
throw in.
Goblin, I genuinely don't know where that would come up into play. But there's something that this card can do. Honestly, leaving behind a treasure token isn't bad, because this guy's what? He's like a 3-drop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he is surprisingly well costed. I highly rate Magic Pod. Cards got me so much money on pre-release weekend.
Speaking of 3 drops, the Masamune.
Oh, this card.
Obviously referencing Sephiroth's sword, but Masamune is also another one that comes up a lot in Final Fantasy and in other Japanese
just
things.
Japanese.
Costs you
This
3,
is
it's
my-
equipped 2.
This is still my favorite sword from Chrono Trigger.
It's a legendary artifact. It says, as long as the equipped creature is attacking, it has first strike and must be blocked if able. And then also, the equipped creature has the ability, if a creature dying causes a triggered ability of this creature or an emblem you own to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time.
This card is so butt. Like, genuinely, this card is so bad.
This is literally just for Sephiroth.
No,
Yeah.
it's not just for Sephiroth. There are like 3 Planeswalker emblems this is relevant to.
The
This card is awful design. Like, I genuinely, this is just bad design on the Magic team's space, because like, why would you make a card this narrow? Like, yes, I know it's his sword, but like, this card
Yeah,
is
I gotta be
literally
honest.
useless.
I feel like it's cute that they made a thing that complements Sephiroth, but like you said, Sephiroth's sword is iconic because it's super long, and obviously there's a scene where he stabs Aerith with it. But like actually, like in lore, the Masamune is nothing. It's just a really long sword. It's not like the greatest sword in the world. It's just Sephiroth had a really, really long sword specially made that only he can wield because he's a cool, strong guy.
Yeah, like, yeah, in limited it can do some stuff because you can force bad trades and stuff. But
Yeah,
that's
like,
so
That's not very good.
good.
Like,
Yeah, I chat
Like-
saying, you know, Zed got fucked over in a limited because he had an opponent who had 2 of them.
Yes.
You can't play 2 of them, obviously. It's a
I-
legendary artifact. Actually, no, wait. You said that, I think, before. In draft, you don't...
No, you
you're limited,
can.
right?
You can play as many as you want in your deck. You just can't have 2 on the board at the same time.
Okay.
Uh,
And now it's time
one
for
player can't have 2.
our funniest job select, I think. Monkfist! Black belts go all the way back to FF1. Which this depicts. It's two mana for an artifact equipment. When this equipment enters, you create a 1/1 hero token and add it to it. The equipped creature gains +1/+0 and is a monk in addition to its effect. So it's a 2 mana creates a 2/1 hero monk token, but also does mean that you're putting both a hero token, and which is a creature, and a artifact into play.
Yeah, I like this card. I think this card gets shit on way too much, because I've seen people be like, "Oh, it's useless," and then you look at its like win rate in actual games. It's like
It's
pretty
cheap,
high
though.
for a common.
It's cheap as hell,
Yeah,
and it's
2 mana
colorless.
for a 2/1, and it's.
You can put this in any of your weird
equipment.
equipment flavor decks that are in the
Yeah.
drafts. You
Yeah,
could put
like-
this in a non-draft deck if you're just like, what if I just need a 2/1 body?
No, it goes crazy in Furion. I make 2/2/1s with haste. Getting insane. Yeah, no, I really like Monk's Fist. A lot of people are like, "Oh, Monk got screwed." It's like, just because something isn't like big and splashy doesn't mean it's not good. And also, I think the fact that the quote-unquote fastest job select card, like the one that gets down the fastest, being Monk, is very appropriate. Or sorry, it's Monk and Red Mage, which is also
Yeah.
appropriate.
Well, and I also think that like in the context of like the FF1 monk especially, like the classic black belt. Yeah, no, that's all you need. It's just you punch guys. That's what the job does. The whole
Yeah.
point of black belt
Literally,
is
the
you
entire point.
punch.
The entire point of Final Fantasy II is to take a party of 1 monk and 3 red mages, and you cast haste like 8 times, so your black belt gets like 18 attacks a turn.
That's it.
It's
That's all you
great.
need. Like the only other thing they could have done is like maybe given it like lifelink or something, because a
No, if
later
anything, it
thing
should
that
have
gets
been
added
haste.
to monks
If
is
anything, it should have
like
been
chakra
haste.
and self-healing is like a big monk thing later. But no, they're fast. But also, I think,
Yeah,
like you
no.
said, you don't even need to worry about the haste part, because the whole point is that, like, yeah, it would be nice if it had haste, but the whole point is that this is cheap as hell. It's just a cheap-ass 2-1.
No.
That, like I said,
Like,
if
obviously, it's
if
never
you
gonna be
happen
this-
to have any
this-
triggers about artifacts in play, or creatures or tokens entering play, you know, it has synergy.
I think it's better than a lot of the rare equipments, because a lot of those rare equipments are very niche. This is just pretty good in a lot of decks that care about equipments and creatures and stuff.
Yeah. All right.
How many?
Here's the thing. Like 5 more in artifacts. Then we need to dig up a couple of the.
Yeah, the starter deck cards. I'll get those.
And then I need to find the lands that actually do something.
I'll pull
There's
those
only
up.
like a couple.
I'll
Yeah.
pull.
I will veto the ones that are just reprints or functional reprints.
Okay, well
I think
I'll
we
post them
talked about
anyway,
it
and you can
before.
guild them. Just filter them out.
The big ones we named are the ones that are also like spells, basically.
Yeah, there's a couple that are really interesting.
I made sure to
See
put
if I can
Gongaga in
some
there.
arts. Thank you.
Yeah,
I said
sadly,
before, there's some that I'm gonna show just because I want to be like, you know, look at them.
Yeah, the only ones I probably would show are the Adventures in, obvious. No, not really.
No,
Balam,
the Adventures Inn's not that
obviously.
good.
It's also not unique. Balam would probably obviously be one.
Yeah,
Gold
that's another one.
Saucer and then Eden are probably the only 3.
What about Clive's Hideaway?
It's so bad though. I mean, we could show it. Yeah,
So,
it's legendary and unique.
Here we've
so,
got a
yeah.
card that like
Very bad.
is very funny. I didn't realize this was an 8 reference, but this is the Poo Poo UFO. A artifact
yes.
creature,
Poo-poo
construct,
UFO.
alien, costs 2 to play a 0/4 flyer. By the way, talking about good cheap blockers. Tap, put a land from your hand in the battlefield, and then pay 3 till the end. This creature's base power becomes equal to the number of towns you control. So this
I like this
obviously
a
can
little
have a
bit
role in that
better.
town thing.
I like this a little bit better as a blocker than the pot.
I mean, it's a 0/4 flying blocker, so that's good because that means you can block flying creatures.
So I think the towns thing is useless garbage, personally, because
The town thing is clearly a
limited thing. It's clearly for limited.
I want it's for limited, but also I think it's in the context of towns were literally introduced with this set as like their new thing, one of their new things.
Yeah.
So they wanted to do some cards that have some town synergy.
Yeah.
Those probably won't be good in a non-limited sense unless they bring the town subtype back and like keep putting out more towns.
But yeah,
But as a flying blocker for 2.
I don't think it's that good as a blocker personally because there's no kill potential. I
That is
value a
true.
1/4 much more than I value a 0/4 personally, and because there's not that much flying in this set, I don't really value flying in this set.
Mhm.
But that being said, the tap put a land from your hand onto the battlefield has some really dumb infinite combo potentials. Like, genuinely, this card is part of like 15 infinite combos. It's very funny. Obviously, this is a card effect that already existed, so it's just a replacer for those cards. But tap, put a land from your hand into the battlefield. You can do a lot of infinite combos with it.
Yep.
Specifically, infinite landfall triggers. There's lands that bounce back to your hand, and then there is cards that whenever a land enters, you untap target creature or permanent. So you just play infinite lands and infinitely landfall trigger.
So it seems
Yeah.
pretty good for uses.
Yeah, like I said, there's a couple cards that do the same thing, but it's a version of this. Regalia.
The Regalia.
Now available
Legendary
to be a commander.
artifact vehicle. Yeah, it is a legendary artifact vehicle. It costs 4. It's a 4/4 with haste. It's only crew 1, so it's pretty easy to crew, which is good because it's expensive. I mean, not as far as like creatures go, but for a vehicle that requires setup, a 4/4 haste
honestly,
is,
as a vehicle,
it's
this
a little bit
card
work,
isn't
but it's pretty
awful.
good. When the Regalia
If that gets
attacks,
crew 1,
yeah, I think they had to make it crew 1 just so it was relatively easy to crewify because its effect kind of revolves around it being a creature because it says whenever the Regalia attacks, reveal cards at the top of your library until you reveal a land, put in the battlefield tapped, put the rest at the bottom of your library in a random order.
At the pre-release I went to, a lot of the veteran players thought this was an interesting one for that draft, for that field event.
It is an interesting card because I can see this card being very strong, but I can also see this card being very weak. I think it really depends on what your deck is doing and what your opponent is doing. Yeah.
Well,
No,
yes,
that's all I'm gonna say
that's
with
you're
that.
saying it only requires 1 driver, but also it is based on power, not number of creatures. So like, I don't remember how many
You
of the
can
boys
technically
work, but
crew this. You can crew this with more than 1 creature.
anyone
You
works.
shouldn't. You shouldn't do that because you really don't have to. But
Now, what would be funny is if this also had flying, because the car flies.
yeah, eventually.
That would probably be
Well,
like a
no.
transform mode, but they
As
don't
a-
do that.
as
They've got
a-
other shit for that.
In a vehicle deck, I think this card is very good because it's mana accelerants.
Mhm.
Don't really see its place outside of vehicle deck.
Do you think
Like,
it's
if
good
you
enough
wanted
to,
to-
if you wanted to use it since it is a legendary vehicle as a funny haha
As a
commander?
no, because it's colorless.
That's fair. That's fair.
If it was literally any colors, I would say maybe because that effect is strong. But I do think this is great in like Balthier and Fran. This is great in that deck. This is
Yeah,
fucking
because
insane
they
in
like
that deck.
vehicles. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Relentless X ATM 092, a 6 mana artifact creature robot spider. It's a 6/5, and if you pay 8, you can return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped with a finality counter on it. So he comes back from the dead. You gotta fight
This
this
is
guy
another one
twice.
of those cards that's like kind of good.
I mean, it
'cause
feels
just-
like if this just happens to be like the big asshole you pull in limited, that's probably okay.
there are a lot of situations.
I think I'd take this over the thing we saw earlier. The iron.
I might not just because that has trample.
Oh, okay,
and
you're right. That one
vigilance.
has, that one has trample
Not
and
trample.
vigilance.
Trample is vigilance that I care more about.
You're right. You're right.
But like I said,
It only had,
I would
like,
say
3
it's
keywords.
close. It's close because not so much the resurrect ability, although that is nice, but that block ability is kind of a bitch.
Yeah,
Like-
this creature can't be blocked except by 3 or more. Also, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that it's 3 or more matters a lot.
Thank you, Sarah Young. Yeah, it's like, but have Tails pilot the car.
Yeah.
It's very funny,
Um,
yes. So yeah, no, this is a funny little guy, and definitely feels like this can the requiring 3 or more blockers means that you're gonna force your opponent to use up a lot of resources, and he is
Yeah,
still
it's
just
basically
a 6/5
better
for
than
6. That's pretty good. Like
Yeah, it's
mana
not
wise,
awful, and it's like this just has a lot of upside.
I think just the 8 effect is just very funny. It's the idea of like, assuming your opponent deals with this somehow, it goes into your graveyard, and then you're just like, well, I could just do it again. We could just run this back. Later.
Another one.
All right.
Now let's get to one of my favorite uncommons in this set.
Ring of the Lucii.
Yes, the Ring of Lucia.
Lucy. Legendary artifact, costs 4. This is a 2 mana rock.
That's a 4 mana.
Well, it adds 2.
Yeah, that's 2, which is on rate for 4 mana rocks.
And you can also pay 2 and tap, and pay a life to tap
Yeah.
a non-land permanent.
I really like this card. Because
This just seems like
if
good
you-
utility.
If you've ever played with a card in Magic that is better than this, but this is also like 2 cents, called Maze of Ith. which is a land that doesn't tap for any mana. But it reads tap this land, untap target creature it is no longer in combat. Trust me, you can be. It's the ability to remove one creature from being able to attack is surprisingly really annoying in Commander.
Yes.
She's like, I'm going to attack with my big thing. No. Yes, no, it's not as good as Soul Ring because, like, Soul Ring is arguably the best card in Commander. So, no, I agree. It is not as good as Soul Ring, which is 1 mana, tap for 2.
But this can, like you said, this has the potential to be very
Yeah.
frustrating to deal with.
And honestly, I am building a deck that this is better than Soul Ring in, which is the Emperor of Palamecia, because it costs 4 mana.
Yeah.
So it triggers out.
Oh yeah, good point.
All right, our last
But,
artifact,
yeah, no.
the world map, costs 1. Again, talking about cheap artifacts. You can also pay 1 tap, sacrifice, search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put in your hand, shuffle. And then if you want to pay 3 and tap instead, you search your library for any land, reveal it, put in your hand, shuffle.
Yeah. No, this card's actually really good.
Okay.
I hate that the second ability's on there, because I hate tutors, and this is essentially a tutor.
It's true. It adds a non-basic land. It just adds any land in your hand.
Yeah, and lands can get, like I just mentioned Maze of Ith. There's plenty of lands that do much different things than just make mana. But just having this in like any red or blue or even black deck, this deck is so good.
Yeah, I was about to say
Or-
what
yeah.
that said. In the Yoshi P deck, they searches the gate cards.
In green, this card is worse than useless. Like, if you're playing a deck with green in it, just don't even look at this card. But if you're playing any of the other colors that actually have to, like, search for mana like a normal person, and play lands like a normal person, then, like, yes, no, this card is very good for, like, blue and red especially, I would say.
And I want to say,
Because
I
those
think
are
there's
also the
like
colors.
there's
They're
room
both
for
artifacts.
incidental synergies because it is an artifact that enters play for cheap, and it is an artifact that sacks itself to do its effects. So it is the kind of thing where, like, yeah, you're technically paying like, 2 mana total over the turns to search a
Yeah.
land to get 1, but
But
Maybe you
3
need that
mana
mana.
to not fade your land drop is is it better than Wayfarer's Bauble? Yeah, I think it is, because Wayfarer's Bauble can only, let me read Wayfarer's Bauble for you again. I think Wayfarer's Bauble searches for 2 lands, but they're only basics. Let me make sure. I haven't read the text on Wayfarer's Bauble in forever.
I'll pull up the first of our land selection. We're probably gonna speedrun a few of these.
Oh no, yeah, it's just 2 mana search for a basic. Yeah, no, this is just strictly. Oh no, it puts it onto the battlefield. Okay, then no, I would say this is not better than Wayfarer's Bauble, but it's the second best card.
So first of
Because
our
it does
running
only put it into your
lands,
hand.
Balam Garden, the Seed Academy, which also flies, by the way, if you didn't know, it flies later.
Yeah.
It's a land,
Blam,
it's a
blam.
town, it enters tapped. You can tap it for either a green or a blue. Sorry, I had to remember my colors there. You can also transform it. It costs 1 less for each other town you control. So if you're playing a town deck, which is, again, ostensibly, allegedly, blue-green is the town deck in draft.
So
It turns into a legendary artifact vehicle, which is flying. Whenever it attacks, you draw a card. It only costs crew 1 for a 5/4 flying.
So to answer a question or comment in chat, I would say it's different expedition map, because I do think the searching for a basic is legitimate. But if you only want it for the non-basic land tutor, then yeah, it is worse expedition. But expedition map is good. Also, this land is good. I like this land. I like lands that can eventually do things, but those things aren't stupid. I'm never going to
Now it
reduce
becomes
this,
a guy.
though. I'm going to pay 5 mana to transform it.
I mean, it
I've
seems like
seen
that's
the
not
quality
awful.
I've seen the qualities of towns. There are like 2 good ones, including this. What is it? Yeah, it's each other. So yeah, there are like 3 good ones, including this. So yeah, no.
Let's see. There's Adventurers Inn, which is just colorless. And when it enters,
See,
gains 2 life.
this is the difference between me and other people in Commander deck building. I do not play cards in Commander for redundancy. That's not the point of Commander.
So Adventurers Inn is like funny. This one I feel like is slightly interesting as a town. It's a colorless one, but you know, you can add a colorless mana or a mana of any color.
It's technically a 5-colored land.
Yeah, it's got both, but also the capital city of 16 also has cycle 2 to discard and draw. So it's like this one just seems like kind of a weird Swiss Army knife card.
Yeah,
Does a bunch of different
this
things.
is one of those cards that I don't really see this seeing play in any commander deck that isn't a cycle-based commander deck, which those do exist.
Also, when I play limited, I mainly use this. Whenever I have this, I usually end up using the cycling effect.
I've used this for land a couple of times. It's not awful, but I am also the kind of person that does play too many colors, so I often need the fixing. I do run a lot of 3-color decks, more than I should.
This is Clive's
Yeah,
Hideaway.
It's a good budget land.
I feel like Dallas doesn't like this card.
I don't like this card, and I'll tell you why.
I think they were being funny because it's
so first
Clive's
of all,
Hideaway.
it has a really bad hideaway. It has a really bad hideaway cost. Hideaways are usually like 6 or 7, but having a look at the top 4 is kind of rough.
I mean, it is a land, so it is a free hideaway.
All hideaway cards are lands.
Oh, okay.
I should say. But
this
the
should be
problem
like Hideaway 16.
is,
Come on, guys.
well, no, it shouldn't be Hideaway 16 because most of them are also rares and legendaries. But it should be like Hideaway 7 at least, because the problem is getting 4 legendary creatures on the field is actually hard. Like, way harder than you think, unless you were literally playing a legendary tribal deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think I see what it's for. This is your main base of operations in 16,
no,
so like you're supposed to have a lot of dominance and stuff.
I would put this in the Terra Precon deck. That's pretty much the only type of deck I would ever put this in. Is in like I'm gonna have 50 legendaries.
Speaking about some 13 stuff, Eden, Seed of Sanctum.
I love this art
it's
so much.
It adds a colorless. You can also spend 5 and tap mill 2, sacrifice this land, put another permanent card in your hand.
Is that Orphan's Cradle?
Yes, I believe so. I really like this card. This is similar to what a chatter mentioned earlier. It's like lands can have really overly costed things on them and be okay because they're also just lands. Like, the worst this is a colorless land. So if you're not playing like a 4 or 5 color deck, I think this card is a good include if you're doing graveyard stuff.
It's a thing that can come up.
Yeah, like lands that have special effects. The special effects are often ridiculously overcosted on purpose. Speaking of a card I think is way underrated in this set.
Yeah, I really like this one.
It's the Gold Saucer! So it's a colorless mana land town. You can also pay 2 and tap to flip a coin. If you win the flip, create a treasure token, which you sacrifice to generate mana.
I never win the flip.
You can also spend 3 and tap Gold Saucer to sacrifice 2 artifacts to draw a card. It doesn't seem like it's good for every deck, but
I actually enjoy it in a lot more decks than I thought. Just getting a treasure token can just be really good if you just have extra mana lying around. Like, it's obviously worse in Commander, I think, because I feel like in Commander I have a lot less extra mana laying around. But in Limited especially, I often have, like, when it gets down to, like, low hand size, you have so many so many extra lands that you're just like, yeah, screw it, I'll pay 2 to flip a coin. Like I said, lands can often have abilities that are overcosted if they're also lands.
How did we rate Edgar again? Chat points out that we can flip a coin, guarantee the heads effect, or you can guarantee the win.
Edgar was from the pre-con. He was rated terrible in the Terra deck, but good in his own deck.
Mhm.
It's not Edgar. Also, it's what's his
Specific
name?
one.
It's
This
not
is we're
Edgar,
here just because it's a
uh,
meme. Let me actually grab a couple of the other multicolor ones.
What's his name?
Uh,
Or it might also be Edgar in the main set. I
The
don't know, but it's
This is Gungaga Reactor Town. It is a
Setzer.
forest or a mountain.
Oh, sets.
I feel like it's a forest or a mountain only because it's green. Gungaga. Well, actually, no. Gungaga is kind of on a cliff. In the remake, it's like at the bottom of a rocky area, but it's like they picked this one because it's Gungaga. It's a meme. It's a meme that Zach has a very funny delivery when he says, "Me, Gungaga." Charlian gets to be the Islander plane that is actually good for Charlian. And also, it's blue-white, and it's Charlian.
Blue-white. Is blue-white the color of, like... tell me if this fits Charlian. Are they stuck-up aristocrats that are obsessed with laws and tinkering with random artifacts?
Yes.
Much to the detriment of society around them?
Yeah.
That is what I think of when I...
They're a hub world, so you kind of
Azorius.
you can help them get their head out of their ass. But no, yeah, that's Charlian. That's the old Charlian.
Well, so it's when I say that, I don't like Azorius aren't all assholes, obviously. But whenever anyone's a villain from Azorius, they are always like the bureaucratic nightmare from hell. Like Dovan.
Well, and fun
Dovan.
fact, almost all of the Scions are from Charlian originally, or were educated there. So like there are.
Oh, that's where
goods.
well, not all the Scions. Thancred was a street boy.
Yeah, but like most of them studied there. Like the twins are
Yes.
from there. Louis Suave was from there originally,
Yeah,
and obviously
right,
like
that's where Louis Suave's from. And Louis
and
Suave
obviously
are cool
like you
dude.
understand that like Louis Suave left Charlian because Charlian has like this weird non-interference policy.
There are ivory tower motherfuckers.
Yeah.
From what I
Rabanastre
remember,
is the red-white one. That's a
can we do
decent
my
one.
favorite? If we're doing the towns, can we do my favorite, which is
Yeah,
the
yeah, what
black
are
red
you
one?
wanna pull up?
I believe that is black red, because I believe that's the Empire, the Imperial capital, right?
Let's see.
I could be wrong.
Actually, hold on.
Let's see if I can bring that up. Where is it from 6?
Vector, yes.
Oh, yes.
Vector, the
Okay.
Imperial capital. You know, the Nazi place.
Is this sorted alphabetically? Yeah,
Website, please load.
I got it. It took me a little minute, but I managed to get the filters to flip. Okay, so Vector from 6. Yeah, Magitech Capital works as red-black.
No, Omega. Magitech Nazi capital.
Yes. But yeah, it's the Imperial Capital, talks about all their Magitech and stuff. Rabanastre is interesting, but is there a color deserts are usually associated with?
Technically colorless, but also white a little bit.
Yeah, I think that works with Rabanastre. There are like rocky areas nearby to have it be mountainy, but yeah, it I think flows.
Like white red is kind of the like fork where deserts have been placed now. A little bit of black in there too.
If they're like
Desolation
a
is kind of black.
Let's see. Let me see what
So
the other ones are.
fun fact, the last
11, I have no
last
input from that.
the last desert themed magic set, I believe, had a god dragon pharaoh destroy everything in an apocalypse and then kill all the Egyptian gods and resurrect them as evil zombie slaves.
Let's see.
So
Treno Dark City from 9 is the blue-black one. I'm looking if there's any of the other double colors that are like interesting. The Farplane Gateway might be interesting. That's the green-blue one.
I
Okay.
think most of the arts are pretty good.
I think
And-
one of the green blue ones is Guadalsam.
Yeah, Guadalsam, the Farplane Gateway. I just grabbed it.
Okay.
So that's an interesting
And
one.
now I'll start off some of the starter deck cards because spoiler, we're going back to the boy.
Yeah.
The first one is the boy.
Well, let's let me actually then
Naughty
grab
boy.
the lands that are spells, because those actually do a thing. But
I am
you
just
should-
gonna
you should
just
think about
post
them.
all these starter deck cards, so I don't have to keep this tab open.
No, that's fair. There you go. I think I've got the filtering right to grab it, but I do have to like just judge a little. Because it's no, not that one.
All right. Slight spoiler. There's going to be a certain card from the starter set that I'm going to play a sound clip for.
So let's see. Our first spell land is Ishgard, the Holy Sea. This is the full art, but we'll streamline it 'cause it's almost.
We are
midnight.
stuck up assholes and we worship.
So
dragons
Ishgard is
and
the
kill
white one.
them.
Well, they know
They
they don't.
don't
worship
I don't
dragons.
actually.
They hate dragons.
I don't actually know anything about Ishgard. I just know I hate everyone. I hate a lot of people from Ishgard because they're dicks.
You shouldn't say you hate everyone from Ishgard until you get there, Dallas,
No, I
because
don't.
there's
I
a lot
like
of
a lot of
Undercity people.
No, I like a lot of people from Ishgard. That's like the Dragoon
yeah, the Holy
teachers
See-
chill.
They're literally
Uh,
called the Holy See. It's pretty easy to figure out what's up with them.
Have
So
you met
they-
Hilda
Ambassador
yet?
seems- Which one?
God no, he
Have you
hasn't
met
started.
Hilda
He hasn't
yet?
started Heavensward properly. I
No.
think he's still in the patch quests.
I'm literally at the part where you talk to the Ishgardian ambassador and he's like, I can't technically help you legally, but I can kind of help you if no one says anything.
Yeah, Aymeric. He's a real one.
Yeah, Americ's pretty chill.
So
and so
this
is
is a
the
land.
upper-
It's a town. It enters tapped. You can tap it to add a white.
Yes.
And you can pay some mana to have it be the Adventure Sorcery, which is return up to 2 target artifact or enchantment cards from your graveyard to your hand. Faith and Grief.
Just also gonna post the reprints I wanted to talk about.
Seems like a
there's not that many.
a decent grab. To just for lets you reborn some stuff in white. Get back your artifacts and enchantments. The blue one in this case of the adventures is Jidur, the aristocratic capital, from 6.
Or
You can add a blue, and then its ability if cast as an adventure, sorcery adventure, is your opponent mills half their library, rounded down. For 6, 2 of which was to be blue. If you're playing a blue mill strat, that seems okay.
Seems interesting. Could also really backfire.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that like you don't fire that in every matchup. If it will help for you to do your mill strat correctly, that's good. Otherwise, yeah, you can just keep it around for tapping for blue. The red one is Lindbloom, Industrial Regency, from 9. So it gives you a red mana, and its ability is an instant adventure. Spend 3 mana to create a wizard token that does the wizard token thing. Which, honestly, that's probably all right in the wizard deck.
yeah.
To just have a
It's
land
very
which
cost
can also
reasonable
generate
too.
you.
I'll
Yeah, it's
talk
instant.
about them all when we're done with all of them, but yeah, I'll just talk about all of them just because it's easier.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're done.
The black one is Midgar, City of Mako. Again, great pick there. It's not literally a swamp, but it is decaying. It is sucking up, slurping it up. As a sorcery adventure, you can cast it to sacrifice an artifact or a creature and draw 2, which is also probably pretty good in black.
And then Zidungadunga? I can never pronounce this.
Xanarkand?
Zandarkand. There we go.
It's really easy.
Fun fact.
I wasn't
chat.
looking. Fun fact. I was not looking at the word when I said it, just to defend myself a little.
All right. Fun fact, chat. Head for the 10 fans. The song to Xanarkand is a perfect waltz.
Nice. Zanarkand is the green, like we said, the green one, but it's a sorcery adventure. You can also cast Lasting Faith to create a 1/1 colorless hero token, and then put a 1/1 counter, +1/+1 counter on it for each land you control. Not untapped, so this does count.
It's 6 costs, so you're already gonna at least be up
So,
6/6.
With all of these, I'll just kind of break down like my overall thoughts. I think the green one is awful.
Yeah, I see that.
Seems expensive.
The white one is very good in specific decks and useless in other decks. The blue one is kind of the same as the white one, but like less good
You
in
have
those
to be
decks.
running a mill deck, yeah.
The red and the black one, I think, are good in most decks, particularly Midgard, ironically.
I mean, Midgard feels
I
like it's
think
the most
is-
generic to the identity of black. It's
Yeah.
just like,
I would
hey,
say-
sack a
I
creature
would
to
say-
draw 2.
Yeah.
Or sack an
Lindblom
artifact.
I think-
is also pretty generically good. Like, pretty much it's easier to find decks you do want to play Lindblom in than you don't.
Lindblom's also great because it's an instant.
That's also
Well,
true, yeah. You
I
just
think-
create a little
yeah.
guy.
Like, Lindblom is pretty good, and Midgard is pretty good, and Ishgard is very good in the right deck and useless in other decks.
Mm.
And for
Midgard is probably the
comparison,
most deck dependent.
Starting Town. I do like how they named some of these, like Crossroads City, Starting Town Adventures, and they don't name specific ones, even though Cornelia, or Corneria in the original print, is in one.
It's
just generic.
That's all I want to talk about.
The Starting Town's very funny, though. It's like, it enters tapped unless it's your first, second, or third turn of the game, literally starter, and it's colorless, but you can also pay 1 life to have it be any mana.
Oh no,
funny.
let's do one more.
This one's interesting. It's basically can be. I believe there's another land that you pay 1 for it. So this is at least a decent mana fixer. It's
This
okay.
one is okay, but the reason it's so high in price comparatively is that it's legal in standard and it's seeing good play there.
Oh,
In
okay.
Commander, this is kind of just okay.
Yeah, because you have on Commander, you would have a lot of better options, right?
Well, yeah, and just the fact that like
No, it's not nearly shrunk enough.
games are usually longer in Commander than in Standard,
Mm.
just naturally, like, kinda.
16 new messages.
Sorry, I want to end with the one at the end, so I'm trying to delete that and then put the other one I want to show, because I do think this art is also, and I want to throw the 7 fans a bone here, because this is some primo 7 reprint art. So I do want to delete that, because I'm biased, and that is my favorite art in the set.
Here are I'm just throwing up some quick of the different alternate arts for basic lands. A few of them that Chris Starlight selected that we've got that look pretty good. I do kind of appreciate the multi effect here. You know, you have both planes as that's right, we're going 50. Like planes can be the literal Giza planes in 12, which have sun crystals, or 7th Heaven, which like yeah, technically you could call that a plane, a flat land. Swamp being our boy, Grandpa.
Yep.
And then Wastes as a generic colorless, but also there are wastes in 16. It's a whole thing.
I think they wanted to give 12 more love, but they couldn't.
I think we've
because
talked
it,
about this. 12's
unfortunately,
a
is not
weird
popular.
12's a weird one to pick because like it's like the thing of like you can tell that they had to probably make some conceits because like Balthier and Fran are 1 card. Pinello is literally not a card. Captain Bosch is not a card, which is funny because Gabranth is a card. Larsha's not a card, even though he's a guest star party member like twice. And also,
Villain is not a card.
yeah, Vayne, like they did do one of the things through Destiny for or through the Ages for Vayne, but he's not actually, unlike all the others, which is weird because like
they did do Vayne, like he has a card. It's like Vayne's Torment or something. I can't remember what it's called.
But also, like,
So they
that's
did-
another case where, like, you could absolutely have made Vayne Solidor a classic FFN boss card where, like, you play him, and he's like a normal guy, you know, and then he, you know, after you do so much, probably after you kill so many creatures or something, or create so many artifacts, he flips, and he's his final boss form, which is fused with the Sky Fortress Bahamut. But they didn't do that. Maybe they'll do that in a follow-up set.
I do feel worse. I do feel worse for 5 fans than I do for 12 fans, though, because at least some of the 12 cards we got were good. I feel like all the 5 cards were bad.
I kind of feel like 5 was also one of the ones that wasn't as bouncy, but that's okay. So let's see. Let's do starter deck Sephiroth, I assume.
Yep, starter deck Sephiroth. These are where we start. I just put them in order. What we should show them in the chat.
Sephiroth, blue-black. He's got all the same creature stats he normally does. He's a 4/4. Vigilance. Creature opponent controls get -1 or -2/-2. When a creature opponent controls dies, put a 1/1 counter on him. Well, that does work with Masamune.
I really like this Sephiroth. I actually like this Sephiroth more than the other Sephiroth.
I see why this one's
it,
in the starter kit.
It's a little overcosted, granted. But I do find this is a more interesting card to build around than the other Sephiroth, because you can make him fucking gigantic.
Yeah. I also want to say, like I said, I understand why this one is a starter kit card, because he is simpler. The normal Sephiroth is like, he's funny, he's interesting, but he does require probably some higher level brain thinking to do.
This is definitely my middle tier Sephiroth. Is this one? My favorite is the Commander deck Sephiroth. I fucking love that design. And this Sephiroth is just kind of like...
It's very normal.
He's very good.
Vigilance? He's a 4/4?
Or I like him, rather. I don't know if he's very good, but he's just... It's a very interesting place for blue-black to be. Because blue-black does not usually do big creature 1/1 counter decks.
Also,
So
I think this is very funny, thinking about it, that the art for this Sephiroth is very clearly either the Advent Children or the final boss from the FF7 remake, where they force you to do a Sephiroth boss fight at the end.
This has to be the Advent Children art. I can even hear the metal cover of fucking One Winged Angel when
you haven't played Remake Dallas, so it's like kind of a spoiler, but it's not a spoiler, because the game's gonna be like 10 years old by the time you play it. The ending of Remake does some stuff to kind of set up like why the plot can be different and things, like why they get to change stuff around and add more stuff. So they get a little meta, but it also means that they get to end the game at the highway out of Midgar, but also you get to fight Sephiroth in a weird space full of floating bits of blown up Midgar. So like they get to play their greatest hits, basically. It's a really
sort of
cool
similar
boss
from the
fight.
remake, because it's gonna complement the cloud card we're gonna see later.
Yeah. But next we have posted Artemisia, Temporal Threat.
The Temporal
She's
Threat.
just pure blue.
A way better card.
Human Warlock, when she enters, tap all creatures your opponent controls, very pure blue. Whenever creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card.
Yeah, this is a way better card than her other.
Honestly, this should probably, I would say this probably should have been her core set. I get what they're going for with her other one, like trying to think of commandery things to do, and that obviously transforms.
No,
this is just another
better as a commander.
Simple, plain card. Like, just doing stuff straightforward.
Because you can blink her and just keep tapping your opponent's stuff. Because it is your opponents. It's all of their creatures.
And she is a 4/4 also after that. A 4/4, by the way, and if your opponent's creatures are all tapped, they can't block.
Like, you build her as like a blue weenie creature deck, like fairies and rats and like rogues and stuff. And then once she enters the board, all of your opponents are tapped out, and you get to draw like 5 cards.
Deadly Embrace, the signature attack for Garuda in 16. Well, not her big attack, because that's Aerial Blast, but this is one of her, like, core mechanics you get. She does dash attacks. You learn to do dash attacks from her. This is very funny that this card is black. Like, the effect it has makes sense for black, but it's funny that this is black when previously we talked about the typing for Garuda being white. But it's a sorcery that says destroy a target creature your opponent controls, then you draw a card for every creature that died this turn.
So this card is almost really good. If this card read destroy target creature an opponent controls, comma, draw a card for each creature that died this turn, I would say it's an okay card. But because it is a then requirement, this card is awful.
Yeah, because it has to actually destroy the guy.
This clearly wants to be a card that resolves after a board wipe, so you draw like 7 cards. But
expensive if you're board wiping, then you're also paying 5.
Yeah. Well, black has cheap board wipes. You can Toxic Deluge, which is a 3 mana board wipe, and then play this for like a discounted Decree of Pain. Like, even using that, the niche wasn't great, but the fact that you can't do that just makes it absolutely abysmal. Whoa. There's a theme that the non-legendary cards in the starter deck are bad. Like, bad.
Well, they are starters. Seymour Flux. I assume this is one of the boss fights of Mr. Seymour.
Yeah.
He is a 5 mana, 1 black, 5/5 legendary creature spirit avatar. He is a ghost. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card and put a 1/1 counter on Seymour Flux.
The hell is even the point of this? No, this card's bad. He's in every way.
He's a 5/5 for 5.
It draws 1 on upkeep.
He draws 1 and becomes a 6/6. It's a little delayed.
Yeah,
I guess by the time he's with summoning,
he has to survive a turn.
Yeah, with summoning sickness, like he wouldn't.
Makes it worse.
With summoning sequence, he is effectively a 6/6 because you get to the upkeep phase before he actually can attack anyway. But as Krishtali just said, he is a creature that means that your opponent can just kill him in the intervening phase.
I think this is the worst. I think this is the worst legendary in the set, personally.
I mean, there's other. We looked at him. The Seymour I'm pretty sure the normal Seymour card actually does something. So.
Yeah, the only problem with the normal Seymour card is he's locked to mono green, but he's not an awful card. This is a awful card.
Zandy, the Dark Mage.
Zand
from 3. He is a legendary creature, human wizard. He costs you 4 mana for a 3/3, but he does have menace, and he also gets +1/+1 for each card that isn't a creature or land.
This is another one of those cards. It's not
blue-black?
like. Oh no, that's good in blue-black. Blue-black is like.
Yeah, it's like. I mean, you are self-milling. It's just, are you
using a lot of different spells
with the blue aspect? Yeah, I was thinking about it, but like, yeah, no, the blue-black combo that should be okay.
Like, this isn't an amazing card, but it's not awful. Is the best way to put it. This is very.
It's another one that's very normal.
It's very. You can make this a commander. I don't know why you would. It's boring as shit, but.
It's an lot.
I think you would play it in a different mill deck.
Yeah,
as a card.
This is like a big bungus in another deck, definitely.
It's the Reaper equipment, everybody. Why was this just in the starter deck?
Well, it's not the Reaper equipment. That's why.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well,
it's not literally the Reaper equipment, but it's
because the Reaper equipment is. Well, there is a Reaper Scythe in the commander deck.
Well, here it is, everybody.
Yes.
A test of your
It's in the 14-1. Right? I'm not crazy, right?
Yeah, no, there is a Reaper equipment, but it's like.
Yeah.
It's. Was that one commander only? That's funny. This is
yes,
also.
That's commander only. Also, this is from. Oh, this is from 14. What the fuck? What the hell is the point?
Scythe. Yeah, I mean,
this is specifically Xenos' Sykes.
Yeah, he gets to do Reaper stuff later. Anyway, it's a
Which
4
we
equip.
don't
It
get
has
to
a
take,
text of your
remember.
reflex. So it has the classic text of your reflexes. When this equipment enters, you can attach it to a target creature you control. If you do, that creature gets first strike until the end of a turn and must be blocked this turn if able, and also gets +2/+1. and it
So
also
this
has
is
an
the
equip
worst
cost.
Masamune?
It's not awful. 'Cause
I mean, it equips for
auto-equips.
free, yeah. So it's effectively an equip for 4 without even cheating it out.
And unlike
also-
Masamune, it gives stats.
It does give you +2/+1.
'Cause remember,
and then you get
Masamune
first
does
strike.
not give you any stats.
Good point. I missed that.
This one's funny.
That's-
I like it. It's not
Yeah,
great, but
It's not amazing,
can
but
be
it's
fun.
not a bad equipment. Like,
And it is whenever
the
it
biggest-
enters. So if you like cheat it out from play and don't get to auto equip it, it also just
the
does auto
biggest
equip itself.
the biggest knock against this card is that it's a starter deck card, so you kind of have to go out of your way to get it.
But the starter deck sets are actually the most common in like basic store sales.
It's similar to the question we talked about earlier about Yu-Gi-Oh structure decks and stuff. It's interesting that this is a card that's like probably good outside of the starter kits, but it's only in the starter kits, so that's a little odd.
Yeah.
Starter
like,
kit's
this
only
is an
20 bucks.
We'll talk about another card from the starter kit that I don't know what the fuck people
But if you
were
get all
smoking.
of it, if you get all the stuff from the starter kits, that's probably okay to get some basics, that can be
yeah.
good later.
No, and some of the legendaries are neat.
Cloud Planet's
good.
Champion.
The worst Cloud.
Costs 5. He's red-white. He is a human soldier mercenary. During your turn, so long as Cloud is equipped, he has double strike and indestructible. And equip abilities that target Cloud cost 2 less. He's a 4/4. I
He's the most
see what
boring
they're
Cloud.
going for. I mean, Dallas saying the worst Cloud. I think he means in the sense that it's the most boring.
I also do think it is statistically the worst.
Yeah.
This ability doesn't seem terrible.
It's not
but he
awful,
doesn't.
but the other two Clouds are very good.
The main thing I'm thinking of is its equip abilities to the target Cloud cost 2 less. That's nice,
Yeah.
but you still have to pay the cost, and until you can get equipment equipped, he's just a 4/4.
Yeah, as a commander, this takes a little bit of deck building finesse, because you do have to focus on cheap equipped, high pay.
I mean,
So
that
maybe you want to work on stuff that cheats.
is kind of the red-white, like a lot of the other red-whites in this set are around that. But I don't know. It just doesn't.
Like I said, he doesn't spark joy.
No, I mean, I'll say
none
this
of the
even
Clouds
as
do for me.
even as a 7 guy, the Planet's Champion
What?
version doesn't spark joy. I think it's
He
it's
sparks the
cute.
least joy.
The only reason why I say this isn't Advent Children is that this is clearly, or rather, saying this is remake is this is clearly his normal FF7 costume, and like Starlight said, this clearly goes with the starter kit Sephiroth.
No. I will say this. I like him more than the mono white Cloud on the sheer fact that he isn't a tutor. So he has that going for him. He's not a tutor, 10 out of 10.
Beatrix. Kind of a shame that Beatrix is only a starter kit. She's a 6-drop, 2 white. She is a human soldier, 4/4 with vigilance. And at the beginning of your combat on your turn, you can attach any number of equipment cards you control to this creature. So this is a Voltron thing.
No.
The target
not
creature.
This creature.
Oh yeah,
Target
target creature
creature.
you control. Right. Yes. Sorry.
You could do
So-
some funny stuff with this.
So this chat already posted there is another white creature that has the ability to just for pay mana and slurp all cards to her.
Yeah.
Beatrix doesn't require you to slurp, but can be anybody. She's a little costly, but very funny.
She's a little expensive, and I don't think I would run her as a commander. But she's
No,
not
she seems like a
awful,
support
and you
card
could do
if you're playing a
fun
white
things
equipped deck.
with her. Yeah,
And she
the biggest
herself still
problem
does
is,
have vigilance.
The problem with her as a commander is she's mono white, and mono white is rough. If you want to be a commander. But
I think you put her in
she's not
you
awful.
you put her as a support piece in a commander deck with an equipped focus. She seems a little expensive to do this gimmick in standard.
Yeah. I think she's the worst of the there's 2 mono white support piece legendaries in the starter deck, and I think she's the worst of the 2.
Is Rosa the other one?
Rosa is the other one.
Yes, Rosa, Resolute White Mage
I do think
from
Rosa
4.
is a better support piece.
She costs 4 for a 2/3, but she is an archer, so she has reach. And then at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on a target creature you control, and it gains lifelink until the end of turn.
It's lifelink. Yeah.
For white decks, especially for the white decks in this set, this is better.
For any 1/1 for any 1/1 counter deck that wants this, I think this card goes pretty decent. Like, it's not
I also do
amazing,
like that it's
'cause
at the
still
beginning
4
of
mana,
combat
but
because so
yeah.
if you needed her as a flyer blocker, you don't have to actually tap her. You just have to start combat, and you can start doing counter shit. That seems cute.
Synergizes really well with like some of the legendaries in the set, like Heidelin and Aerith. It synergizes really well with.
Yeah.
So I kind of like it.
No, seems nice.
She's not amazing, but like I said, she doesn't have to be like super primo good.
Judgment Bolt. This is
Judgment
obviously the
Bolt.
iconic ability of Ramu, which Sid from 16 is Ramu's dominant. So yeah, this also being mono red, you know, it's Judgment Bolt, so it's a lightning bolt type thing. Costs you 4, but it deals 5 damage to target creature, and then X damage to the controller, where X is the number of equipment you control.
This card is hilarious in my Furion deck, but unless you're another deck that just vomits equipment onto your field.
There are a
It's
couple
not good.
of. The funny thing is, again, talking about this being starter kit only, there's a couple of some of the draft themes for red are equipment focused. Like I think that's both, you know, well, like that's the red white.
Red
for
in
sure.
general is red and white are the equipment colors just in general.
So like as a draft option, that would be cool, but it's not a draft option. So like, I mean, it's in a starter kit,
Like-
so you're buying it to put it in constructed. So like, there's probably room for this.
The only commanders I can see this are ones that want like an absolute like there's another commander called Togo, who whenever you play a land, he makes a 0/1 equipment token that costs 0 to equip that gives a creature +1/+0 called Rock. So you'll end up having like a board of like 9 rocks, and this will deal 9 damage. So like in decks where you just have an absolute massive equipment, it's good, but other deck, it's just no other.
And I do think that like the front half deals 5 to a creature.
Yeah.
That's okay, because that's a pretty good amount of damage. That's a pretty decent number of things
this
that
is
can kill.
to me a very niche card, but I think that's controversial opinion. I think being an extremely niche card is okay.
Well, and I want to say, I think we talked before about how like the meta being diversified in Magic is very different from Yu-Gi-Oh. I think that is where Magic shines, is that you can, in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you print a niche interaction card, that's usually pack filler until the day comes when you assemble the ultimate form of the deck, where, you know, you take like a dozen cards that had niche synergies and slam them through a deck, and you're like suddenly God. Which I do like about Yu-Gi-Oh, but it means that you can't like look at every card in a set this way. Whereas I feel like Magic is a lot more where just like you're constantly accruing niche synergies all the time because
Especially
you have rotation.
Commander, yes. Commander is
Commander.
just niche synergy the format.
I mean, that's so. This is why Deckmaster fails so hard in Yu-Gi-Oh, and Commander is so cool in Magic. Commander, as a Highlander, a singleton format, is designed for you to play 99-ish, really more like 60-ish because you're playing some lands. But you're supposed to play the coolest single cards you think are funny and fun and hook up with your Commander strategy.
Yeah. No, and that's what Commander was originally created for. Like, spoiler, Commander is a fan-created format.
Yeah.
It was created as Elder Dragon Highlander, based off the 5 Elder Dragons from Magic lore, because we're all fucking nerds.
Like I think the way to make unfortunately I think it would take too much effort for Konami to do as a standalone. I think the best way to do Deckmaster is one, you need a list, but like you should encourage some kind of synergies with Deckmasters to actually like have secondary abilities, like things that are passive are good. The best way to do it would be to combine the way Duel Link / Speed Duels works and to make Deckmasters an exclusive card slot or exclusive card pool similar to Commander, and have them just be printed with abilities on them. Like, make them a monster and a skill card from Speed Duel. That's it. That's all you need. Anyway, this is the other Lightning Security Sergeant.
Is a great format, personally.
Yeah, it's a shame that
this
it's I think they fucked it over by making it booster based instead of precon based to start with.
Yeah. And also, Eminence commanders are a mistake, and if you play one, you're a war criminal. That's all.
But I want to say this about speed duels. I think they didn't generate the profit they wanted because they started by making it booster based. The products that have precon decks and speed duels are much better and much more applicable and do what they want a lot better. The problem is that I think that like Konami of America specifically, because it is a TCG exclusive. Well, yeah. Konami killed them, I think, because Konami is not interested in selling. The TCG is not interested in selling you products that have 8 precons with skills every so many years to like refresh the format and also running a separate bandlet. Like genuinely, what I've seen from the way they release their alt formats, Konami of America is not interested in running more Forbidden and Limited lists for some reason, but also can't imagine just doing the thing that Wizards did and like farming it out to the fan base.
Well, no, so Wizards doesn't farm it out to the fan base technically. They did with Commander, but that's because it was a fan-created format. Yeah. They basically pay one underpaid person at Wizards, and are like, "You are in charge of this format. What you say goes." And usually it's Gavin. Love you.
Like I don't know, but so this is the other Lightning. She's mono red. Security Sergeant, Human Soldier. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Lightning while she still has a day job. Yes. She has Menace, and whenever she deals combat damage to a player, you exile the top card of your library. You can play that for as long as you control Lightning, and she is a 2/3. This is...
Momir Basic is the best format. Just to tell Omega, so Momir Basic is a format where you play a deck of 60 lands, and every turn you pay an amount of mana and generate a random card based on that amount of mana. All of Magic history.
By random, is there a simulator for this?
If you're playing it in person, you usually use a random card generator site, which exists, and if you're playing it in Arena, they do it for you.
Okay.
But Dallas, Deck Lightning.
Yes. She's bad. She's very bad. I'm
okay,
sorry.
I thought she was bad. I didn't want to say she was bad in case she was good, but I'm like, this doesn't seem
No,
good.
she's very bad. She's very bad. Like, unfortunately, impulsing is a very common ability, and this just doesn't do enough.
I figured that it did. The problem I have with this is just she's only three toughness. That's not insurmountable. And then if she dies, you can't play any of the exiled cards.
Yeah,
and she's not that tough.
There are other cards that have this ability that don't have that trigger. Like there's Gonti, Lord of Luxury, who when he enters, exile the top 4 of your opponent's library. You can play one of those anytime, and that just becomes a separate exiled zone that you can just play from. Okay, let's talk about Ultimate Weapon, because I got a bone to pick with the Magic community.
Ultimate Weapon,
Fantasy community, it might be their fault.
I read this and I instantly think this is every single FF7 card that has costed 7 to do something. I've been like, haha, it's Final Fantasy 7. Dallas, you've actually said that some of those are appropriately costed, but most of them seem like we just put 7 in them because it's FF7. This is an artifact that costs 7 to play. It's 7 to equip, but the equipped creature gets 7/7 or +7/+7, and then when it attacks, you destroy a creature your opponent controls.
Okay.
So, lay it on me, Dallas. I will say this as an outsider. This card seems like it can only be good if you're not paying 7 mana for it.
So this card, I think the cost of this card is awful because this is very similar to the United Front card. I'm just gonna post a card, Omega, that's been in Magic for like 10 years. Called Argentum Armor. 6 mana. Equipped creature gets +6/+6. Whenever equipped creature attacks, destroy target permanent. Equip 6.
Yeah, this is just better than the Ultimate Weapon because it's cheaper. And when are you actually gonna? So yes,
and also
yes,
it's
chat.
It's permanent, not creature.
Well, that too, but also yes, chat. 6 +6/+6 is smaller than +6/+7/+7. But when the fuck is it gonna matter if you got +6 versus +7?
I mean, it matters sometimes, but not in Commander, especially.
Just give me
Here's the
6.
bone I have to pick. Why the hell is Ultima Weapon $12? Who the hell is paying $12 for Ultima Weapon? It's a guaranteed card in a starter set. What the? That is
Starter
worse than
set's
a
only $20.
That is worse than a $1.50 card.
I'm
this is
pretty
either,
sure. I'm pretty
think this is
sure,
Final
Dallas.
Fantasy
What's
numbers.
happening? Well, what I think is happening, Dallas, is your like investy type guys have found a way to fleece FF fans. It's what's happening.
Okay,
FF fans
that has to be it, 'cause this is-
know what
this
the
is
price point of cards is like and don't
literal
understand.
dog shit card.
Don't understand
Yeah.
how accessible this card is, are like.
Because here's the thing,
They're
Omega.
just like
If
googling
this-
cards and they're like, "Ooh, Ultima Weapon. I'll buy that
That's
for
the thing.
$12."
That's the thing. There, a lot of the cards in the Final Fantasy set aren't like underpriced. Like they're fine priced. It's just this card is the only one I look at and go like, because like the other cards that are expensive, like yes, I don't think Buster Sword is worth $40 personally, but it's not. There's only like 1, 2, 3, 4 cards that are worth like $40 for their base printing. 2 of them are in standard playable. And like that's not unreasonable for a Magic set. This is the only card that I look at and went, what in the God's green earth is this? Because like
It's
if
like
this
paying
hit the start
10.
target
It's like paying $10. If hypothetically, if you were paying MSRP for a structure deck that has Ash Blossom and paying like $15 for Ash Blossoms printed in that set, no, just buy the starter deck. Pay $5 more, buy a whole ass deck.
Like if this said destroy target permanent, and I mean yeah, Colossus Hammer is better, but Colossus Hammer is better than a lot of equipment. But even compare this to a Agentum Armor. If this said destroy target permanent, then it would be a okay to badish card. Because it would be worse than Argentum Armor, but I think Argentum Armor is a pretty good card because it's Omni removal in colorless, which is good. Yeah, no, the starter deck cards inflation is like the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Well, also I like
the rest
how
of the Final Fantasy, the normal prints are. I think the normal prints are in a good place price wise, personally. Like nothing seems that excessive. The alt arts, go off king, do whatever you want. It's alt arts.
Also, I want to say this,
I'm used to that.
Zed. It's funny you posted like normal 20th anniversary Colossus Hammer. Colossus Hammer got reprinted in this combo.
In the commander deck, yeah.
Yeah.
Here are the 4 other prints of dominance. I believe this is Clive and Hugo.
Very funny to me that Hugo, they picked a guy who's white-red. But
So
it's fine.
these are all reprints of a set, and I thought this was cute because they did this with 4 of the dominants.
Mhm.
And I believe they did it with Joshua as well, but he's reprinted as something completely different. But they all have the ability partner, which means you can interchangeably play them as commanders with each other. So Clive is, ironically, Vile Smasher the Fierce, who's a goblin,
Goblin Berserker, yeah.
instant sorcery, I blow your face up commander.
Whenever you cast your first spell, choose an opponent at random, deals damage equal to the spell's mana value to them or a planeswalker they controls.
Yep. And Hugo is Bruce Tarl, Boar Herder,
Boorish.
who flings cows at people.
Human ally whenever
by
Hugo
that I mean-
enters or attacks, target creature control gains double strike and lifelink until the end of the turn.
Yeah. Like, these are established good cards, and I just find it very cute that they all put them on a cycle that gives them the ability to partner up as commanders. Because, spoiler alert, the partner commanders are some of the most competitive commanders in the game, because a lot of them let you run 4-color decks, which lets you do some shenanigans. So, like, some of them are CDH level. I don't think the 2 CDH duo are dominants. They're other reprints. I think it's Titus
I will
and
say it's very
Cecil,
funny.
respectively.
So the way they've done this is basically you have Clive and then the 3 like villainous dominants, like the actual dominants who are serious antagonists. Hugo,
Well,
Benedict.
I think because they got most of the heroes in the main set, right?
True. But like I said, it's funny that they did a second Clive, though. Admittedly, I think that is a little more. The reprint assigned to Clive, Smasher the Field, that seems like that's a little spicier. That's got a little more zip than normal Clive. Like we talked about this.
Vial
Normal
Smasher,
Clive's not a.
Vial Smasher is my favorite of the partner commanders.
Normal Clive is not a super crazy good commander. Like he probably works better as a card in like a Joshua commander deck or something.
No, definitely.
But so Barnabas Tharmer is a zombie horror who's
I
blue
think
red.
he's Odin's dominant.
Yeah,
I would
Odin's
guess.
dominant.
The guy in the back.
Yeah, Odin's back there. Because these are like other cards reskinned, I'm not gonna fight too much on the colors. I don't know if Hugo and Barnabas are great for color picks. But making
blue red villains are very frequently blue red. So like.
Well, it's so in 16, Odin is specifically much like Bahamut is light. Odin is specifically associated with darkness, and he is the guy who does like instant kill effects with like mortal slashes and stuff.
Omega, do remember, the guy who literally became Satan was also blue-red.
That's true.
I just want to point that out.
That's true. But whenever opponent casts their second spell each turn, draw a card, and he's got flying haste. That works fine for Odin.
Yeah.
Like not what I would do if I was designing an Odin card or a Barnabas into Odin. But like I said, these are reskins.
But like for a reskin, it's not bad.
Benedicta as this card, Ishai, the Dragon Speaker, as a bird monk who's blue-white. That I have no notes on. That's a great pick. Flying, whenever your opponent casts a spell, put a 1/1 counter on Benedicta. I do believe this card actually has like $1 for the alt art. I think I was looking to budget some stuff.
Because well, unfortunately, I think the 16 ones dodged it a little bit. I think Clive is still pretty expensive because Vial Smasher is pretty expensive. Some of the reprints of the partner ones are like $30.
Okay.
The one that Tidus is reprinted as Triton Hero is like $30.
And these, I believe, are not all these selections. This is just what Dallas fed me that we're kind of
these are just some art stuff that I thought was interesting.
Some cool arts and some cute
let's talk about. So we have to talk about the failed portrayal aspect of failed portrayal. So
yeah.
What happened, buddy?
I notice.
Kuja, what's happening?
Well, so here's the thing. So Terra is another Yoshitaka Amano art.
Yes,
this is like your key art, I think.
This is the breadth of quality in this set, right here.
Chat, I would like you to notice this Kuja art doesn't have a credited artist because there is no artist. This is just a screen grab. This is literally a screen grab. They're not even trying to hide it's a screen grab. They literally took a screen grab.
There are some other screen grabs, but the Kuja face screen grab looks particularly derpy.
The Kuja screen grab feels like a meme. Like, was this a meme in Japan? Did people just post this as a reaction image?
Hey, maybe like that would make sense because, like the other screen grab I can remember is the Kingdom Hearts ass scene with Tifa and or not Tifa, Yuna and Tidus in the water.
Oh yeah, that's Ristic Study.
Yeah. Like,
so they reskinned Kuja as Archmage Ritualist, another human wizard.
Yes.
Who is
another
blue, black, red. Competitive commander who's a 5/4 with Eminence. Whenever a non-token wizard enters, if Kuja's in your command zone or on the battlefield, we're really getting into commander design. Commander, pay 1, create a token that copies that wizard.
I don't blame you because Eminence is good, but Eminence is a mistake.
The token gains haste, exile at the beginning of your next end step. Tap 5 untapped wizards. Target player loses 7 life. Yeah, that probably I can see that going for pushing over the top in some of this wizard tribal shit.
The problem with Eminence is it is an uninteractable ability, which is dumb. Like I don't think
because they're just because it applies in the command zone.
I don't think Inala is the worst of them. Like there are 2 other Eminence commanders I think are way worse than her, but I just think Eminence as a design conceit is just a mistake.
I do find it very funny. The Terra Branford here is a reskin of Urza.
Lord
I'm
High
sure.
Artificer.
I'm sure an Urza because Urza's a big deal in Magic, but Lord High
Yes.
Artificer Urza for
But this
mono
is
blue.
this is the big dick Urza as
Human Artificer. When Terra enters, create a 0/0 colorless artifact token that says this creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. Tap an artifact you control to add blue, so it turns all your artifacts into mana rocks for blue. Pay 5, shuffle your library, exile the top card. You may pay that card without its mana cost. Obviously, like, you know, Terra in the Magitech Arma, but
this
funny.
card, Urza Lord High Artificer is one of the strongest commanders ever printed. Like if I see you bringing this deck to a commander game, I'm going to try and kill you because I know your deck is insane. Like nothing personal, but like genuinely, you are the
also
problem.
just for the sake of like. While I'm pulling these up, could one of you grab me the thing they did of this for Vaughn from 12?
Oh yeah, I got it.
Oh sure. Yeah.
Just so I can also get some of my
I just pulled
my
this up.
picks
This
in
is one of my favorite arts because I think this is adorable.
we're doing 2 at a time. This is just the
these are
concept
mostly
art for
just art
his name.
I heard the Zidane one's is decent or really good.
Yes, it's less good now because it's been I don't want to say power corrupt because Ragavan is still a ridiculous card, but it used to be like the modern staple card.
I mean, I like the pick of him being a monkey pirate.
A monkey pirate. Yep.
Yeah, Nibble Pill for a
perfect.
monkey pirate.
No.
When he deals combat damage, create a treasure token and exile the top card of their library until that turn. You can play that card. He's a 2/1. What dash? What's dash do? I don't think we've seen that one before in this.
So dash is an ability that you can play that card from your hand for its dash cost, and that creature gains haste, and then return it to your hand at the end of turn.
Huh.
Interesting.
It's a really good ability
Okay.
because it lets you kind of like cheat on it. Can I request we do the Wild Rose one last?
Yeah. I mean, it'll be wombo comboed with the one that's before it.
Well, no, because we have more at the bottom now.
Okay, fine. We'll do it that way. We'll do it your way. Kefka's Tower, Bolas' Citadel.
Yeah.
It's a legendary
I just
artifact that
love
costs a
the-
lot of black mana. Very good art. Another, again,
Yeah,
straight up,
it's-
this is an Amano concept art, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, these are all redraws of concept arts that are they're very good.
Good one.
I don't know how they got Amano to agree to this, but I'm not complaining. Maybe he likes Magic. Who knows?
You know, I mean, I don't think Amano minds that if his art's
funded
being
his like
appreciated.
next 12 operas.
If you go back and watch the panel, they have a section where he was interviewed
Oh wow. Okay.
about how he was contributing at I think he was one of the 6 arts specifically, highlighting that one.
I would guess it was probably Terra because that one looks like the one that was done in the most detail.
I
So
think
the Dragon
so.
of Mount Gold
Or
is slightly
maybe the
blurry.
Emperor reprint. Yes, this is Sephiroth.
Sephiroth the Savior, 4 colors.
Atraxa Grand Unifier.
Yes, Sephiroth the Savior, Phyrexian Angel, legendary creature, Flying Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink on a 7/7, and then, you know,
I find
reveal some
him being
cards.
a Phyrexian
cute.
hilarious.
It's
Megan,
funny.
tell me if this fits. Is he being slowly taken over by a machine-like alien that is corrupting his mind and turning him to evil and order?
I mean, they're not a machine alien, but, like, that is technically what it's literally pointed out that Sephiroth switches using his personal pronouns in Japanese between when he
No,
before he discovers the Genova thing and then after.
Gen-
Like, there is a
despite it
legitimate
being,
theory
like-
that Sephiroth isn't actually in control and it's actually Genova the whole time. I don't
Yeah.
buy it because I feel like Sephiroth feels like way
I
too
think
much
it's
of a
Sephiroth
personality.
being corrupted.
But I don't want to undersell it to you, chat. The thing I talked about where, like, Sephiroth switches his pronouns, that's a big deal in Japanese dialogue for characters. He switches how he
Yes.
refers to himself. So, like, no, like, that's a very good pull. Also, this is, again, just, like, this is Nomura's original design for Sephiroth.
I love
He did
this
talk
art
about,
so
like,
much.
Nomura talked about how he did a different redraw. It's a little blurry because of the grab I got, but Dragon of Mount Gog is the ancient copper dragon, the big dragon from FF1. Great pull. Again, a
these
mono
are
art.
some of the big hits. Some 14 ones, Shadowbringers.
Yeah, I think they did this for all the X-Pack names. They just took the key art from the X-Pack and turned it into a card.
Yep.
So Shadowbringers is one here.
I don't know if they did it with all of them, but I know they did it with Shadowbringers and Endwalker.
Those are the
Yeah.
two major ones. The next one, the Newfound Adventure one's basically the post Endwalker stuff.
So these are definitely the key arts for Shadowbringers and Endwalker, though. Got all the characters in our what's become the way 14 does key arts, where you have the Warrior of Light usually somewhere in the center, and then you have various characters arrayed around them, usually the Scions, but then we add a couple of extra cards that everybody goes, oh, who the fuck's that? Who's this hood
guy
boy?
in the corner? Hey, guy, I think that guy in the corner with the glove might be a baddie.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
We usually put at least one villain in the spread. I gotta admit, though, like, what they did with Xenos and Endwalker, I think they were fucking with us, because they make it look like maybe Xenos could join the Scions. Like, maybe he's a good guy now. No. But we've put him in the collage, like he's just... this is... Xenos and the Endwalker key art here is the embodiment of Blood thinks he's on the team.
One I want you to put with Emmett Selk specifically, because I think father and son need to be together. Because technically, this means Emmett Selk has a confirmed father now. And I'm putting this as my headcanon because it's funny.
Well, I'm pretty sure Emmett Selk has to have a father.
That's funny.
No.
But the other ones, we've got Newfound Adventure as... This is just... This art, you know, is just all the different jobs Meteor has been.
Yeah.
Oh, also, actually, another one I would want to show is the Swords to Plowshares one. For 14 is also just very funny to look at. I can probably find that one, though, in my own in a second. But Emmett Selk Ascian as Kirik, son of Yawgmoth. This, I think, is a good fit, because we talked about this, Dallas, where Hades' effect, Emmett Selk's flip effect, is very similar to Yawgmoth, right?
It's similar to Yawgmoth's will, but Yawgmoth's also down at the bottom.
Also true, yes.
Like
but
I said,
yeah,
his
Emmett
dad is
Selk,
here.
Ascian, a Phyrexian horror minion. Great, gorgeous art for Emmett.
Yeah, dude, the Emmett Selk and the Yawgmoth art are two of my favorite designs.
Here, let's grab the...
If Crick wasn't such a borderline... If these two weren't such a borderline CDH commander duo, I might build one of them.
Emperor Hell Tyrant. Getting different sizes here is the... That's just a mod concept art for the Emperor Mateus. Let me see what I want to comment.
This is Yawgmoth from his hot teenage years. I don't want to bring the picture up, but it's before he was a
human?
giant. He was a human.
As a
He then
Thran
turns into
physician, yes.
Yeah, no. When he was just torturing people in the dungeon of his like fascist.
I also
castle,
love I love the framing of the ability protection from humans.
Yeah.
Great.
They
don't do an extended art, but the Swords to Plowshares reprint for the commander is just, I just love it. I love the art they've done for this.
They did it. Yawgmoth goes on a bit of a character arc where he goes from like Freddy Krueger to like ultimate destruction of everything.
But let's do. So Stay With Me, as we said, is another one of our just screen caps.
Yes, this is a screen grab. I think this one's a lot better than the Kuja one, personally.
Well, the
lighting's
beautiful thing is,
helpful.
Dallas, this is a whole nother console generation.
Also,
That's
this was
true. Also, I think this is the remake too.
Might be.
It probably is the remastered they grabbed from. I wouldn't be surprised if Vaughn's the same way, because this also doesn't have an artist. This is just the like rendered key art for Vaughn. screen art is not quite correct because there's not a cutscene in the game that's exactly the shot of Vaughn. But I'm sure this was a render they did that's experimental. But there's Vaughn and all his abs eating a fruit. Captain Lannery Storm.
I'm pretty sure the Kuja and the Yuna and Tidus are actual screenshots.
Yeah, those are actually from in-game. They're pre-rendered cutscenes, I'm pretty sure, but they're in-game cutscenes. Like I said, I don't think there's one in 12 that corresponds to this.
Maybe from Zodiac Age, maybe.
No, because they didn't do new cutscenes for that.
Okay.
Like I said, I think this is a thing that also happens with 3D games is you'll do promotional renders. I also do agree with you, Dallas. This card render is like a very good for Vaughn, making him a human pirate finally, but also generating treasure tokens.
Yeah, that he's a reprint of a pretty. She's never going to be a commander, but she's in like a lot of red commander decks just because she's like, look, red needs some way to generate mana, and she's just like, I'll make you at least one treasure. Might die, but I'll make you one.
And then is that everything out of our?
It's just Wild Rose Rebellion.
Which is just like, I mean, it's beautiful, but this is, I'm pretty sure this was meant to be
the concept art. Yeah, I have a poster of this art.
Oh, this is a rad as hell poster. This is the our key concept art for
this
for
is
2.
The story. This is the story of Final Fantasy II in a screenshot.
You've got the Emperor. You've got who are supposed to be your 4 bozos, as we like to say, Furion and his 3 friends.
Furion, that one lady,
dragon,
the guy with a gun.
But it's in a mono art, and like I said, this is a killer poster. This is like, I know that Amano's not usually thought of that way, but if you wanted to do it this way, this is a great spray to put on the side of your van, chat.
No, 100%. Like, genuinely, Final Fantasy II's concept art has some of the best, art design ever, and it's a shame that it's all, pixel.
Well, that's the thing I want to say. It's very funny that 2 is that way because, so 1 is the iconic one because it's the one that came first. The story's not super great in 1, but it's also very simple. 2 is
basic.
2 is like the team
arguably
realized they could do more with story, but they didn't fully enact it yet.
Also, I will fully say, in my personal opinion, 2 is where Final Fantasy was born. Because basically every unique creature that is like a Final Fantasy staple, they weren't from 1, they're from 2. Because 1 had generic-ass fantasy enemies.
Yeah, 1 was very wizardry, as we kind of discussed.
Like Marlborough from 2. Burl from 2.
There's a beautiful series, though. Let me see. Yes. So it's from a YouTube channel called New Frame Plus. It's called The Animation of Final Fantasy. He's been doing it for about 3 years, and we're up to 6.
For those who don't know, the New Frame Plus guy was originally the guy who started Extra Credits.
Yes, Dan Floyd, co-creator of Extra Credits. He does a lot of videos, talking about video game animations and stuff. But I think the Final Fantasy animation is the current passion project he's working on because he makes 2 of them a year. The one for 6 came out 2 years ago or 1 year ago. But it's basically a recapping of how the team did character animation. Yeah. So, first of all, I want to say, in case you're keeping track, everybody, the episodes for 1 and 2, 15 minutes. The one for 3, 10 minutes. 4 is 40 minutes long. 6 is only 30 minutes long. It's 27 exactly. But I think that's because it's the end of a console generation, so there's less to say.
It's honestly a lot of it is probably just him staring at it going, it's beautiful.
Yeah, basically, talking about, but it basically what he does is talk about how the character animation works both for out of battle and in battle sprites. 2 tried to do a little more character stuff, but obviously because the characters don't really have a lot of characterization. They don't get a lot out of it. And that's why 3 is like even less to say than 1, because 3 is just the characters don't have any character. They're just jobs.
Yeah.
It wasn't until the DS remakes they tried that. 4, 5, and 6 actually try to have distinct characters do stuff. 5 is less so. I talked about this before. I almost feel like the plot of 5 is the way it is because it's the team needed a breather between 4 and 6.
I believe so, probably.
Like genuinely, those guys are like, for sprite-based animations, the team is writing their heart out, animating their heart out. They're going apeshit for 4 and for 6. There's a reason why those were the games that we brought over. But like the
and I mean 6 is just like a like I said.
I want to say 2 has a plot,
that's...
but the character stuff they were doing is very different. It's just that like the team behind them really was trying their hardest at the artistry, so you got some very strong, and Emano has a very it's like I'm trying to think.
Like I said,
it's like the character art designs for like Metal Gear.
Final Fantasy VI is a game that defies logic. It has a 12-part opera symphony on chiptune. Somehow. Because Nobuo Uematsu is insane.
Yes. Trying his
I don't
hardest,
know. Like,
but yeah, I think there's like there's
literally
just something.
The fucking Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box of scraps meme. But yeah, no, I love 2, despite its flaws. But God, this poster art. Also, the fact that it's like a playable card.
Yeah, it's
like,
just
I'm playing
counterspell.
this, and so it's just counterspell. It's not an amazing card in Commander, but it's never bad.
But all right, it's almost 1 a.m. We have finally done it. We have defeated.
Yes, we're done.
We have defeated the evil that was here. I have to double check what won the poll, and I'm not going to stall out the stream by like loading Patreon and finding the old post. So, but I'm pretty sure we owe you a fail portrayal poll. Thank you, Dallas. So we'll do that next week probably, and then I'll figure out what the fuck we're doing with your normal fail portrayal programming. If nothing else, I gotta check the release date for Justice Hunters, but we have been doing all the deck build packs, so at some point I need to talk about Yummy, Draco Tales, and K9, which will be very interesting little interludes. And we'll keep you out for other stuff. I don't know when we'll schedule it. Probably need to figure out what Vesper's doing and get them back involved. But we'll probably do some Yu-Gi-Oh! Cuban. I've got many cube ideas that I need to get back to designing in my head, or other ones we want to play. And we can talk about other stuff. I've mentioned before, since we have the lore, I definitely want to do an episode for Yu-Gi-Oh! About Fiendsmith. And we should probably do an episode about Mimighoul, because I fucking love Mimighoul. Mimighoul is a deck that can be a little floodgatey. It can be a little annoying. I don't play the variant where you force opponents to hand rip themselves with Fire Sorceress. That's not a Mimighoul flaw. That's a lack of future-proofing on dogshit old flip monster flaw. But Mimighoul is just... It's such a sick TCG exclusive deck, and it's such a terrible shame that it didn't actually land like properly in the TCG. Super fun to play in Master Duel, though. Was my deck before Malice hit, and will be my deck in the Under 5 event that's running in Master Duel right now. But thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. We're going to let you get out of here.
Probably never doing Magic for a while, unless they announce a FGO collab.
Unless they do another like really wild collab, because we had one very big FF episode. But like I said, we're open to other shit. I don't understand a lot about Digimon either as a well, I shouldn't say that about that. Like, I vaguely understand Digimon. My grasp of the Digimon canon is really slipped, though. But I watched up through Frontier. Like, I've seen the anime that far. I understand.
They are
vaguely...
canonically all different. They are canonically all different into dimensions/universes.
Oh yeah, it's true. But like the understanding the lore though for like the card game is like I I have some background. I own
That notes.
Cyber Sleuth.
I
I
do
understand
actually
vaguely
have
like
to-
how the color scheme goes. Well, we're wrapping up. So thank you, Dallas, for joining us and helping guide us through the Magic sets. We're open to
I don't
other
think I'm
card
dead
games
this
and other weird
long.
shit.
Good night, everybody.
So good night, everybody.
Good.
Thanks for tuning in. If you like this video and this series, give us some fucking hit that like button on the YouTube right now. Slam those likes. Yeah, unless they announce the second Final Fantasy set or they do a Fate set, which I think Dallas is correct. That's not the least likely wombo combo. But check out what we're doing. Speaking of Final Fantasy, we'll be playing Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow. We have to do more Moogle stuff, and also I need to fucking do some PvP. So check out that stream. We've been streaming Death Stranding a lot if you're interested in just generic gameplay stuff, me and Lucky. But like, slam some likes. Check out the rest of these streams if you haven't seen our full backlog. And check out the rest of Fail Portrayal for Yu-Gi-Oh! If you like this energy.
Hi.
The Magic... Wow, we went so long that the axe came back. I'm
Listen,
literally doing the
my
outro.
campaign
leaving.
ended 30 minutes ago. I just stayed around for a bit. But yeah.
We're leaving.
It's fine.
Axe.
We're ending.
All right, then I'll watch the VOD.
Yeah, check out the VOD. But the FF Magic set took us longer than Hero, if you understand Yu-Gi-Oh! So put that in your pipe and smoke
It's
it.
a lot of cards. It's a fuck ton of cards.
It's a full set. So good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you later. Goodbye. Bye-bye now.